happens significantly more often than you think. And hilariously,
What's going on, everybody?
there's now kind of
Just
a
getting set up.
common common mentality or common thought that if you go X0, if you go undefeated in day one, oftentimes you will then just straight lose on your first game in top cut. So that's often it's
just
like
woke
the
up.
curse, right?
Yeah.
So
Since we did this last night.
I've seen it happen, and I guess maybe these things statistically do happen, but I think when the EXO randomly loses in the first round top cup, people just kind of it really sticks in people's mind.
Yeah, it's very superstitious. Yeah.
So so I've definitely seen it before, and definitely there are. I would not. It would not surprise me if it does occur. Stranger things have occurred, and we will be seeing possibly that happening today. So in our first game today, we will be looking at Nathan, who is playing against Din. So Nathan came in on the 64th seed. So he came in on the 64th seed on 4-1-4. A lot of the players came in on 4-1-4. There were approximately a third of them, I think. Didn't quite make it to the top 64 with 4 wins, 1 loss, and 4 draws.
Yeah, that's right. There was a lot of people on 40 points. But the nice thing is they still got their promo cards too. And the Let It Go promo is just fantastic looking. So I'm sure anyone who came on 40 and didn't quite get in top cut due to tiebreakers, they at least still get that, which is,
definitely. It was a very beautiful looking card. Yeah, I had a few people showing it off.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. The artwork for these promos have really outdone themselves. It is just
definitely just really makes it a little bit special, and it makes it feel like you really earned something very nice for coming and playing this weekend.
Yeah, and the other thing, even just the door prize promo, the Dragonfire card, it's just it's so nice to be able to attend an event like this and take home like a souvenir that just marks your time here, and then you have something to remember your experience by. So I think that's quite a nice reward. Even if you didn't get the result that you wanted, you still get something to take home and remember your experience. So I think there's something very nice about that.
I think the best way to look at it is kind of similar to like going to a convention in the sense that you are entering the main event is kind of like your ticket entry into the event. And you do get like this participation or this like little gift bundle as a part of participating. And of course, if you do a little bit better, you do get more stuff. And it's some nice souvenirs, it's some nice like goodies, and so on. And it looks like we're getting into the game. So as you were saying, Nathan came in on the 64th seed. His opponent is the Goliath of this matchup, Din, who I believe he went 8 wins, 1 game. So he went. What would it be?
All right, 7? Getting started. Obviously, we got Fam in the first seed.
No, it would have been 17-1. Yeah.
Yes.
So 18 games.
He did very well yesterday. He was
a koala on his head.
He didn't lose any of his games.
Sporting some koala ears today.
And so he's paired up against us.
Oh my God, I have ads.
I've got actually like I've heard a lot of fun stories on the grapevine. So Nathan actually was a bit of a fanboy for Din. So so outside, when during one of the rounds, Din was just like grabbing a coffee or something, and Nathan like kind of was like real nervous, like, oh, like I want to take a photo with him, and then he was like really nervous, and he's like, can I take a photo? And then Din was like, oh yeah, sure.
What up?
Yeah, so we got here.
I just wanted to show my name real quick.
Nathan, very very respectable player over here in Melbourne as well.
What is it, Dan? Says you can't see me.
See how it goes. They say,
all right. I came in here to get the invite.
Well, Din's only tie yesterday would have been when he was.
You like my ads on Twitch?
Kind of the casters curse, perhaps.
No ties today. Only
the fact that I have them.
All right. Yeah, best of 3.
Oh, you should only get
the koala mask that Din is sporting above his head there.
Very cute. Very cute.
Also, you know that you can mute.
Yep.
So they can
blending in with his environment.
It sounds very
that.
Well, today's day 2.
There you go. Yeah. Okay. You can turn it on if you want to, but it was really loud. I feel like it was.
Yeah, I was just leaving it on while I had nothing to say because I literally just got out of bed.
No, you're good. All right. Well, Red Blue Mirror, have fun. Good luck. I'm gonna go watch Royal Rumble. I'll be back later.
All right. Have fun. Yeah. I'll watch the recaps of the Rumble. I'll do this one live. All right, Red Blue Mirror, best of 3 finally. From Fam's Twitter, he's very confident today in general. Let's see, what's Nathan considering? He's got the popsicle. Does he have ramp on 2? Oh, Fishbone Quill. And yep, he does have Tipo on too, and a Grammatala. Grammatala saying how far I'll go. Yeah, I wouldn't mind keeping something like the Fishbone Quill just to ink it, because the rest of his hand is so good. The fam is on the play. Unlike a store today in North Carolina, who's doing, you have to roll a dice in top 8. We are following the rules here at the official Disney Lorcana Challenge, where the higher seed is on the play. I am not sure if they were able to look at their deck list. I would assume that they've looked at their deck list. In other tournaments, they were emailed. All right, leading off with a develop, we'd prefer a and inking a sail. We would definitely prefer a popsicle, but he found a popsicle. That way, when he sails on this following turn, he can then follow it up with the popsicle, which is exactly what he wants to be doing. Inking Tipo, so he must have found another way to ramp on 2 from Nathan's side. I'm going to remove myself so you guys can see better. Sorry about that. Gaston. Interesting. Yep, he did have a second Tipo. He's considering sail versus Tipo. If he's going to use the ink immediately, the sail makes sense. Or if he just doesn't need this Tipo later at all. Like if that's his plan to ink on his following turn. Oh, Manor on the play on turn 3. It's probably gonna get, yeah, there we go. The Tipo was his ink on the following turn. I'd imagine this Manor is gaining at least 6 lore. And not only do we not know if it's open deck list, even though we assume it is, we still haven't seen a metagame breakdown as far as I've seen. Which is so interesting. Anyone that watched the stream yesterday would believe that it's all Amber Steel all day at every table. Yeah, gosh, Fam's just doing everything Fam wants to do. He has to feel really confident right now. I think we would really need to see like a Maui come down, take out the Manor this turn, and then threaten the Hiram. At least 2 grandmas, both threatens the Hiram. If he doesn't quest with Hiram, threatens the Manor. Yep, love it. Completely different gameplay today. Like these are definitely the top tier competitors that were in attendance. Oh, did Grandma Tala put an ink into the inkwell instead of the bottom of the deck? Maui, exactly what Fam wanted right there. Now, neither one of his huge threats are threatened whatsoever, except for rush characters. And how much ink are we going into? Going into 6, so we're still away from Scar. We are able to banish Hiram, so that's good. What we don't want to do also is we probably don't want to exert our Grandma Tala and allow Fam to heal the Maui and freely eat the Grammatala. Although, if you're going to get an extra ink and replace the card in your hand, I would say that's definitely worth the trade-off of removing the Popsicle as well. Inking Visions. This hand must be very good. Yeah, I see another Visions in there. Visions is often one of those secret uninkables. Kind of like Friends on the Other Side for most Amethyst decks. All right, gaining 2 lore. In last turn, we went up to 7 lore for Nathan. 7 ink for Nathan. The dragon is something a little scary to ink. It's one of your ways of removing opposing Maui sharks and also threatening to have a win condition in the game. Ooh. Yeah, and if he heals this Maui and takes out the grandma, even like just a scar alone is only going to take out the one that already has 3 damage on it, and then the Maui can just go ahead and remove the scar. Okay, opting to keep the Popsicle. Interesting, because if you sacrifice the Popsicle there, it's kind of as if you drawn a card that is a 6/1 reckless character and played it. Here is the scar. Yeah, whereas it would have been very rough to then the Maui just taking out the scar. That Maui would have removed 2 Grammatalas and a scar at the cost of a Popsicle and a Maui. I do see a Vitalosphere in Nathan's hand, so if he has any other character, he can remove the McDuck Manor the following turn. Oh, scar alone. Scary enough to be prepared. Can see exactly what he took, but he declined a Tamatoa. Looks like it was another scar. Yeah, not so sure about this be prepared against just a scar. Happening again. Nathan needs to find a character because I believe he did ink his Grandma Tala with the Vitalosphere in hand. But yesterday, Fam also B-prepped a single Naveen, and I felt like that was one of the deciding factors of that game, even though he already had day 2 locked up. Okay. Do I see a Hiram in there? Interesting. Taking a dragon. So if he played Hiram, he could sacrifice the Popsicle, draw 2 more cards, and still have enough ink to play the Vitalosphere and do exactly 3 damage to the McDuck Manor. Interesting. Like these McDuck Manors have gained a lot of lore. But we'll see if it matters. I mean, some of these games, especially in the Ruby Sapphire Mirror, you just come back from nothing with something like Tamatoa Dime. Especially considering Fam is already down to Be Prepareds. Searching for anything to keep the pressure up. But 10-0 without a single quest. Wow. Yeah. So the Hiram would have accomplished the same exact thing, but drawn 2 extra cards. And in my opinion, a Hiram in the mirror just as important to answer. Wow. Double Super Goof, Pirate's Life. Fam has to feel, if Fam gets through this turn with this McDuck Manor in play still, he has to feel great. So Fam is at 12 now, I believe, not 10, what's represented on the screen. Okay. Nathan is going to need to play. I think Nathan is really going to need to play this shark and find his own Pirate's Life. Yeah, I don't see this as the winning play, especially with Fam already playing 2 Be Prepareds. Am I wrong? Fam is at 12 now, right? Because of the Pirate's Life. Yeah, well, they're listening to me. And that's another Super Goof. Opting for a shark. But 3 Super Goofs plus Pirate's Life is just game, right? Like, he could have just made it so that Nathan can never exert a non-evasive character again. Yep, run it in, gain 2 lore, go to 14. I think the turn that he played the Manor, sorry, I'll put up what I'm responding to. I think the turn that he played the Manor was followed immediately by a Hideaway. Nathan really needs his own Pirate's Life here. Again, not sure if it's in the deck as we don't have deck lists. I feel that there cannot be Pirate's Life in Nathan's deck because he's just refusing to. Okay, he can't afford that. He's just refusing to play his Maui Shark. Yep, there we go. So was he at 14? Because that wasn't exactly lethal on that turn. It's hard to keep track of both players' cards and hand. This is why, and the lore. This is why they specifically have someone in the background updating the lore totals. Yeah, what we're assuming happened is the lore total was on the bottom was wrong. So he played a shark, played a Pirate's Life, which would have gained him 3 lore immediately. If it wasn't that, if that wasn't exactly it, I don't know why there was a concession that exact turn when he could sing a Be Prepared from Nathan's side. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like he must have already been at 17, and the lore tracker on the bottom of the screen was incorrect. Otherwise, I don't understand the concession. Like, if Fam did not go to exactly lethal, Nathan was just going to ready. Quest would wait good. Be Prepared. Fam's board. Fam would have been left with Goofy. I absolutely do not think that they're going to announce Worlds today. Yeah, as long as Nathan played around Goofy, he still had a shot. He still had agency in the game. Yeah, the glove has been a conversation point that I've seen for sure. They were not shown at all. No idea why. Usually we can find them on a website when PPG or I think it's Fanfinity are running things. So not positive what's up with that. Yeah, we're all dreaming for World's information. Like, I'm waiting for a credit card. I'm waiting for a credit card to come in the mail that has great rewards for international travel, and I'm booking my flight to Japan. So it would be really heartbreaking if they all of a sudden announce Worlds and it's like similar times, and like I have to cancel one trip or the other. I would love if nothing ever overlapped, honestly. What's up, Brayden? Welcome to the stream. I don't know how to send you an invite. If you wanted to jump in here, you'd have to reach out to Dan. Yeah, no one knows. It's just, it's been the big speculation. I do know from his Twitter that he almost drowned in the ocean, which was terrible. So I don't know if he got drug along the bottom, maybe some like coral reef or something. Yeah, I would also love to go back and watch this matchup where I can pause. I really think Fam should have healed his Maui that one turn, used it for the scar. I mean, obviously he ended up winning, so there's like confirmation bias with this. But and then I also think that Nathan should have took the Hiram instead of the Maleficent Dragon. The dragon ended up not banishing a character. The Hiram would have drew him the cards. Yeah, we were also joking about this yesterday. Like, many people had the same exact sleeves on camera. Like, these are at least two different shades of the same color. It was same exact colors, like multiple rounds in a row. So I'm assuming they had some kind of art sleeves or something like that. I had a feature match that did not make it to camera because Bic Derns, I believe, is banned from Disney Lorcana coverage unless I actually win the tournament. And they check your sleeves when you walk into the room to make sure that they're okay for camera. And if not, they will replace them. Man, had the same turn one develop, but this time no sale into the popsicle, having to just pay the full price for the popsicle, having to go to 3 ink on the following turn, which is incredibly rough. There's almost no cards that cost 3, if any, that are in Fam's deck. I know Nathan has Fishbone Quill in his deck at least, but it's very rare that you ever want to have 3 ink on turn 3. Wow. Yeah, I see. Exactly. There's just no great plays. He would have had to have drawn a 2-drop because he probably would have played any 2-drop over the popsicle even. Nathan doing everything Nathan wants to do. Filtering with Grandma Tala. Yeah, man, classic. So I used to own a store, right? I'm not even hating on the Yu-Gi-Oh community. I used to own a store, and I would only stock at the time KMC Hypermats. I would have maybe 5 or 6 pink sleeves, and then I would have about 100 packs of white because they just sold instantly. Fam did draw a 2-drop, inking it since we're past that point. Nathan able to then immediately clear a Hiram. At this point, I feel it's Nathan's game to lose. But you just never know. Like I was saying, game 1, these decks can just come out of absolutely nowhere with haymakers. And we are still at 0-0. Although you do get to a point of inevitability sometimes, even at a low lore total. I was listening to Sailor talk about him playing the mirror match at Nationals, where his opponent conceded 2-0, and his opponent just understood he had no agency left in the game. Oh my god, yes. Dude. I remember when Monster Binders first came out, you could flip them on the secondary market even. Throwbacks. Yeah. I like specifically remember like a green holographic one with like hexagons or something on it. Also, one of my friends left his monster binder in his car and it melted. Deciding between Maui and Hiram. Opting for a Maui. Right? I saw that correctly? Yep, absolutely. It's going to be a few turns for Fam to be able to deal with this shark. Showing visible frustration. Yeah, if I'm Fam... Okay, I was going to say, if I'm Fam, I'm either playing this Tala to dig, or I'm playing the Manor just to try to, like, waste 2 turns of Nathan. Like, Dan had a game on stream where he was just so far behind, he just threw a library in play. His opponent went ahead and went after the library when Dan had honestly no agency left in that game. But at least it would, we see he doesn't have any songs in his hand, but it would catch, him not being able to sing. Or if Nathan went ahead and helped Fam out with a hideaway, even, that would have been great. Oh, believe me, we want to see it too. Here at the Forbidden Mountain, we would absolutely love to see that. But they always show the first seed. Yeah, that's the only way I'm ever making coverage, if somehow I'm first seed at a DLC. Really needing Be Prepared here. Oh, interesting. Opting for a shark. Oh, has a Be Prepared. Awesome. Okay. I was going to say, opting for a shark over a Let It Go. I now see he already has the Be Prepared. Nathan is such a low lore. There was no need for Fam to fire off this turn. Yeah, I heard that there was a green blue that made top 64. It might have been the only one registered in the entire tournament. So, absolutely awesome. And we are no way taking credit for this because we checked our analytics and 0.3% of our viewers are from the Oceania region. I almost feel like Fam is having some sort of showmanship here with seemingly, like laughing in frustration, being cordial. Would really love for Nathan to dedicate anything else to this board. Yep, best deck in the format. Always makes it 100% played. Awesome. I'm super happy people are finding any success they have or having fun. I mean, these tournaments can be stressful. I know that where I am, so much aggro, so many Maleficent 1-drops. So I ended up playing the deck with Under the Sea and stuff like that, which was a worse version of the deck. But it was specific to my metagame. Man, are there just 0 items in Nathan's discard pile? All right, yeah, Fam is definitely flipped. He's 100% flipped the script of being on the draw and now being in the driver's seat. that unless the hideaway was inked, I would assume that the mana is going to eat a hideaway right now. Yeah, man, if people are expecting you to be playing the normal version and they just want to run out every single character they have as fast as possible, the Under the Sea can really catch people off guard. How did McDuck Manor die? Did he? Am I missing something here? Vitalosphere made the Maui how large? Let me look up Maui Shark. Maybe I'm crazy. Okay, never mind. I'm crazy. I got it. Thank you. I'll never read a card in my life. It's not what I'm about. I'm about losing the game before reading. Definitely looking for a way to clear the shark. Doesn't want to give him more actions. Debating on it if he's going to ink a super goof. Well, yeah, I find anytime I play Ruby Sapphire, I've either got the whole world, I've got the Hiram popping off, I've got everything I ever need, or I've got 2 cards in my hand. Yeah. Except for when I was playing the item version, that deck, I would draw my whole deck almost every round. I played that in Toronto. I had to scuttle, I had to queen both Lucky Dimes to the bottom of my deck. I just absolutely had to take a different card. And then I needed the Lucky Dime to win. I had to then draw my entire deck. Me and my opponent were laughing the entire time, though, because he was sitting on 19 and just needed to draw a goat. We were both frantically playing every cantrip in the game. Perfect. Fam presenting 2 different threats that fight on 2 different axes. One needs, well, both of them needing specific types of removal. And is the hideaway still there? Perfect. So able to remove both immediately. Gonna have to ink. Say we can easily ink the Maui or the Vitalosphere. Maui down. Okay. Still not hiding away. Perfectly fine option. I don't know if Fam is on any dimes whatsoever. Oof. Another Be Prepared. Oh my gosh. Nathan not sitting on much in hand after that. With another with another manner. At least he still does have that hideaway if he can't pump the Scar in his hand. Oh, he does have Vitalosphere Scar. Oh, opting for hideaway. Single Tipo. And pass. Now, with the amount of cards in Fam's hand, it's either just all removal and he doesn't deem the Scar worthy yet, or a lot of really niche utility cards. Oh, what a play! That's a highlight reel moment. So, remember the really niche utility cards? Scar is able to clean up this manner as well. Fam is now going to have to rely on Maui Sharks to close out the game. Shark plus Pirate's Life, gain 3, drain 2. Now Fam only on 1 card in hand. If Nathan can clear this Maui Shark, so many of Fam's win conditions are in the discard pile at this point. He does have his own Pirate's Life. Do we just quest with Scar here? Let Fam get his draw card back? I definitely do not think we quest with Tipo if we're passing the turn. I agree. Yeah, this has been awesome. They said that he was a fan of Fam to begin with. And usually, well, not usually, a lot of the players look just in complete agony when they're in the feature match area. So, absolutely, like, this is exactly the kind of player you want in Disney Lorcana. Yeah, getting back the visions. Finding another vision, chaining them together. I mean, at this point, do you just take cards that say draw a card, gain a lore? There's so few cards left in deck. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing. He only needs to avoid removal spell on his shark for a few more turns. Also, chat, if there's a random concession, there's no way I kept up with how many lore he was supposed to gain on that one turn. I really, really did not like the Tipo quest there. All right. Nathan found what he needed to find. I've got to wonder how many win conditions are even left in Fam's deck. Oh. Another Be Prepared. This Grandma Tala could go all the way. Both players so spent. The casters were asking for a blue-red mirror match all day yesterday. Hopefully they're not disappointed. Counting out his 700 ink. see all of his options. Let's see. What do we got here? We have a Grandma Tala. Oh, that's not helpful. We have a Be Prepared. Checking the discard pile. From what I saw, the Grandma Tala feels like the slam dunk for me. There's a Visions of the future. It's got to be between Grandma Tala and Visions. I would say the Grandma Tala threatens Fam's Grandma Tala, as well as finding you an additional card. Opted for Visions. I mean, if he could find something like a Maui Shark here, finds a Maleficent Dragon. How many Be Prepared has Fam played this game as well? Like, if you just gonna have to ink, right? There you go. We're hellbent. For the non-Magic players, we have no cards in hand on Nathan's side. Maui Shark, do. And just keep the cantrips coming. Brawl nothing, gain a lore. Nathan's confused for a second. I mean, if we're in the brawl nothing stage, I feel like this lore... Okay, I was going to say this lore has to be wrong. Wow, yeah. Well, this is why people pay the man on his Metafy. Let's see. Let's see what they're saying.
Basically to a stalemate. They both just like were left on fumes, and look, it could have gone either way. They were both like very close on the amount of lore for sort of the mid game, and their boards are very similar. Cards and Hammer very similar, very scrappy game, and the two were just sending cards backwards and forwards, and you know, it seems like just the cards is tilted one particular way.
Yep.
And yeah, I think maybe that's Din's been able to close it out. So
yeah, it was just that one turn where Din was able to fetch that Visions and then just started a cascade of action after action after action and got 3 or 4 lore just from the half shark passively. And yeah, that just pushed him into a scarier lore total, and then was able to sort of put Nathan in a defensive position, had to make some suboptimal plays just to stop Din from questing with some of the small threats. And then yeah, eventually was able to run out another shark, and then yeah, that was just unrecoverable at that point for Nathan.
That was an amazing game. Honestly, I really enjoyed watching that one. And just watching these two players really navigate through that was excellent. And I think that Nathan doing very well. He only started playing, obviously, Lorcana around the same time that everyone else here in Australia did, which, you know, wasn't that long ago. It's less than a year ago. And I remember he's like locals, and we got to know each other, and like got to play some games. It's very positive, very positive experience with him and his partner, and play a lot of games locally. And I think he would be like, he should be very proud of making top 64. Unfortunately, he cannot make it any further into the tournament, but you know, he did get to play one of the best, possibly the best player of today.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Din continues their glorious run here. So
Fam is on
and then
absolute tear.
Round, so he'll be feeling very good about his results thus far.
Yeah, so yeah, he put up an excellent fight and very good job. And you know, now he can relax. He can spend the rest of the day playing some side events or watching some games and doing whatever he wants. And yeah, we have Din, who's I don't know, maybe he's maybe a little bit worried that all right, some of these Australian players actually got some hands.
Yeah,
they can get in there, right?
Yeah, if Nathan had have found that Hiram, had have found that Popsicle, I think they win that game.
Yeah, I am not paying for anything on Twitch. I just started using Twitch because of Disney
combo deck. So you need ramp, and then you need your Hirams and your items to refill your hand. And if you can't get all of those components together, then sometimes you just run out of cards in hand, which we saw there. And yeah, I think all the ink choices from Nathan were correct. I really like the way that he went about that game, but it was just...
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I know what you meant.
The game plan from Din, he really seems like he's got this meta figured out.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Like, you don't you don't go rogue and you don't go like way off the track without having a pretty good idea of like, all right, what's going on, what are people focusing on and what people are not focusing on. And yeah, so it's been a really good meta choice, and he's had the time to test it. He's like, all right, cool. If I run this into these popular 6 decks, what are people gonna do? What's a game plan? What's a B game plan? And what's my response to those things? And he had an answer to it. So he knew, all right, hey, look, you know, we have the super goofs to gain some lore. Like super goofs, where
I haven't seen that card for a long time. So
but yeah, so immediately look at a 3/4 stats. It's
2/4.
Sorry.
2/4.
At 2/4 stats, it's able to deal with a whole bunch of those lower cost characters that Brawl and Seesaw are supposed to deal with.
Yep.
It sticks around because it's got a 4 willpower body, and it's got rush, so it can get in, and it also gets you some lore.
Gets
so
you the lore,
it's almost when you really think about it, it's almost just a red Calhoun.
I think that's a good comparison for it. Yeah,
so,
and it will, like you said, it will often stick around if it challenges like a 1/2 or a 3/2.
Yeah, I thought this list did well in one of the Continentals, but didn't top 8 or top 16. I'm not sure exactly. I just know a lot of people were talking about it in the chat yesterday.
Definitely know what you want. So
yeah, so
I wish that there was like
cool.
an official
also
Disney Lorcana database for decks. Like Ink
like,
Decks is great.
Free lore every turn.
Yep.
Dreamborn is great.
But
like an official,
is, questing for.
Kind of like most other card games have on their website.
That really sort of like pictured out. I could see it like a mental flowchart of, all right, if opponent does this, then do this. If opponent does this, then do this. And there's multiple different ways to win these games. And yeah, I feel it's a really fun deck to watch. So
yeah, very much so.
There's a lot of technical aspects to like how it plays out, and it's
also any TFM fans.
A whole bunch of
the Prodigy player himself, AJ, is in top 4 of his set champs right now.
It's this chain of actions.
He's wearing his TFM jersey
and
today.
it really did that game. We saw it.
There was 36 players, which is huge for our area. And on the opposite side of the bracket is another teenager. So that'd be pretty awesome if they were in the finals.
If you don't find the Hiram in the popsicle,
like
you're run
the dream scenario if you're a local game store, right?
Some of the cards in your deck, like Manners, they demand an answer, but they don't challenge anything. They don't remove any of your opponent's cards. So you really need to think carefully and manage your total cards plus your inkwell very carefully.
Yeah, so that game was definitely much more of a sort of like a scrappier game where both players were just like playing off the top of their decks.
Yeah.
And I think like it's just Nathan like did a very good job setting the pace of the game where he decided, hey, look, if
game 2, I don't think there was much Nathan could have done.
Going to be able to crumble yours, so let's just both go in there with like our half-baked
seemed like fam
characters, and let's see what happens. And
he was more in tune with that game.
And, it seems like he was doing very well. I think like if he laid on the pressure and had a little bit.
Game 1, there's definitely some other options for both players.
Yep. And I think so. Theoretically, he had the right game plan.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he theoretically had the right game plan. I think that one Tipo questing might have been the one,
think
that was a huge deal right there.
So the challenge, fetch the visions, and then was just able to start the value train rolling.
Yeah, so but overall, like I think it's a very, very good game, and there's definitely a lot that that the players can learn from that situation.
Yeah, very much so. Do you think we're going to see this Din deck popping up? Do you think at locals next week you're going to see?
Oh yeah, so I guarantee you. At least at my locals,
I think it would be very popular.
People love playing just one.
Combo players are going to look at this and think, oh, okay, so this is.
Everyone's going to be all over this stuff.
And combo deck, and I think that's going to really resonate to a lot of people. So there's definitely people who might think some aspects or gameplay of Lorcana might be a little bit simple, and they might prefer a game that's got a little bit more depth or a little bit more complexity to its play lines. And I think that this offers that as well. And typically those people also enjoy playing a little bit more of a control strategy as opposed to a more sort of aggressive, speedier sort of strategy, right? And so I think that, this will be a very popular deck for people to try out. Obviously, it will require you to find some very popular cards right now, Mara Half Shark being the main one. And but if you're playing Ruby Sapphire,
you've probably already got
it's
2
not
or
much
3
for
Half Sharks.
I think you just get McDuck Manners and maybe some super goofs. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a difficult deck to build because it's mostly relying on rares and commons and uncommons. So I think we'll see that popping up quite a lot. And whether they'll be able to pilot it like Din, I guess we'll wait and see.
And then all of a sudden locals will all run to time every single round.
Everybody played Ruby Sapphire and it's just 5 McDuck Manors on the field
Yep.
and just chaos. So
No, that's the
I'll look
point.
forward to
That's the
Yeah.
seeing
point,
that
right?
occurs.
That's the point of the
So
Super
that game
Groups
was
and the
a
McDuck Manors and the
win
Pirates
win.
Life. You
Very
don't
well
go to
said.
Obviously, we're
time.
playing best of 3 for these
It's
Swiss rounds
completely
right now, so,
different than
we do have
traditional,
finished
right?
this round a little bit earlier. It's got a little bit of time before we move on to the next round. We will be taking a break soon. I'm just double checking with our support team in approximately how long we will be back until the next round.
So we're hearing about 15 minutes. So yeah, we might jump on a short break here and then
Still no backup
Station
games.
Back in about 15 minutes for the top 32 round
Yep.
of day 2 Melbourne Disney Lorcana Challenge. Thank you for watching, and we will be back soon.
See you then.
Guess what? Let's see. 1 second, guys.
Oops, wrong person.
Do I got that? All right. Yo, what's up, Warku? I found a backup
How
game.
he hide away the location.
We've got Lorcana from Luxury Gaming.
Thank you.
They're having their set champs today. Let's see. What do we got? Amber Steel taking on what looks like
And
Ruby
another
Sapphire.
2, 4. So now he's at 9.
What?
Ooh. And
I'm the star of this show, Warku. What are you talking about? The people come out here to see Dick. and I'm sick. I woke up today to go to set champs. I drove like 45 minutes there, was falling asleep the whole drive. Text my wife, told her I loved her. She told me to turn around and come home. All right, so let's see. Let me get this music out of my ear from the official Disney Lorcana. Yeah, I should message Allie. Yeah, yesterday the no backup games were brutal. So hopefully Dan doesn't mind. We snipe some other streams here. You know, like let the community know.
We had it first.
Let the community know about some of the other
So,
people we got out here grinding.
I mean, I feel like it would work for you in your favor. You only have to beat 4 people. Ooh, a brawl to finally get rid of that Daisy Duck. That Daisy Duck did the red.
I let her
play.
know. We're
Pretty
stream
scary.
sniping
He
her.
definitely lost 2 of the brawls.
Wow. Okay, so played to have double Lawrence, the Daisy, and a Smee. No B prep as a response. I mean, this is just the dream from
with the Lawrence, but I can't, or no,
from
maybe he's
Amber
saying
Steel.
something.
Am I right? Like this is the
I
matchup
was not paying
why
attention for that.
this is the matchup why you
I
play
think
it.
it's 2.
I've got to mute her. I can't listen to someone while I talk. Nothing against Allie. Love her to death. It's my autism. Got able to ready with 6 lore in play. Don't know the lore totals. They have a tracker right on here, provided by Nick, provided by Luxury Games. They make these beautiful mats themselves. I've got a couple of them. Is the lore in the top right and the top left? Is Allie on top of it? Yep, Walker knows. He uses them too. Oof. God, I love Amber Steel. All right, so if the lore totals are correct in the top right, going to 17 with a Lilo in play. Still no update yet from AJ. Who could be his new rival made it to the finals on the other end. I've never met him, the other kid, but I saw a photo of him. He looked like maybe 12 or 13. Nah, no one has deck lists. It's crazy. They're like all a secret. We did have a B prep. Good thing this Lilo just got played last turn. As we saw yesterday, people absolutely love returning Lilos, except this time it was correct. Appreciate it, Warku. I'll see you later. So I thought Amber Seal was on 17. No? Liquesta with 2 Lawrence and a Smee. So this lore cannot be trusted. Would love to know his play. Got a lot of friends that go up there. Yeah, we're gonna be back to the mainstream when they're off break. Even someone as entertaining as Bic Durns himself can't just talk about nothing for hours and hours, especially on having had to sleep all day from being in the Melbourne schedule from here. Medusa saving the game, but yeah, listen, a blue red deck, a ruby sapphire deck that actually tries to end the game at some point. Love it. It's mandatory in Australia. They got different rules over there. That's for sure. All right. Well, Maui is going to keep that Lilo gone. No point in returning it. Unless you were just never ever going to use the ink. Is this a strength? Yeah, definitely don't want to just fire off a strength for no value. Unless it's a storm. Oh. Yeah, no, not good. Not a good one. I see this so much at locals. Up to 16, could be 18. Not going to hate on Allie because the official Disney Lorcana page was not keeping track of theirs as well either. Yes, I want all of my opponents forever to follow this advice. God, can anyone else hear my fire alarm going off? The smoke detector? Who knows what the kids are up to? Wow, the blue-red player just has everything. Inking and Tamatoa says, I don't even need it. I'm just going to Sisu your whole board. Man, that's got to be a wrap, right? That's crazy. Like, the Amber Steel player just had so much in play the last few turns before the B prep. Double Lawrence, Smee, Daisy Duck. Yeah, didn't someone return a Daisy, like... Didn't someone return a Daisy into... Or, sorry, a Lilo into, like, a shark or something? Or, like... Or did they return it into a Calhoun? Like, I remember they returned it into them just losing the game outright. Like, it was crazy. Yeah, so I honestly barely play. I do a lot more thinking and writing about the game than I do playing. It's gonna change soon. I've definitely set up some stuff with people locally to where we're gonna be able to meet up a couple nights a week. People that I trust, that I feel like I can help them, and then in turn, I will also be getting helped by them. You know. But even before like Star City games, where I was successful, like I top 8'd at least once every single weekend I went to a Star City games. I did not play like a single game within multiple weeks leading up to it. But I did watch coverage on Twitch, and you know, like people think me and Dan are childhood best friends. Like people legitimately think this, which is just why we joke about it now. But like I didn't know Dan, I didn't know Scott, I didn't know anyone on the Forbidden Mountain. And I just went ahead and watched all of their videos, and that led to my success, which sounds so stupid. But like, you know, Dan said, yeah, this is the best deck. Everyone should play this deck. I'm like, okay, sounds great. Like I Googled Dan, I Googled Scott. Well, I knew who Scott was. I was from the Philadelphia area. Scott was a huge name in Magic the Gathering. I never played a lot of the games that Dan played. And when I did play those games, like World of Warcraft, I did not play it seriously whatsoever. Like I would just show up and try to borrow a deck from people. Like I played in large events without a sideboard, for instance. So I trusted everything that they said, and I went ahead, I introduced myself to them. We talked about the game. We shared similar interests, similar ideas about card games in general. And they invited me to the team. Yeah. Can't say that that's going to ever happen again. It was just like one of those crazy happenstance things. But yeah, I very rarely get to play, especially now where I live. Like my closest locals is like an hour from me. I have 50,000 miles on my car, and it's a 2025. Luckily, I get like 38 miles to the gallon. But yeah, I mean, if I want to go to a locals, it's 100 miles round trip. Generally speaking, I like the set champs I was going to go to today was 2 hours away, and I was only going because AJ and his mom was going to be there. like I also believe that like it's really important to support stores. You want to prove to them that they should continue to support Disney Lorcana. But yeah, funny story. If anyone knows George, who was on the Forbidden Mountain, first time I met him, he hated me. Like we were just like doing small talk, and he's like, "Yeah, how long have you been playing?" And I was like, "Oh, I started buying cards when the game first came out, but I've only played a couple times." And this was at Star City Games, and I was being completely truthful. Like I just haven't played that much at all. And then all of a sudden, like I understood the game because I played Magic and it's so similar. I played World of Warcraft. It's like almost identical. So I understood the game very well, and I watched a lot of people playing the game. So I was playing very quickly, and he thought I was like trying to scam him. Like, oh no, I'm brand new. Take it easy on me. But I wasn't. And then he got to know me, and he realized I'm just like an oddly honest person. Are these parent? Is this a parent playing? Messaging alley. Just by their mannerisms, it's like how I would treat like my kids. All right, are we back? Still not back on Disney Lorcana for the official event. Checking on AJ, still not reported. Yep, father and son. Boom. Look how good I am. It's like I know things. Oh, we also learned yesterday that if you just quest with a 3/2 Prince Philip, it never gets challenged for some reason. That was a fun one. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Especially because like I don't remember exactly who was talking about it. Someone was talking about it recently. And they said something like they play 1,000 games a week or something like that. And you know, if you play 1,000 games in a week, but you're not communicating, like you don't trust the person that you're playing against, or you don't know the person you're playing against, you're not communicating with them. Like you don't know when you're making mistakes. You know, even if you're winning, you might have you might just be that much better than that person's, for instance. Whereas like when I watch someone play, I can like be like, okay, well, I would have done this instead of that. Like we'll see how it turns out, you know. And then I can go back and be like, yeah, so if we would have went my way, this would have happened. Or, oh wow, if I would have did what I wanted to do, like I definitely would have lost that game. And sometimes you could do the right thing and lose. So you still have to be able to tell like, yeah, I would have lost that game, but most of the time I would have won. Yeah. So I feel like seeing other people's mindset is so important. The only time I really did play test a decent amount was when I was staying up in New Jersey while I was waiting for the tenant to leave the house that I purchased in North Carolina. Some like newer viewers might not know, I was homeless when the game came out. Like me and the family were living in Airbnbs, mostly in Florida because we love theme parks. But it was just impossible for me to play basically. So when I went up to New Jersey for a couple of months to stay up there so that my kids could be close to their grandparents, I was going to Dan's house like 2 nights a week, and we would play 3 games with 2 different decks and then switch decks. And it was like you know, like kind of like one brain with 4 arms basically. And we were able to just be like someone had done well with a Ruby Emerald deck. We were 3 games in, and I was like, Dan, that was the best possible opening hand I could have with this deck, and the game wasn't close. We're not playing this deck ever again. And, he just started laughing, and it's so helpful to have an experience like that, because if your only other option was sleeve it up and take it to locals and like spend all day on the deck, that's a rough one. So like, I feel like when me and Dan were playtesting a ton, that was when we were doing our best. Like, that was when we were winning a bunch of let it goes and like barely missing day 2. Or like when I went to Star City games with Ruby Amethyst and I played 1 Be Prepared, like, and 2 Maui Sharks. Now, like, a lot of people are cutting, or not Maui Sharks, sorry, Maui Hero to All. Now a lot of people are cutting it. Oh, I got an ad. My bad, everyone. Now a lot of people are cutting it. But like back then, I felt like people were respecting it way too much, and that you could take advantage of them because of it. Like, you could exploit people, especially if they were like good enough to show up to a Star City games. It's a lot different competition than locals. Like, when I first started going to locals in North Carolina, not a single person the first month I was here had ever heard of Star City games in their life, which blew me away, because like I grew up in a highly populated area where like it was just the most competitive scene. We would have like over 300 people for our Pro Tour qualifiers for Magic, and I would look at like random city in the middle of America that would have 16 people, but both of them still just paid out 1 slot. It was extremely competitive where I played. But it's been nice meeting a lot of the people here. Like Tay, for instance, she loves playing themed decks. All of her decks have to have a theme. And I'm always busting her chops about it. Like, she'll be like, man, if I had 1 more win, I'd have made top 8. I'm like, yeah, if you would have had a playable card in your deck, you might have made top 8 too. I'm just messing with her because it's not the goal. Like, that's not her goal, Like, it'd be nice to take her King Triton deck and make top 8, but at the same time, it's her hobby, So it has been awesome meeting a lot of people here who are not so serious about the game. Gosh, this game here is crazy. Off to a 12-0 start. If we don't have a B prep, this Sven really putting in work. But yeah, anyone here that doesn't follow us regularly, we do a podcast live every Thursday. This Thursday, Dan won't be on, but it should be me and Scott. We're leaving for Southside Gaming. Dan's leaving Thursday. I'm leaving Friday. That's why I'm able to do the podcast still. But that's where we can just go over like the news, what happened that week. Like, we finally got dual inks, which is crazy. We'll go over every spoiler there is, and then just like go over what's happening with us locally. I know a lot of people are fascinated the difference between different parts of the country. Like, Dan is blown away by some of the experiences that I have here. Stuff like showing up to a local game store, you pay your entry fee, you play the tournament, and then they go, "Oh, we don't have any booster packs or anything. Sorry, there's no prizes." Stuff like that, which I've never experienced in my life. All right, do we have 2 characters and a strength? No, gone questing. We did not return to Lilo. Smee went ahead and did everything he could. My God. Plus at his event, so that Smee quested for 8 lore total. What an amazing 2-cost card.
Okay, hit the train. Let me know when the tub is done. We gotta get this up. So long for you.
All right, what's the thought process here? It's got to be B prep or bust, right? Go to 1. All right. I know the 12 lore is not accurate because it didn't go up last turn. I believe it's 15. Oh, AJ's in the finals. Just got word from his mom. Man, they said 15-minute break. Liars. All right, we got Ruby Sapphire on the play. What do we got? We have frantic hand motions. Got a killer hand out of the Amber Steel player. That's for sure. Inca Dragon, play a Popsicle. It's exactly what you want to see. Interesting. Hard to say because there's so many uninkables in this deck. But I'm thinking that Pluto is going to come down perfectly in line to stop a Maui. But hard to ask for more than turn 1 Daisy when you're playing against Ruby Sapphire. Yep, this is exactly what Ruby Sapphire wants to be doing. They can't afford to hire him next turn, though. Popsicle to the bottom. Questing up to 2. Had to ink a Rapunzel. Perfectly fine. Not great for this matchup. Unless there's a random Grammatala sitting around somewhere that you can run your character into. These 4 health beat sticks are just such a pain. And virtual no downside when you're running against a deck like Ruby Sapphire with such a low character count. Opting to ink Visions. Yeah, it's not a great one. The 1/6 body just not too helpful. At this point, it does take out a Happy, though. I wouldn't have minded keeping that Happy for ink, playing the Piglet. We would still be questing for 3 with our characters this turn. Now we're going to have to ink a card that's significantly better than Happy. We're going to have to ink a Lilo. Unless we're opting not to ink at all. How far I'll go to the bottom. Hire him to the hand. And why not? Quest for another one. Man, we're still not back. What is going on? Stream down? Maybe there's some sort of dispute. There's a very long time that they have to play their rounds, plus any additional time needed for extra turns and judge extensions. Glad we haven't heard of any disqualifications yet. Although, to be fair, those are some of our best performing videos because people love the drama. Man, I wish I could see gameplay update for AJ's. Yeah, this store that he's at today apparently did dice roll to determine who's gonna be on the play in top 8. Yep, Hiram take out the Happy. or sing a song. Opting for the happy. Yeah, I really think the pivotal turn of this game was playing the happy instead of the piglet the turn prior. And then we didn't ink last turn, so we're not playing a double card this turn. Ruby Sapphire is such a bad matchup for you that you just really can't make any mistakes unless your opponent is going to go ahead and also mess up somewhere, which obviously you can't. Unless your name is Dylan and you live in North Carolina, you think that's always going to happen. I try to help him with his decks, and his response always is, well, my opponents always mess up when I play that card. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's not in the rule book. I know the rules haven't been updated in almost a year, but they're still the rules of the game. Dan got confused, jumped on the stream, saw luxury. Yeah, man. I mean, I've been checking. We've been on break for a long time. There's only so much dick the fans can handle, you know what I mean? Eager to draw that card for the turn. We still got Quest of the Tyrant, right? Wait. We definitely don't need well, the Vitalisaur is nice. The other one, not so much. The shield. Opting to get rid of the Vitalisaur. Okay, so we did not quest before challenging, right? And then we ended up finding an ice block, which would have saved us 2 damage, right? Oh, stream's back on. Thank you, Allie, for letting me stream snipe you.
And he just like felt a
Back over.
huge sense of release after the game. You know, even though he did lose, but he was very high intensity. He was like really excited for the game.
Thank you so much, Peter.
Really, he really enjoyed the experience.
We should be on a team. Dick and Peter.
He's going to sit in his mind some of his plays and some of his lines, and he's going to think about that and learn from it. And it's been a great experience. And you know, definitely like when we don't.
It's funny the viewers just went up 9 for us from the stream coming back on.
And I think he got a lot out of it. Sometimes you get a lot more out of losing than you do get from winning. So they've had a great experience. And, Din has been a very friendly person from the few interactions I had with him over this weekend. Even took a photo with Nathan during the weekend. So a very, very nice guy. And yeah, so we like everyone.
Yeah, Nathan was awesome, honestly.
Win or lose. And
props to him. Hope to see more of him in the future.
As long as he's staying with the beaches. So so things have been going.
Dang, Jason making a drowning joke.
A little bit sooner, so we're just seeing names.
Chat was getting them yesterday with him.
Getting to the business end, and you're seeing some of your colleagues and friends. Still in,
yeah. There was definitely a lot of that talk. All the top 64 players are kind of grouped around the lounge and just like, how did you go? How did you go? So yeah, I know a few people have made it through, and they're looking quite strong. So hopefully they can keep it going and do really well.
Well, we certainly.
Oh
do
man,
still
do they have a
quite
lounge there
number
for top
of
64?
Australians,
I know they did
in the top
nationals,
32, so
and people were very happy about it.
within the bracket. So we'll see how they go.
Yep.
Definitely one of the very interesting.
Except for
things
Moyen
how
when he got
bracket
yelled
systems
at
work, and
for
obviously
being there
it's
after he
a
was
seeded bracket
eliminated.
where first seed place the last seed 64,
We know
so on,
nothing.
like,
Yeah,
there's a big
there's
web that
just
tables
like
each
World's
other, so,
information
not
doesn't
necessarily,
exist.
like, you know,
Unfortunate.
so yeah, if a player upsets their pairing, they then kind of move up into a very weird part of the seeding of the bracket.
Yep.
And now it like plays very weirdly. So the whole bracket's jumbled up at this point. We don't know who's playing who, and it's very difficult to predict who will be playing in following rounds.
Yep.
But yeah, so it's very exciting. So
How do you not know who's
we'll be
playing
interested
who?
to see, you know, how to match up.
It didn't
up.
change
Even the
what
this
position
year,
you're
this year
going in and going into it. It
really
should be a fixed
decided,
bracket from both
who
sides.
they want to get into the next round. I know
Everyone
who I
should
want.
know
Yep.
exactly
I've been
who
pushing for
their
a certain
possible
person.
opponents
I don't
are
know if he's
all
gonna get
day.
picked, but
Am
if
I
this
right
person
or wrong?
wins their top 32 round, I am definitely going to strongly petition to get this person in the top like onto the stream match for top 16. So yeah, so I've got my eye on certain people, and yeah, so just waiting for everyone to logistically work through the system, and yeah, definitely it's a very stressful morning. So obviously we were talking this morning about decklist, and so someone showed me what the decklists were. So there's a number of logistical hurdles to get through these decklists. So one of the logistical hurdles is different languages. So some of the players were from Germany and from France, and they might have missed
Logistical hurdles. They submit a Dreamborn decklist.
It's correct, but obviously. Yeah.
Unless they're not doing that for this one, I've always been able to submit a Dreamborn decklist.
Yep, that's one part.
It has the photos.
One part of the components of the tournament, and also like everyone, like it is open decklist. So as we were saying,
they could at least tell us the color combinations, right? Like we don't have to read those.
Yeah, as I saw that previous game with Nathan.
A lot of these names have proper names.
Yep. And
so no matter what language you speak, it would be the same name.
The gameplay like really allowed him to prepare a good game plan.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, we're just hearing that we're getting the pairing sorted out now. Have you had, Jason, any
also, where's the third guy?
Stories that you've heard over the weekend? I know I was talking to some friends, and there was one.
I know, right? Aside from the fact that so many must have played each other, and some of them had to get
Alice in Wonderland pin with a nice little signed card that said like "Good luck questing" or something like that. And I thought that was just a really sort of lovely additional souvenir that you could take home from the person that you played against. Have you heard any sort of interesting ones?
So maybe not this weekend.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone in the chat plays sorcery.
More there to just be a part of the
I don't remember the other one.
They've dressed up and
there's a couple other games that use the same exact software. Maybe they can chime in and they would know better. We can submit decklists on Melee. I'm not sure if it's just not set up for Lorcana. But I've had to submit Magic decklists on Melee.
People very nice and very positive. And
hey, what's going on? Hope all's well.
I didn't get to interact with too many people.
Happy to see you. Happy to hear from you.
That story.
The event, it's been fun. It's been awesome. Like
there was a young lady who played
seeing
a sealed event.
How other people's brains work from completely across the world from you.
Yeah,
it's been absolutely amazing. Really looking forward to seeing
so it's insane. So I think,
the Asian Pacific countries as well in the future.
And then she got a Badanon and a Baymer, one of the more recent ones.
Yep.
And so like 3 enchants out 6 packs and like it's like she like you could hear her in the background.
Yeah, I heard the cheer in the background. Insane, it was like another one. That was just
we'll run the numbers,
incredible
right?
luck. Yeah.
So supposedly like enchanted rates are about like 1 in 100-ish packs.
Yeah,
so,
something like that.
If you run the numbers, it's like all right, cool. So it's 1 in a million. Then you do some mathematical permutations. So it's 1 in a couple 100,000. So it's like odds are like really insane.
Unbelievable.
And it just landed. So like she would have had a good time.
Yep. She would have been very happy with her with her pack.
Yeah, your 6 packs, you get free enchanted. You don't even care what happens there.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely not. You just go home at that point.
Yeah, you drop and you're like you still won more than everyone else. So so it's some really
for sure
fantastic experiences.
Yeah.
The mouse has their hand in everything.
Matt Chapman, he's been
and I know one of the main reasons they wear these headphones
like how many cards
is because they're constantly getting yelled at, according to the guy from Podcana, Brendan.
So it's been a great experience.
Like constant notes, constant like, no, don't say this, say this.
You are here for the next one, and
We've had them muted a lot.
Like looking at it very positively, and
I don't
think,
want to have them muted
yeah.
when
hopefully
there's not
many
gameplay
more of these
going
in the future.
because
yeah, really nice guy. He
I
doesn't
do
just
want to
sign stuff
showcase
too.
these
Like,
guys,
little
especially
doodle
like it's their
things.
first
My
time
friend brought their
casting.
gateway starter set for Lorcana, which a lot of people brought that box.
But I've
And
been
yeah, he
happy
signed
that
it,
I
and then he
haven't
drew a
heard
little
any
Cheshire
like
Cat on the
Disney
front, so I
trivia
thought that was really nice.
or
And that's
what's your
something to take
favorite
home and
movie.
Sort of remember him by.
Yeah, Cheshire Cat, the interesting cat that was in Alice in Wonderland. That
Yep.
My missus, she really likes Alice in Wonderland. That the cat was
The cat is.
and
There's a lot of the
character,
there's a lot of those characters in the Emerald color, and a lot of them have like discard or like wacky effects. It's like when you banish this, you get to banish another. Yeah, it's a very fun card to play, and I really like a lot of the artwork that they've done for that one.
Yeah, it's actually such an interesting walk through like the memory lane of Disney, all these different like Lorcana cards. So there's a lot of cards that draw inspiration from the really old like periods like Oswald the Rabbit, really older sort of stuff, and then, right up to like modern like animated stuff.
Yeah, and then unfortunately they are going to be the face of it and probably take the most harsh brunt of it from the Twitch chat and stuff like that.
Over the course of maybe 40, 50 years.
Reddit posts.
Really makes me feel like a bit of a boomer, actually.
Yeah, no, it's like, oh, I watched that as a kid, and now it was made in like the 90s. It's like, oh boy.
Right, so you said you watch Hercules, which
yes,
I think it means you're a little bit older than me, then, right?
Not sure. I don't want to talk about that on stream.
Where's the third person? They announced the third person. We saw them once.
I'll look at, and I've even seen the film that they're in, and I'm like, oh, what is that from? And then you got to sort of go back, and it's like, oh wait, I've seen that movie. I just don't remember that character.
12.
So like, I think Bucky
go
was
with
one of
12.
those where I thought he was like associated with
Let me
Chip
know
and
if I'm
Dale,
right.
like one of the rescue rangers, and no, he was from Emperor's New Groove. So
okay, there's a whole bunch of cool animated shows as well. So not even movies, like so DuckTales, and you have
like judging from what Brennan has said on Podcana, they are not allowed to like talk about anything serious or competitive.
So like we haven't seen.
It's very
much
interesting.
From some of the newer sets. So like I would have liked.
He was there. Like he did the introduction. They made him read something word for word.
Kind of seen starting to come in.
I know he like fumbled a little bit, which I'm terrible at reading while looking at a camera as well. Like you want to focus on not having your eyes shift from side to side, stuff like that.
You play a lot of sort of high willpower characters,
and
they're very difficult to sort of challenge.
I'm like, man, did they just tell him get off the screen?
Yeah. When it heals, and every time it quests,
boom, nailed it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's definitely
my kids. I have 2 daughters. For those that don't know, obviously they love
in the next
Frozen.
Set, it might get some support.
I only know this from Disney Lorcana, from the sub name of the first.
You see some cards that come out, they're not necessarily in the right place. When
so the argument I've heard is the competitive players are already going to watch the stream no matter what. They might even mute the stream.
I think one of the interesting.
So they want to like snag people that are just Disney fans, which to me, terrible excuse, terrible reason. Like random Disney fans are just going to be on Twitch for no other reason. Like no, I'm not buying it personally.
Were free or locations are open, like weren't being targeted, which means that you could invest in some good locations and do well. But that being said, there's probably some other locations.
Oh my god, what a throwback! Yes. That is true.
So this is actually probably a good time.
That was the first one in Atlanta, and I had only given out 2 ever before that.
That's right. Locations are kind of good right now.
That is awesome. Thank you so much.
Really went off yesterday.
This is like literally the only reason I go to events is meeting people. And like having a great time meeting people. Honestly. I told people that work at Ravensburg when I met them during like Pack Rush and stuff like that. Hey, anytime you want to put me on the Pack Rush team, I'll never play in a DLC again. I won't even take a bathroom break. I'll wear a diaper. 12 hours straight, Pack Rush, just meet people. It'd be the dream for me. You don't even have to pay me. I'll go myself.
You put your characters on the Speedway, you move them across, and then you draw free cards and you gain free lore. And so like I think like there's potential for a whole bunch of location decks to.
Yeah, it's funny. I keep joking because it says copyright Disney in the bottom left corner. I keep telling Dan they're gonna come after us.
Haven't quite got it perfected yet. Is the Red Steel locations deck with pirates. So you're on things like the Jolly Roger, which gives your characters rush, and pirates move in there for free. And then you've got interesting cards like it's called Alien Slate Robotics Facility. It's like if you have a robot or an alien character there, it can't be challenged.
Where are the
And then you've
player
got the cards
interviews?
like John
That's
Silver,
what I'm
which
wondering.
have the alien
Oh,
tag,
we
so
were
you
right.
move that in
We
there.
were
They
right,
can't
chat.
challenge your locations.
We've been right for
Then you're
2
seeing a whole
days.
new world, refill
They
your
make them
hand,
switch
and you look for the
their.
Jim Hawkins
They make them
list to play
switch their
location 3.
sleeves.
So yeah, that's one of
Boom.
the decks that I've
That's
been messing
why.
around with, and I feel like
How do
it's-
they not
it's
just have a
got
case of all the
potential.
same
I
color
haven't quite got it
sleeves?
there yet, but yeah,
Every
there's
time it's
definitely
random color, different color.
Yeah,
a lot of power in locations, and I think they're just with the high willpower.
And if
it's
you're
a lot
gonna
to
make
deal
day
with for
2,
a
why
lot
don't
of
you
these
just
slower
tell the
decks.
people
Yeah,
in the
and,
player
yeah,
meeting
so,
or when they're going
like
home,
some
like,
of the
hey,
big turns that you can
brand
have seen
new,
with Lorcana
solid
and stuff,
sleeves
so
only.
Yes.
that's the thing. That's like the
We're
the
you know,
Tiber,
you may be on
builder in me
camera.
looks at these cards and like, I wanna
Like,
play
why are we
that.
wasting
I
the
wanna
time
play
now?
that deck.
Yeah.
You know?
I want to do crazy busted things with you.
I
but just
already
have
don't think
time,
you
you
should be
know?
allowed to play with art
yeah.
sleeves.
So yeah, I just
If
wanna-
someone
wanna
just
stick around with a
randomly
lot more
markers
more
a
stuff. So,
small dot in an art sleeve,
yeah.
how I would never know.
We're just
So you
hearing.
know what I'm saying?
Looks like we're in for
Plus,
an
like,
Amethyst
they
Steel
peel,
mirror match,
stuff like
so,
that.
Okay,
yeah.
so that's going to be a really
Like, you're not allowed to use clear sleeves. Why?
Where, you know, we've seen
Like,
a lot
the
of
back of the
Amethyst,
card
a lot of
is
Amethyst cards,
art,
a lot of steel
right?
cards,
And they
and
sell
obviously
sleeves
Amethyst
that
Steel
are
being
the back of the
two most
card.
popular colors this weekend.
I would say so. Yeah, we've been
So,
seeing a lot of
like,
Steel
just
Song,
make
a lot
it.
of Diggy,
You only
and
have to play
then,
solid color
yeah,
sleeves,
just a lot
in
of
my opinion.
Amethyst,
At least for
mostly
day 2.
Amethyst Ruby, but yeah.
So we've got a mirror match between two. We haven't seen a mirror match for at least we haven't seen a Amethyst Steel.
No,
mirror match.
definitely
We've
not.
seen Amber Steel versus Amber Ruby, but not a mirror match. And so you know,
Oh god.
probably like 90% the same card. So you're running the same lineups of
I love it.
Merlin and Madabins.
Yep.
In the steel side, you're probably going to be seeing Smee. You're probably going to be seeing Calhoun. Probably going to be seeing Pete. So those are all going to be the same there. And then probably going to see a couple of the steel removal cards. So
Yeah, I mean, we talked about
probably,
Thursday.
Stormray John.
They went on what
And
seems like a little
from
bit of a
the
hiring
Amethyst
spree,
side,
or an
we'll have
attempted
some
hiring
pop in.
spree,
I think they
which
still
is
like
awesome.
Yep.
And maybe there's a little bit.
And
of
like they're
variation
willing to shell out
Elsa's
what
and
seems to
the
be
Deltas as well.
competitive rates
Yeah, I think there's a couple ways
for
you
the
can build
trading
this
card
to go
game
the slightly
space.
more aggressive
You can
route,
argue
with
over
more
how much it
possible
costs to live in
Question
Seattle,
2,
whatever.
Cards like Befuddle and Cannons to try
but
and get that sort of
they
one-drop on
believe
turn
that the
1
game is
into
going
one-drop
to
cannons or
exist.
one-drop
They
Befuddle on
believe
turn
that
2,
there's going to
and
be
then you've essentially got
competitive
two things on the
at
board
some point
versus
in the
an empty board
future.
for your opponent. Or you can take a more mid-range approach. play
Hopefully
some slightly
it
higher
works
cost
out. I'm definitely
cards,
not
things
one of the
like
shills
big
that's like,
Tinkerbell that comes out for 6
no, it's all
and
calculated.
King's
Nah,
always
man.
1 for 1 on the
They
turn
are
you
a
play it.
dog
So yeah, it'll be
chasing a
interesting to see
car,
what
and
take
they
that
don't know
both of
what
these
they'll do
players
when they
have
catch
on this
it.
deck, whether they've gone the more aggressive or the more.
But to be fair, every time
mid-range
they've
approach.
caught the
so,
card, they figured
I
it out.
think
So
that, yeah, most the early to mid range gameplay is going to be reasonably similar.
Yep.
And so let's think.
don't
about,
forget your
alright,
10% off
what's
coupon to
what's
buy
our
a
opening place? What do we wanna see
utility shell.
opening on.
Yep.
If we're on the play,
So
and
funny
on
that
the
you
draw,
can like.
what do we want? What do we want?
It's probably what my
So,
wife has been googling.
in
They're
my
targeted ads,
opinion,
right?
I think. Look, Calhoun.
One
is
of them
very
is going to
good
be how to
into
find a
your
new
cards,
husband.
right? So,
Absolutely, yes.
Calhoun
He
will
stays
be
up all
a
night
sharp
watching
into
Australian
rabbits.
coverage.
It's very good into rabbits. Very good into Chernobyls.
Yep.
Very good into brooms. And very good into any.
Man,
so
I
very
love
good into
this. I wish there
yeah,
was a
like,
DLC
for
every
Diablos,
weekend,
it was pretty
honestly.
Diablos, yeah.
I love hanging out with chat.
Calhoun's very
I
strong.
appreciate
Yep.
all of
Doesn't
you that
match
are
very well
tuning in.
against Snake. So because it's a free will trade.
Yeah,
Right?
trade.
Like, this
So,
is
it
the
seems
only
like if you
reason I
are
wanted to
playing,
play
you'd want
Disney
to
Lorcana, was to interact with people and have
Snake a
fun.
little bit more, just because it has more even stats to deal with Calhoun.
Yep.
It
I don't
also
think I
deals
am
with all the
particularly
other-
great
all
at
the
card
other
games.
steel, loyalties as well, which, like,
So,
Smee, right?
there
They
has to
will
be an
move
alternate
them as well.
motive
So
for me to
it
be
seems like
here.
Snake will be the card to play. I think Rabbit. Obviously, you draw cards off Rabbit, but it might be a bit of a liability if Calhoun's are sitting around, and there's not a lot of direct removal cards.
Yep.
Any other cards you think might be super important in this matchup to have?
I think this sort of matchup can really get out of hand very quickly. If your opponent's able to get board control, they can go very wide, and most of these decks aren't running cards like Grab Your Swords anymore. The big Tinkerbell is probably less common, so yeah, I think it can be a very swingy matchup. Yeah, I think getting out something like a Calhoun and I think it's really about curving out. If you can play, say, Chernobyls on turn 1.
Yeah, I always have to tell my
or
wife, like,
Snake on turn 2,
I'm retired. I've
and then
been
get something
retired
out
for
on
4
turn
years.
3. I think
Like,
you're in a
sorry,
very
just
good
like
position.
pretend I have a job
And then,
again.
yeah, in the mid game, you want cards like
Like, she
Rabbit
hasn't
to
known
keep
me
your hands full.
since I've had a
And one of
job,
the cards we saw
basically.
yesterday, which
But,
I'm probably going to see again today,
you know,
is
just act like I
library.
have a
So
job and I have to go to
if you
work
can get your
sometimes.
library down
Like
first,
flying to
move some
Florida for a
cards
couple
into it on
days
say
to
your 4 or 5
go
ink
play.
turn, and then have those cards challenge, If both cards are banished, you still get to draw a card off the library. So I think that's going to be one of the.
AJ was in the finals last I saw. His mom has not texted.
Be able to generate a lot
Boom, he won, baby. That's right.
Very hard for your opponent to catch.
Oh my
100%.
god!
think
I
that
got a
definitely,
text.
Playing library at the right turn is going to open up a huge resource deficit or resource advantage. If players are, questing and they don't mind trading some of their characters, if one player then introduces library, then shifts all their characters to library, and then send them into those challenge trades, immediately the resource differential.
Yeah, the value is just
completely changed. So using it at the right time is key. I would imagine that if the library is played without much protection, it will be targeted pretty pretty
that's
quickly.
right.
Now talking about this matchup, we did sing the praises of Merlin Crab yesterday.
Yep.
I think this one of those matchups where
Sorry, I had to
it's a little
text
bit
AJ and
less
his
relevant,
mom.
just because most things
That
are
is
around a similar
awesome.
sort of stat line where they can just
36 players. He
obviously,
wore
one
his
defensive where
TFM
Merlin
jersey.
Crab would be very good is to deal with the
Going
deal
over
with
the
library.
deck list now.
Absolutely,
So what we
So,
have?
yes, we
Purple
looks like
Steel
the camera
Mirror.
is onto our players and
Okay.
is starting up on deck lists. Yep. A little bit of pen flicking here right now.
Judging by the amount of cards in
trying to
it,
memorize what your
I can't
opponent's
read
doing. I bet they're
anything.
seeing
Judging
a lot
by
of
the
the
amount
same
of
cards
cards
in
in
each
it,
other's deck list, so that maybe
it looks like it's going to be mid-range
discussing.
versus mid-range because
Yeah,
it's
so,
not like a clean
yeah,
cut,
so
a
it's,
bunch of 4-ups,
we've
stuff like that.
we've all been there, just reviewing deck lists.
AJ was
Cool.
playing
Look, we're all
Purple
good,
Steel as well.
and
Everyone's
looks like
happy.
we're shuffling up.
He
All right,
asked
so it's
us
pretty
for.
simple. Obviously,
He asked
way
us for a
easier
deck list. We shot it
if
to
you're
him. He
playing the
was like,
same
"Nah,
event
fam,
fundamentally,
that
versus,
deck
all right, cool.
sucks."
No, I'm
And he
playing
changed like 5
I'm
cards.
playing 3
He
brews,
won
or
a
I'm playing
scar with it
4
last
rabbit
week,
fours,
first
2
seed.
whatevers, and he's playing
Yeah.
whatever.
And then
It's
this
all right,
week,
cool.
he
So
won
it's
the
my
whole
fine.
thing.
deck list plus or minus these handful of cards. Yeah.
Sometimes you feel a little bit weird about it. It's like, oh, you're playing 4 of those. We test it. It's like 3 is better, right?
Yeah.
So you're like, think, okay, so what does he know that I don't know? Or like, did he make a different weird decision, right? So it's always interesting. It's just you kind of find out a little bit about a person based upon the deck list, right?
Yeah.
So
AJ's
so I'm
just a
interested
man.
to
That's
see
all
how
there
this
is to
pans
it.
out.
So we've got.
We don't have the deck list, so we're completely in the dark still. But we do have omniscience. We can see both players' hands, and yeah. So
Love the
I
AJ
think
love in
this
here. For
particular
those that
matchup,
don't know,
going
follow the
first is definitely,
Forbidden
going
Mountain.
first is good.
Right?
Yes,
And
in these tempo
AJ's
matchups,
12.
going
He's the
first
prodigy
is
player.
Often critical.
That's the
but
name.
We'll see.
That's the name
it
the
also
community
depends on what
gave
you get
him.
in your opening hand. If you miss your 1 drop,
He went to
or if you,
1 set
break in your
championships
opening
during
hand,
the Stitch events.
then the player
won
going
it.
second who's got additional cards.
And his dad wanted to teach him a little bit about like
so
sharing the love, humility,
think
stuff
that
like that.
there's
So he
kind of
told him to
2
skip
ways
the
in which
next
this
one.
game can be played. You
And
can
Mr. Beast
either
showed up and
focus
played at the next
significantly
one.
focus
Unfortunate.
on playing a more balanced game where
But
you're
AJ,
you can just
absolutely love that kid.
playing library and rabbit a little bit more smartly, or you can focus your gameplay where you are bouncing board, but you are focusing on a little bit more questing for lore, and then you can finish your opponent while keeping ball control with the goats, with the roses, right? So you can trade against your opponent's characters, but if you're playing goats and you're playing roses,
Man,
you're incrementally
got the
gaining a
champion
small
Matt. He
lore,
got himself a sealed
small
box.
lore advantage,
Looks
and then
like plus
you just
another
be able to
quarter of a
one turn
box.
push yourself over the line from like 17,
So happy.
right?
That's
So
right. Yep.
Definitely gonna be playtesting with AJ a lot more
Peter
starting
So it's
next
not?
month.
Oh, no.
all right, okay, cool. Alrighty then. So
Whoa!
apparently there's been a little bit of miscommunication, and we.
What do you know? There's the
scrub everything we just said.
miscommunication.
All right, we
We've
got
got, looks like
Amber Steel.
All right, Amber Steel made it to the top 32. They literally had the deck list on the table and still had the wrong ink colors up top. Got Hannah versus Peter. Don't know who the higher seed is. You would think like the higher seed would always be player 1, like the player on the left side. Just keep it simple. And the other Elsa into Chernobog. So yeah, there's probably Purple Steel on the other side. We'll see though. You never know. There could be a ruby card, a blue card popping out of nowhere. You just never know. Keep it on your toes. All right. Let's see. So we have turn 1 Cindy on the draw. Absolutely beautiful. It's what we want to see. We also have a Storm and a Strength. If I'm Peter, If I'm not bouncing this followers right now, I'm cashing it in. All right, now Hannah's on purple green. Does anyone else see this in the top left corner? She's a shapeshifter. Somewhat of an illusionist. All right, purple steel is accurate. Mr. Smee into the inkwell. Both players opting to put Mr. Smee's in the inkwell. Calhoun, good answer. Did we have another 2-drop? See, we just drew a happy. But we inked a Smee on turn 1. Did we have another 2 to follow that up? Yes, it's very easy to confuse emerald amethyst with 2 completely different colors. Okay, so we did have another Mr. Smee. Do we have another 1-drop? Yes, we do. Taking out this Calhoun. What are they arguing over? Do you see this? This is just me. Hopefully that was jovial because that looked intense. He is going to be able to take out this Cinderella. He's going to fox it. It is not a mirror, no matter what they told us in the beginning. Okay, we've got a Cinderella. If I'm just firing off this storm. Yep. Absolutely. This is why Hannah's in day 2. Drew another Cinderella. Awesome. If she's got to feel very confident in that shift line. And we're just questing here, right? No punish. What's the punish? 1-drop plus fox. We already saw 1 fox. Got a quest here. Yep. She is our Obi-Wan. Pete? Cool. Pete does nothing. Look at Hannah giving tips, telling them, flip that upside down so your opponents know that you didn't forget the trigger. Yeah, so what? We're just inking happy, playing a Cinderella. Passing the turn, possibly. I would not risk the double Cinderella here. There's too many uninkables in most Amber Steel decks. All right, we're going to risk it. Well, my old Magic friends, Lucas Xiao, we were doing a team draft together. He showed me his opening hand. 7 cards, no land. He goes, what should I do? I was like, obviously mulligan. He goes, that's not how you get on the Pro Tour. Snapped it off, won his match in the team draft. All right, so we've got options here. We can repeat. Let's snake into playing Pete again. Or we could have went ahead and dropped a rabbit. I was going to say, I don't see how inking Pete here is right, no matter what. Like, use all of your ink. Also, not sure the benefit of this Chernobog followers. Although, if you're definitely going to play the 2 cards and use all of your ink, there's no reason to cash it in at that exact moment. Also has like the answer, or what could be the answer for a Shift Cinderella with the crab in his hand. One of the only like incredibly on rate answers for a shifted Cinderella. All right, what did we draw? We're debating on if we even want to ink it. We don't. Is it a Sven? Goat to hand. It was a Sven. Okay. Yeah, why not? If we're gonna turn everything else sideways, let's just go for it. We're saying, all right, you deal with this. The game could be yours, but good luck dealing with it. We saw yesterday, Josh, I don't know if you're here, someone ran a Fred into a Cinderella. His opponent did not put a damage counter on it. He then read Cinderella. Yeah, I really like traditional Steel Song, mainly because that's just my play style. I like that I can be like the most controlling deck possible in games that I need to be, and then I could flip the switch and be a very aggressive deck in the games I need to be. But I also just like really like options. Yeah, so Crab plus Pete plus Snake does take out the Cinderella. The followers is going to get some value in trading with the other Cinderella. Nice clean 2 for 2, by the way. Like the Cinderella that was shifted onto. Do we need to? Oh, okay, we have draw in our hand. I was going to say, do we need to ink there? Yeah, that's fine. Although I'd be a lot more greedy than that. I would be a lot more greedy than that with the Rapunzel. I'd be hemming and hauling and questing with both my characters and passing the turn, hoping that this crab takes out the happy. I can then challenge the crab with the Daisy Duck, draw 3 cards on the following turn. I feel like we're in such a hole right now. I think that's just like what you have to do. Plus, you still get the 3 lore this turn. Yeah, the Ninja Star was the best. Someone accidentally throwing their cards. Oof. It's funny. Hannah keeps wanting to direct. Wow. Yeah. I mean, would he have done anything different if Hannah would have kept the 1 card in her hand? Would she be drawing 3 cards this turn? I mean, you got to quest a Rapunzel too, right? You were at the point where we just hope to draw 2 lore characters for the rest of the game. But honestly, what do you think, chat? I don't have anyone else to bounce these crazy thoughts off of. Were we supposed to play that Rapunzel the previous turn? And that Belle clearly should have not taken out that happy, right? Like, what if she just drew another Rapunzel? You know it's in her deck. Yeah, we did talk about this last Thursday. First, I'm going to start with the bad. taking away this runner-up playmat is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard from Ravensburger, in my opinion. But I am very happy that people are going to get a promo for signing up. It's going to encourage people to sign up early. It's going to encourage people who want like a participation prize to actually come. Anytime Ravensburger is willing to help local stores get more players in their store, that's great. Scott was plenty blunt about it, of like, most of the people complaining about the runner-up mat weren't going to win one anyway. But I mean, like, my business partner James, for instance, he only wants the runner-up mat. Like, if he makes it, he wants the second place mat. He doesn't want it to say champion. All right, let's see. Has he got an Elsa? No Elsa, no future. Are we gonna exert all of our ink just to draw a card? Nope, got it, Elsa. Exactly what he needed. Still gonna need to go from 2 to 20 without Hannah drawing any characters that Peter can't answer. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, if I'm not at a store that I want to like specifically be their champion, there were so many times that I was a higher seed, so I was like, yeah, I'm conceding the finals. I'm going home now. Most of my playmats I've ended up giving away anyway. I don't say that on like a normal video. Let's be honest, we're like 2 hours in this video. Not many people are going to go back and watch it. So like, I was always just happy to get the playmat for people. I don't know what Peter's making faces for. Can he lose? Yeah, I also would have preferred, if they were going to go down to one mat, just remove the word champion, because if there's only one mat, it is inherently the champion mat. Yeah, I ended up playing out 1 Ursula, 0 Stitches, and I played out both Scars because they were like my local game stores. The ones that I played out were like my local game stores. Or I played out one Ursula because the guy I rode with, I was like, yeah, which mat do you want? And he's like, man, I really went to champion one. I was like, dude, we could leave an hour early. He's like, I really went to champion one. So I won him the champion one. All right, so are we questing, bouncing, replaying? How much ink do we have? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we could have played the Fox. Yeah, so that's game, right? I see at least 10 lore in play, so going from 5 to 15. There's nothing in Hannah's deck that says Gainy lore. even if she did play the cards that increase lore, they increase the lore on your characters in Amber, right? Yeah, it's a dock. Draw 2 cards. I kid. Man. I really feel like with how many cards he had in his hand, her best option was to not run out the Rapunzel that one turn. But she was also just so close. Like, if he just didn't have Bounce or Elsa, the game was over. But yeah, that's one of those decisions. It might not have been a mistake. It just wouldn't have been what I would have done. Sorry, I just got a text. Apparently, I need to research something. If anyone wants to follow AJ on Twitter, we just reshared his winning photo. Prodigy Player 12. If anyone wants to go give him some love, I know he would appreciate it more than I could ever tell you. Yeah, so Kendall tweeted something. He said redemption event. I don't know if that was already scheduled or if they decided to actually add a tournament, because yesterday chat, everyone was talking about how insane it was that there seemed to be like no side events. Yeah, I gave it to Willoughby's. So me and her have a podcast together. She took a job as a teacher, so we haven't been able to make videos so much, but she played in 6 events and she lost in top 8 in the first 5. And she like called me and was just like, dude, I'm done. Like, I'm done with this game. Like, this is brutal. Yeah, and it was awful. Like, going to your local game store and having like an $800 match is kind of crazy, you know? And like, you would think you would at least win half of them. Like, you put yourself in a position. I top eighted 8 and I won 6. So like, I was above average, right? But yeah, so I shipped her to Matt. It was also her birthday, so it's just like perfect storm. Appreciate it. Yeah, I just want there to be a community. I keep joking now. I'm like the chapter leader of the Disney Lorcana Players Union for Eastern North Carolina. Man, Peter really probably frustrating Hannah. Yeah, not liking that one. At least offer up the piglet now, because I think the Cinderella is more valuable. Although, yeah. No, that's why it's a joke. Like, if you watch my videos on Thursdays, like, I'm out here arguing with store owners about their bad pricing, and like trying to educate the players on like the way things should be, or like where they're getting screwed over. I'm out here like trying to teach the community around me to get a better value for everything, and have a better time playing the game. So it's just a joke that me and Melissa had. All right, so he did have to take out the piglet. I mean, he didn't have to, but he did opt to take out the piglet, which, although we have no other songs in the hand, generally speaking, I would rather have a Cinderella in play. So I think that was a good quest. Just like pay 2 lore, get your 3, or sorry, pay 2 ink, get your 3 lore, trade it with a Smee. Got away with it with the Cinderella, for being honest. Like, was able to cycle that card and still keep the Cinderella in play. Impressive. A lot of people too scared. Me too scared. Can we shift Cinderella here? I would have waited a turn. I would have took out this crab. Crab is like your biggest enemy of Cinderella. Confirmed. Cinderella hates getting crabs. Okay. Like, if we wait a turn on it, like, what do we do when we shift Cinderella now? It just trades, right? I agree. I do think players that have been on stream today have been doing a good job overall. By the way, if anyone is following, subscribing, anything like that, I appreciate it so much. I'm unable to see it. I am just an admin through StreamYard. I don't have access to the actual Twitch and stuff like that. So thank you so much, everyone that's here, honestly. Why don't we want to quest with the Daisy? It would prevent, like, if we go after the Daisy, that's preventing our Cinderella from being banished, like, just on board, right? Without seeing Peter's hand. If Peter draws a 1-drop character here, he can actually remove the Cindy with the 2 removal spells in hand and peels off a Diablo. Do we have another Inkable? It's hard to tell how he's holding his hand. I am the head of HR. My hoodie even says so. Oh, that's what I'm referring to. Has the Royal Rumble started? He must not have another Inkable in his hand, right? Because, like, play another character. She has no cards in hand, right? Play another character and, like, just say go. And I don't know. Like, then if you just play another character, you say go. She's going to quest up to 15. Yeah, still not sure why she didn't quest with the Daisy. Yeah, I don't know, guys. He had like 3 options. Elsa to hand. Keto is a good draw. More AJ love. Appreciate it. Congrats on your scar today. All right, now what kind of options do we have? Like, this keto is just incredible. Mm-hmm. And then we can Zeus keto. Why is he playing so slow? I hope this is jovial. I mean, we could ink Elsa, play Snake, and draw another card, right? I'm assuming he's saying like, yeah, she's going to 18. I'm gonna need this Elsa. She draw Rapunzel? Mr. Cortez, how's it going? Congratulations today. Well, the Rapunzel is out of range of the Elsa, right? Because we're going to have to crab pump our Calhoun into Cinderella. That's exactly 5 damage with the resist 2. Do we run this Diablo in first? Oh, we have the Zeus. Okay. God, did we just draw a Zeus? Because we used a Zeus already. Yeah, not sure what he's thinking about on these turns. I do appreciate them playing slowly, though, so that we don't have a 50-minute break again. Yeah, if anyone wants to see Jorge's deck, you're going to have to follow the Fruited Mountain on YouTube. I am forcing Dan to put it in a video. Yep, just go ahead and make him play Elsa. Now he's dancing. Well, not necessarily force, but try to get him to play the Elsa on a one lore character instead of letting you quest for one and then saving it for if you draw a 2 lore character. Here it is, right? 2 lore character or bust. Can we get a Doc? Nope, we get a Rapunzel. Still in it. She's like, good luck. Dance now, nerd. A crab. And what was the other card? A snake. Is there any card you could possibly draw? Yes, right? A Zeus. Need exactly Zeus. Calhoun. And that's it. Stop wasting time. Can draw Zeus? Nope. Like, you have to play the rabbit there to draw Zeus. Just do it, They're down to 35 minutes on the clock. I think they had an hour and 15 to start. Obviously, they could play a game in 35 minutes, but... More teasers. Gotta watch the Fruited Mountain video covering it. You think so? I'm not sure. She because there was this too. Oh wait, was Crab exerted that turn? If Crab was exerted that turn, absolutely she should have took out that Crab. Because nothing else is taking out the Cinderella, right? She would have took out the one thing that was threatening the Cinderella and drew a card. So if the Crab was exerted, I think you're absolutely right. And I appreciate the comment. Yeah, it's best of 3 when we cut to day 2. Yep, you're absolutely right. Yeah, this is why we watch, right? To get better. It's a community thing. Everyone's helping everyone here. I'm definitely not the end all be all of what's the right plays. Yeah, I keep joking that, like, if we ever do get a Worlds, it's going to be, like, 2-game format, day 1. Day 2, best of 3. Once it gets top 8, best of 5. Just going to run the whole gauntlet. Hey, if there's one thing I've learned with my name, people love D. All right? People love the D. You keep on keeping on. Everyone does. Finals must bring all ink colors. Best of 7. I wouldn't be surprised if Yu-Gi-Oh! Gave out Stanley Cups. Not the Stanley Cup, but the cups that you drink out of. They're giving out air fryers. Yeah, people fight in Walmarts over Stanley Cups. I know, right? Yeah, it's weird that there's 3 diamonds on each side. You would think that you would think that one would be grayed out, like one of theirs would have been filled in and the other one grayed out. Like I feel like that's how like Street Fighter did it. Yeah, Magic was best of 5 for top 8. Went back when I played. Wow, no one drop from either side of the board. It turned into a meme. I saw like other like local game stores doing it as well. Having to ink friends because his hand is just full of uninkables. Yeah, Lilo not one I would want to keep in my hand for this matchup. Probably be inking that Lilo as soon as possible. This is our first matchup where we've seen Lilo. But if you include over at when I was streaming Lorcana's, there was some Lilo action going on there too. What's up, Ken Miller? Welcome. We just double character here, right? Absolutely. You know what's funny is like I know now they're having fun, but I'm so not used to it that I thought they were being mean to each other earlier. It's like you especially if you live in like the Northeast, like if you're walking through a Walmart and someone says hi to you, it's like, what are you selling? Whereas like since I moved down south, people are just nice for no reason, and it's like odd to me. Aside from the fact that obviously I was born and raised here, you know, gotta keep up kayfabe. Yeah, I would also have been fine questing with Calhoun that last turn. If they want to trade this me, it's one less character in play for a strength. Obviously, we knew he had another Calhoun in his hand. You would only gain 1 lore instead of 2, but again, like she doesn't gain 2, and they have 1 less character in play for things like Strength of Raging Fire. But I could also see like, you know, he has 4 Elsa in his deck, so he could see himself just getting more value. Yeah, Peter's in a war zone right now. That's what I used to say all the time in high school. Again, this Lilo has got to go in the inkwell, right? We're never returning it. There's 3 Calhouns in play. Oh, no. That Kita's great, right? Like, is this Kita not incredible? With all these Calhouns in play? Like, I feel like we definitely want the Kita on a following turn. And did not need the Lilo. I mean, even just play the mine, move something, and put a damage on Lawrence was fine, right? Man, that Kita could have been like what breaks the game open for a turn. as both players are like hermit crabs right now. Get something in the end zone. All right, and if those two are going to be exerted, we might as well quest with the other two. And if we were going to quest with the other two, we should have quested with the Lawrence instead. Nope. All right. Well, I don't know what I'm talking about. Our things have resist 1, and only the Smee could trade with it. So. And then this turn is also so awkward. Every card costs 3 in our hands. All right, so Peter knows for a fact you can quest with your Calhouns safely. They're not getting challenged back. Yes. I'm all about it. Exactly. I used to do this at locals, like just sometimes to play games. Like I want to go from 0 to 20 in 1 turn. That's what I'm going to do. But it was usually like my opponent had a precon. So I'm like, yes, let's play the game. I don't want to beat you in 2 minutes. I want you to have fun. And like, if I can't go from 0 to 20 in 1 turn, you win. You know, alternate win conditions. Like I said, we know for a fact our Calhouns are not getting challenged because they didn't get challenged the turn before. This is just a mess. These are the attrition-based games that I would love, though. Can she even quest? If she quests, Lilo gets eaten, Piglet gets eaten, Smee gets eaten. He goes to 14. The Lawrence, 15, 16. His other 2 characters, 17, 18. Right. So I'm thinking... I'm not thinking good thoughts, but I'm thinking Lawrence has to take out a Calhoun or opposing Lawrence. I don't even know. I'm tripping over my words here because it's just such a bad spot. I think that Kita would have been clutch. All right, just put 2 on Lawrence or take out the followers. See what you draw. But I just don't see a path to victory without the Kita. All right, 2 on Lawrence. Drew another one. All right, let's see. Piglet can take out Lawrence. Smee can take out Calhoun. Lawrence can take out Calhoun. Could Ink. And then Storm again, something. But we're giving up so much lore. We're never going to have another opportunity to get to 20, in my opinion. When the board looks like this is also why, like, when you have one option in previous games, you don't take 2 minutes. Come here. All right, everyone. We have a Tessa Burns sighting. You want to say hi?
Hi.
How's it going?
Good.
You having a good day?
Yes.
Yeah. Who's the best Disney Lorcana player in the world?
Daddy.
You're damn right he is. And who's the worst?
Dan Arnold.
Yep. Sounds right. She knows what's up. All right, baby. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Mm-hmm.
For anyone that doesn't know, I do not post photos of my children online, so this is a great opportunity for her to be able to come in. She ran right out there and said, mommy, I'm on the internet. I don't know what she's talking about. Lorcana Villain's one of my closest friends. All right, so what do we have now? Now my daughter's gone. We have 2 Lilos, 0 lore, and a terrible time. We're just going to quest and let the rabbit eat the Lilo. We're going to pay 2 to bring it back. Oh, even better. Jura Rush character. Almost played a crab. No downside to challenging this Lilo now. Not even giving up a lore for it. Drawing a card. And we can ink a followers. We could take out or play a genie. I mean, we're not allowed to bet on games, but if we could, I'd take even 1 to 100 that Peter has this game locked up. Yeah, I'm also fine with sacking that there. How would Hannah get back into this game? It would have to be something like Rapunzel drawing a bunch of cards. So yeah, I think that Kita turn was huge. That would have been 2 full turns of massive questing coming out of Hannah's side of the board. And Lilo number 25. Oh, and she did draw the Rapunzel. It's like I'm Nostradamus. Although they're in Australia, so I am. This has happened already. They are in the future. Yep, love it. Because the only way you're winning is making Peter challenge your characters and then somehow drawing cards off Rapunzel, right? Quest with the Daisy. If you're not going to quest with the Daisy, challenge the Diablo. But quest with the Daisy. He's at 11 with his whole deck in his hand. It's true. Our tiny minds just can't even fathom how good it is to just return Lilos over and over. All right, talk to you later. Thanks for joining. What to kill? What to kill? Does it matter? It's a more important question. And he had an Elsa in his hand, right? So he could just exert the Lawrence, run a Fox into it, and then use an Elsa to take out a Lilo instead of playing the Crab. Yeah, we can compete. We don't need that. We've not seen a whole new world or grab your swords out of Hannah's deck because you can see her deck list. I don't know what I said, but I take it back. Did we not challenge Lilo with our Rush Elsa? Exactly. As the Amber Steel player, you have to be thinking about a path to victory. When you're staring at a Calhoun board, what path is there without Kita? Something I said yesterday, and yeah, we did want to challenge with this Daisy Duck this turn to draw cards. Something I said yesterday was like, I feel like a lot of the players aren't thinking like 3-4 turns ahead. Also, good thing she returned that Kita since they can't be challenged by rush characters with evasive that are 2/5s. The only thing that's really been dominating is Fam that we know. Also, if anyone, I don't have the melee up. If anyone wants to let us know if Fam won this round, I'd appreciate that very much. Yeah, this is a clear case of like I've won the game-itis. Like he's just like, there's no way I'm losing, and he's not even thinking about like the most optimal play. He's just like, whatever. If I just play any amount of my cards, I win. Although, like, this is a crazy board that she just assembled back. So, at 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, she's at 9 all of a sudden. Okay, so we actually have to challenge things. Oh, what? Wait, I didn't know Elsa could challenge Lilo. And did we put a damage counter on the Elsa? Yeah, we definitely want to stop all of her actions. We don't want to play a Calhoun. There we go. We play the Calhoun. Thank you. Are we returning Lilo? Yeah, past the Kita play is the only thing I'm really hung up, or the Kita ink is the only thing I'm really hung up on. Now, I can't even remember what happened previously in the game before that Elsa didn't freely take out a Lilo. And with how small their dice are, I can't tell if he did end up putting a damage counter on his Elsa, which, in my opinion, could only help him. So, like, I don't think he's cheating or anything. He has bells in his deck that can move the damage counters. Well, can't play an action because of Pete. 15, yep. It's gotta be game, right? Yeah, like the turn Kita could have come down. She could have quested for something like 7 or more. And then without anything would rush, the following turn would have been whatever she quested with +2 because of the Kita itself. So would have been huge, that's for sure.
I thought both of them again just piloted their decks very, very well. And yeah, I think on the play, if Hannah can't get off to a really on the draw, if Hannah can't get off to a really fast start there, the Amethyst cards are just going to draw too much value, and it's going to be too much of a hill to climb, which we kind of saw there.
So yeah, that was excellent, very fun game to watch.
Man, I will say
a different change of atmosphere.
loved
compared to
watching
some of
them,
the
like
games
their
we saw yesterday,
demeanor,
even early today, and that
how they
these are
conducted
two
themselves, how
players
nice they
who just
were.
really enjoying their time with each other, playing this game together. We don't know what their relationship is or how they know each other, but they definitely do seem to be friendly with each other. And you know, we get to see like two people enjoying the game, having fun, and win or lose, they had a great time. And yeah, so I think that's really what it's about.
I think so. I think goal number one when you come to an event like this is to have fun. If you didn't have fun, then
it's just another day at work, right?
Yeah, that's right. So like this is a game that it's played for fun, and just love to see it played like that with people chatting and making friends, and just having a good time with each other.
That's one of the bonuses when you get to play one of your friends. Like look, like Hannah, she's definitely got to be happy with coming top 32.
Yeah, top 32,
and,
fantastic result.
Her friend, moving on to top 16, so potentially even further. So they're both feeling great. Now you got your friend you can root on for. You can be watching their game.
Yep.
You can go, have a break, grab some lunch. So it's a win-win situation. If we're all having fun and we're enjoying ourselves, then it's a great experience, and it's best played with mates and friends.
Yeah, and I think with games in general, if you're having fun, you will play a lot better. If you're playing a deck that you don't really enjoy, you're not going to be thinking creatively. And if you're playing a deck that you do enjoy, playing against a friend, I think you're both going to play very well because you just know how the deck works and you're confident.
Yeah, she definitely should have just moved something to the mine, shot the Lawrence.
Those were some real nail-biting games.
Yeah, that game one was so close.
It was just like top decks and like who has the answer and who's drawing into it. Like, can you get over the line? And we were just nail-biting. All right, what's he draw and what's he get? And it was crazy. Those
every decision you make kind of changes the
third game. It's a little bit more of a slide into
kind of changes the course of like.
And it appears that we have.
It's kind of like a branch in the timeline.
Some of the results from some of the other sections. So,
so Fam's still playing apparently.
Here has moved on to top 16, which means that he'll be in the top 8. So this is the left half of the bracket. So that was. Sorry, that was the top 32.
Yep. So now we're on to the top 16. Yep.
So Peter would have moved on to top 16, and he's playing against Fabian Bonfante. I believe he was Ruby Sapphire player that we had on stream for round one yesterday.
I think so. That's right. Yep. Played very well.
Looking at some of these other rounds,
we got Ben Simmons, another familiar name, against Eric Vandenova, and
an Emerald Steel moving on.
Emerald Steel, that'll be nice. Yeah, haven't seen a lot of. There's I guess a few flavors of that, but we haven't seen a lot of discards, so that would be a fun one to watch. And then we got some more Emerald Steel for Zijuan Liu is playing Emerald Steel into what looks like a Steel Song deck. So that's interesting. We're seeing a lot of Steel Song.
Okay, Melee says Fam has won.
The top right quarter,
so Fam's in top 16.
Nolim and
they're behind a little bit.
The octafinals.
Yep.
And let's see.
We still got Damon Baker in there. Had him on stream yesterday.
He's my boy. I hope he goes all the way. Asri Tan, I think he would have been seed number 2, so he's probably still hanging in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we got lots of Ruby Sapphire again. So it looks like
we played top 64 already.
There's still a few minutes to go in the round. I'm
just going to bring the cat out of the bag. So So the person that I have mentioned that I really do want to get on the stream and I want to spotlight this person a little bit. Whoever he gets on stream is another matter. But the person in the bottom right there, Fergus Bell, he is a 15-year-old, has come down from Newcastle.
Wow.
So traveled in-state, has traveled with some friends that's here, and he finished 10th seed yesterday. And yeah, he's really doing well. I don't know how significant amount of experience or practice he's got on for this, but he had a 5-1 free record yesterday. So 5 wins.
Let me just mute this real quick to say something. Yeah, so they're highlighting someone who's 15. They will not be allowed on stream at all unless there's a completely different set of rules in Australia. I just want to point that out. Anyone that's underage was not able to be streamed in any of the DLCs I've attended.
Fergus in the chat and we'll get him on.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
that's
maybe
just
I don't know.
so great to see too. Like again, we talked about it yesterday.
Which is unfortunate because
the older players and also the younger
it's
players.
a Disney
I think,
card game. You'd love to
just the
see
IP with
kids
Disney
that are
is
coming
quite
out and being
far-reaching,
successful.
Lots of people watch it as children, and then they grow up, and then it's like, there's this card game that sort of has a nostalgia effect. But then
Yeah, I
it's
have no
also
idea.
appealing for
They
kids.
just
'cause there's
can't.
plenty of new content for Disney coming out, and it's always popular. So, yeah, great to see.
They just can't do it.
someone, 15 years of age making. The
I'm
top
shocked they
32.
don't just have
that's-
release
that's
forums
amazing.
for the
You know,
parents.
Top 16, we're just hearing.
Yeah,
So,
so it's definitely it's great. And
But
have
yeah,
plenty of time
I
to
actually
just
played
ramp on and learn
against
more and more and
a
more.
young
So
lady. She was a
if,
teenager.
yeah, if you're doing this well,
They gave
at
her
tournaments at this age,
feature
as
match
you get a little bit more experience, get a little bit more maturity,
off
your brain develops a
camera,
little
and
bit
she was
more, you can
complaining
also
to me.
solidify and build a lot
Oops,
more
sorry.
instructions and figure
She was
out how to play these games really,
She was
really well.
complaining to me,
So,
saying like,
yeah,
what the heck,
hopefully,
man? I only came
best of
here
luck and hopefully to everyone.
yeah,
to get a
well,
feature match. She's like, I can't even play if
Yeah,
I
so
make
I'm
day
really
2. I
looking
gotta go
forward to
home.
seeing some of these games. I would
She's
like to see them on
like,
stream. I'd like to see
and
like
not
some
because of
people
anything
play.
from Disney
And to see
Lorcana.
some of these younger players,
Like,
they really
she
absorb
had
games
she had to go home. Like her family was making her go home to do whatever.
Just learning everything
Just
there is to
int-
know about all the
they
intricacies.
just
The
absorb
prodigy
information.
player
It's like,
himself is here.
yeah, they're just able to
What's
get
going
really
on?
fanatically into some of these games. and, like,
Congratulations!
that's
I was
really cool.
hyping you up in here while you're
as an old
gone.
man, I find it difficult.
We
to
just
get
finished
as
top
passionate as
32
some of these younger
match.
people do
There's
about
no
their
backup
IPs
games.
or their cards or their decks and all these sort of games. And I miss some of the innocent enjoyment that you get from just playing some games.
Yeah.
It's great to see that pure enjoyment, that pure enjoyment and involvement in the whole.
Yeah, I think they were already eliminated.
So,
But
seems
I
like
think
it's
that that's
going to be a
exactly what
little
would
while
happen.
Before we are getting to the next round, we
I
will
think they
double-check
just wouldn't
with
stream it.
the stream with approximately how long before the next round. I think it's probably looking at about 15-ish minutes before the next round starts. So we may go to a break soon. But definitely, I do recommend everyone stay tuned.
All right,
to the
15
stream. We will
minutes
be back
means
in
a half
little short
hour.
break, and we have
I am
excellent games
going
coming
to
up. So, I think we
go get a
there's
drink
4 minutes left in this round.
and
Four games left in
so
this.
a few
I will
people
be
still
right
going.
back. Sorry, I don't have a
but we will
co-host
put
with
timer
me
up
at the
on screen and we
moment.
will let you guys know when we're
But
back,
you
and
guys
we'll
can listen to
go
them
from
as
there
long as
before
they're
the game
on
starts. So
screen.
you'll get to see our faces and hear our voices before we get into the games.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, awesome. We'll catch you guys back in a couple of minutes.
See you soon.
All right, well, they went off stream. But I am joined by a special guest.
And that's fun as a dork.
Okay, can you calm down? This is a live video.
And a poopy head.
No, stop.
Okay.
You're not going to talk like that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, who do I have? Who are you?
Alice.
You're Alice. I have Alice with me. How old are you?
6.
No, you're 5. You're lying. You're trying to be cool on camera.
Mm-hmm.
So, Alice, what's your favorite Disney movie?
Alice in Wonderland.
Are you just saying that?
I mean, The Lion King.
Yeah, it's Lion King. What's Dad's favorite Disney movie?
I don't know.
It's Alice in Wonderland. That's why your name is Alice.
What?
Alice was jealous that Tessa got to be on the stream earlier. So she wanted to come say hi to everyone. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look. Melissa said, hi, Alice.
What?
That's what? Look. It's your name.
Okay.
Isn't that cool? Say hi, dork.
Hi, dork.
So anyway, they can't see your face. They can't see this. Just making funny faces. Alice, you've dropped off 9 viewers since you got here.
What?
The people don't like you. Oh, thank you, Melissa. Here you go for anyone that was wondering. Did you have a good day? You have a good day? You could talk. They can hear you. Lovely. So anyway, Alice is the bad kid. So I'll see you later. All right, Alice. All right. Bye. Love you.
Bye, poopy heads.
Okay.
Why does it look like I'm not there?
Because we have a green screen on. Troublemaker is absolutely right. She's running out to tell my wife that she just got on the internet. She's going to be famous. All right. Is anyone else streaming? Looks like people are only streaming this actual match. Or this actual event. What's happening in the Royal Rumble? I had no idea Motor City Machine Guns were in WWE now. So anyway, let's look at this breakdowns. Good luck at your set, champs. Appreciate you stopping in. I wish there was a backup game that we could watch. Jesus. So 10 red blue, 9 amber steel, 4 purple steel, 4 emerald purple, 3 emerald steel, 1 blue steel, 1 ruby amethyst. What's the most shocking here? because the one ruby amethyst is sticking out to me. People have been begging for this deck to not exist anymore. Kendall wasn't able to put up a great performance with it yesterday. 3 green steel. Yeah. Do you think it's shocking how little, or the fact that they're here? Personally, I hate playing with green steel. I know my opponents are going to be miserable while I'm playing them, which I don't want. I want to have fun. I want to win, but I don't want my opponents to like sit there and be miserable the whole time, you know? And then sometimes I feel like I just draw opening hands where, like, after a mulligan, I have like 7 3-drop characters. It's like, it's the opposite of Ruby Sapphire. It's the 3-drop deck. And unfortunately, we can see Baja Blast did not make it. Rest in peace. I wish we could have saw that on coverage. It seems coverage doesn't even have deck lists, so All right, guys. Here's a spoiler of what's probably going to be in an upcoming video. What do you think? 7 booster boxes, $7 each. Had to drive multiple hours away from my house to go get these. A store posted that they got them on Facebook. Absolutely insane. $7 each. Yep. If you don't know, Ravensburger is dumping, if not Ravensburger, a retailer is dumping Inkland's product for pennies, actual pennies on the dollar, to some thrift stores. I'm assuming this is also why the Valentine's Day event has. This is also why the Valentine's Day event is going to be Inkland's and Ursula's return, right? Or is it Shimmering Skies? One of them is Inkland's because they're just flush with product. Like, it was obviously just like an overcorrection from how impossible it was to get Chapter 1 cards, and then to a lesser extent Rise cards. But yeah, how absolutely insane. Go back to sharing this tab. Yeah, I was blown away, Josh. And then is there anyone that missed this? Went on our socials.
Back to sad champs. Back to sad champs. I'm waiting for dreams to drive me to sad champs. Going to prove I'm not a fool. I have my deck in my bag and my shoes tied tight. I hope I don't get in a Twitter fight. Back to set champs. Back to set champs.
Anybody
Back
know the
to
reference?
set champs.
Nailed it.
Go get your iPad. Go lay down.
Well, the countdown timer has ended. Still nothing. We do not. They said that there's some kind of, different hurdles they have to jump through, including language barriers. Not sold on any of these excuses. But I don't blame the commentators for giving out excuses. It's an absolute dream job. I guarantee you, if I was commentator for an official event, I'd be in there just talking about Disney trivia and my favorite movies too. I'd wait till Thursdays to actually go back and give my real opinion on things.
And welcome back to day 2 of the Melbourne
We're back.
Championships. We've had 2 fantastic games here so far. We've cut from top 64 down to top 16. So we have our top 16 players for the event all ready to go. And we've got some big names that we are going to have some potentially great games to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm hearing we're getting our first Sapphire Steel up. So a bit of blue steel for people who like that deck.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I've seen a bit of it come up recently. It used to be...
All right, do we think it is Harlan Sweet's blue steel or traditional?
Threats like Tamatoa and Lucky Dime. But now it's a bit more kind of mid-rangey. People playing a lot of ward characters, which seems to slot in nicely into the meta. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to seeing what they have in store for us.
Yeah, definitely. So Sapphire, obviously a color that's known to be able to ramp up a little bit higher.
Yep.
And Steel, obviously very strong, very versatile set of cards in the form of Calhoun, Pete, Storm Ranger, and all that. So it's a very stable color, and it just often gets flashed to a lot of stuff. So we'll probably end up seeing what would happen if you have some good removal, some good solid bodies attached to some ramp, and then you get to play some of your bigger characters at the end. I haven't seen these lists so far, but from my understanding is that there are like a couple of like stronger removal pieces in the form of like usually Hades and Let It Go, and some of the list also runs cards such as Alice that allows you to quest a little bit more and also protect some of your larger characters by giving them ward as well. So
yeah, definitely one of my favorite cards in the new set. Alice, there's just something nice about being able to play it on turn 3, play your Hiram on turn 4, and then give your Hiram ward, so you can get this sort of the guarantee that your Hiram is going to be on the board the next turn and get the additional value of the quest. So yeah, there's definitely some big applications. I think that card's going to see more and more in the future.
Yeah, I think definitely it's one of those cards that you want to hold on to, because at some point, I reckon, there's just going to be a good combination of something you want to play on your 4-ink turn, and then you can protect it on it when it comes straight out. So it something that I was experimenting with was playing Alice on turn 3, and then you go into turn 4 Robin Hood, the Ruby one that when it quests, you can play one of your actions from like the top cards. And because there's so many quality good actions within Sapphire, what happens if you play
Let It Go, How Far I'll Go, both of those,
even Azurite Sea, and so you're not really doing too much. But yeah, let's look at some of our top 16 players. So we have Din Pham, obviously. And he's paired up against
their run against
Jordan.
Oh, another Ruby Sapphire mirror. So I think Din Pham will be fairly happy against
if he has any better luck than Nathan earlier on today. We have Fabian. He's from round 1 against Peter Meyer, who we casted last round. So a lot of Ruby Sapphire left in the top 16. All right. If we look at the other quarter, we got Ben Simmons. Amber Steele, a very classic. Eric playing a little bit of a different strategy with Emerald Steel. Zishan Liu is
Also
Yep.
on
Emerald Steel.
Emerald Steel discard probably.
And
Darren.
Darren Ing.
Yep.
Yep. On the Amethyst Steel as well.
And then on the other side of the bracket, we got Jonathan Lamb. So this is the one that we'll be casting. Jonathan Lamb on Sapphire Steel versus Stephen Iskander on Ruby Sapphire. And then in the lower part of that bracket, we got Noel Lim, also Ruby Sapphire, into Jun Chao, which...
Did Jonathan Lamb change his melee name?
And finally...
Does anyone know what his melee name is now?
Yeah, it's not too
It
surprising.
was Lamb Chops.
More Ruby Sapphire.
Ruby Sapphire, sorry,
yeah,
cool.
Ruby Sapphire really showing up this tournament. We got Clement Facade versus Nathan Witter. And then down on the lower side, we got
Jesse Lentini and Fergus Bell. So Fergus Bell, the one that I've been talking about. And yeah, so let's see how far this little youngster can make it into the tournament.
Yeah, got Emerald That's one of the only Emerald Amethyst lists we've seen. We had Damon on.
Oh, Fergus Bell did make it through.
So yeah, it's one of those decks that really sort of exploded at the start of Stat 6, but I think a lot of decks have sort of
I don't think they can make him concede.
It's sort of fallen out of favor, so it's good to see some people still representing it and making the top 16.
Yeah, definitely 100%. It's still a very solid deck. It's got very good cards.
Yeah, really good.
Obviously, with the Amethyst package, it's got some good stuff. And then with Ruby, there was...
I know there was speculation about it earlier.
And some of the, I think it's NA challenges, where there was a build that played Lady Tremaines, and yeah, you know, Lady Tremaines and Madame Medusa. So there was a whole bunch of cards that would just like come in and just banish a unit, banish a character every time it comes in. And so yeah, so it didn't matter whether you go wide. If you go wide, just be prepared. If you go, you know, tall, then it's also got Lady Tremaines as well. So you had to really like a very specific board state to be able to pressure without also getting blown up.
Yeah, that's right. You don't want to overcommit, but you also need to be applying pressure because there's still a lot of characters that quest for 2 in that list, and if you let them get a few of those out, they can just run away with the game.
Yeah, definitely. So now that we're in the top 16, we are really at the business end. So we've been able to carve 500 plus players down to 16. So really, this is the cream of the crop, and we are seeing, you know, the players who've partially gotten lucky, but definitely the players who have really prepared themselves, who really study up on games and who really have been playing it for a while. So definitely, like amongst Australians, I've seen a whole bunch of these names playing at the local store championships a lot, and so yeah, obviously, just like it makes sense if you are winning store championships and you're playing very frequently, you're going to get reasonably good at the game. And if you have a good set of testing partners and people to play with, which I know a whole bunch of these people do, yeah, you're going to get some very good practice. And yeah, you're just going to come in and the tournaments is just, you know, just another day at the office. You know, you just come in, play your games, you know, like, sit across from the other person, you just play your best game. You know, it doesn't matter if you're playing for a top 16 or you're playing for the first round of Swiss. We're just playing the locals. You know, you still play your best you can.
Yeah,
and you
that's right.
game, and yeah, you know, you just take what you know and you play the best you can. And then, yeah, you also learn as well. So it's just, you know, another day, and these people will have played probably a lot of tournaments. So like it's
you would think
less tournament just
when you're at the business end like we are now, there'd be a lot of tournament experience in this top 16 for sure, especially people who've traveled overseas. They've obviously invested a lot to come here, so yeah, they would be some of the
It looks like
more
Fam
experienced players who are
changed
pretty confident
his
that they're going to get good results.
name
we've seen a bit of that
in Melee
so,
to
yeah, as someone who's traveled
Captain
for
Kangaroo.
For tournaments, yes, you sort of go into your trip with definitely much more of a focus of like, all right, cool. You know, I want to prepare the best I can. I want to really figure out what the meta is. I want to make sure that I'm coming in with something technically advantageous and, you know, give myself the best chance of winning. But, you know, after you're done, you know, whenever you finish your tournament run, the rest of your trip is actually really free. So
I wonder why.
It becomes a pseudo holiday on the back end where you're grabbing food with people, you know, you hang out with people. You know, sometimes you might stick around a little bit longer. You might see some of the sites. So it is a great excuse to go out and see the world. So obviously, if you can, you know, plan a little bit, you can get like flights and accommodation if you plan a little bit further ahead, and you can book a little bit earlier. And if you like make some budgeting preparations as well. And yeah, it's awesome. Like it's great that they, you know, let us know the dates and details for a whole bunch of these major events pretty early in time, so we can, you know, make plans and preparations. And yeah, you know, you get to see the world. I myself have been able to travel to most of the continents because of like a whole bunch of like international tournaments and stuff, and so I've gotten to see a whole bunch of different capital cities across the world, and it's been a great experience. I got to meet a lot of people and like get to understand their cultures and, you know, really engage with it. Talking about cultures, some people watching on stream obviously are not from Australia, so we definitely probably dropped some Australian slang during our cast.
Bit of that.
Yeah, so I guess now is actually probably a pretty good time to mention this, so I clarify. So we say stuff like, "Oh, I have a bit of a chin wag," so that's just like having a bit of a chin wag, right?
Yep.
What other things do you think we probably say on a frequent basis? So I know one thing that really sort of mess around with a whole bunch of Americans who are traveling is Arvo. So something that we say is like, "Oh, I'll catch you this Arvo," right? So Arvo, I don't know why it's short this way, but it's just like afternoon, right? So Arvo just means afternoon.
One of the ones that I've heard is brekkie, which is breakfast, which is just, to me, seems like a natural abbreviation, but has definitely confused people. I've heard that one.
True. So brekkie. Also, we call it Macca's here. So McDonald's, the big franchise restaurant, we call it Macca's instead of apparently Mickey D's over in America. And I'm not sure they do it over in Europe. What other interesting slang do we say?
I don't know. I'm sure there's a million things.
So
whenever
Arvo is definitely one. Probably doesn't come up in conversation, but like what we call like a petrol station, like a service station, we call it servo.
Yes.
So it's like,
we just add O to the end of everything.
It's an O or
it's
a Y,
just like,
right?
yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So like, so a whole bunch of interesting shortenings there. Basically, Australians don't like to put in a second syllable, so we just shorten it down.
It's just too much work.
Which is probably why it's like Dabbler, right?
Yeah.
Like Diablo versus Dabbler.
Dabbler, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like cut down the syllables. Yeah. So it's been pretty fun, and so I think that covers most of the slang that we would have said.
It was nice. I did get to catch up with Hannah on the way back from lunch, and so confirmed she did know Peter. Both of them are over from Adelaide, so in South Australia, and they both know each other very well. They've been playing games for 5 years, and so obviously good friends. And
awesome.
then just
Adelaide, a great little town. It's a city that I grew up in, so it's a small little city. So it's city, it's a small capital city in one of the states in Australia. A great little city to travel to and like visit. So they've got like big like a whole bunch of like winery country, so you can go out and like taste some wines and try a whole bunch of food. Super easy to get, convenient to get around with. So you can just drive around everywhere, right? So you get from one side of the city to the other side of the city. It's only like 20 minutes, 25 minutes, right? But Melbourne, like you get from one side to the other side. If there's traffic, it's hell, right? Without traffic, you're looking at like 55 minutes to get from one end to the other end, right? And that's like not even the ends of it, right? Melbourne, more of a bigger city, a little bit less congested than Sydney. So Sydney also like probably about the same size as Melbourne, but it's a little bit more awkward to get around just because you've got rivers going through and so traveling to Melbourne, Sydney, and I guess also in the odd occasion there might be an event in Brisbane. So basically you would expect most major events in Australia to be in either Melbourne or Brisbane, like as a bit of like a rotational thing. So it's all on east side of Australia. Nothing really happening on the west side of Australia except for Perth. And right down in the middle of the country is Adelaide. So east side, so Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane. Sydney and Melbourne, pretty similar sort of experiences. They're both like very metropolitan sort of CBD sort of like type cities. Brisbane is kind of like what I would consider like Melbourne light. So it's a little bit easier to get around, a little bit less dense, a little bit more spread out. So so a little bit less activities as well. But still fun nonetheless. But also Brisbane gives you an opportunity to go. If you drive either an hour south of Brisbane or drive an hour north, you can get to some nice beaches. So Sunshine Coast up north and the Gold Coast down south. And so you've got tons of theme parks and like other Australian parks as well. So if you go up north, Sunshine Coast, you get to Australian National Zoo. So that's biggest zoo in Australia. It's where Steve Irwin
Robert Irwin's still doing
Robert Irwin. So the real life Crocodile Dundee,
Yeah. All right. So got an update on the top 32 dropping down to the top 16. So we currently now have 7 blue-red decks. It was previously 10. 2 amber steel decks dropping down from 9. All right. Whereas Graham Crackers, I know you got a comment about that. Graham's going to get a drink if he's not typing something right now. We dropped from 9 to 2. Purple steel, we're down to 2 from 4. Green steel, we're down to 2 from 3. Green purple, we're down to 1 from 4. Blue steel remained at 1. And red purple remained at 1. And she waited until I read all of that out to write it for me. Melissa, I appreciate you, but I know you're trolling me. I know it for a fact. This is what I get for throwing all my decks at you, right? Yeah, but to what James was saying, it's uncanny how many viewers drop off between rounds. Like, how do you not have anything? How are you not like replaying matches from previous DLCs or something? Some kind of highlight reels, player interviews, anything. Like, it's sad. Like, Ravensburger hung these people out to dry, honestly. I feel bad when like I'm sitting here with the mic muted, but you also just don't want me saying the same stupid stuff over and over. Like there's only so many innuendos I can make about my name and people are still going to be entertained, you know? Like Ursi is streaming her weekly Pokemon Pocket update and she has as many views as Disney Lorcana's only DLC that we're going to have in who knows how long. Like, God, I've never watched coverage before. Like, I'm always playing on the weekends that there's coverage. This is just like obviously a really odd time since it started at 5:30 p.m. for me. So I was able to make this work to where I could watch it. But I even like I've heard Baker and Spessy like play. You know, like I heard that they play between rounds, stuff like that. They show off stuff. Like you can't just walk, like seriously, just walk around and say, "Hey, it's our first time in Australia. What do you think? Are you happy we're here in Australia? Are you gonna come out again? Did you have a great time?" Like hype it up, something. It's absolutely insane. From the viewers at home, it looks like there's no one there, and it looks like, for all intents and purposes, it's not going great. You know, like I know for how little time there was to lead up to the event, how expensive it is to get there, stuff like that, that like it is going great, but you just want to show off how much fun everyone's having and how like give people FOMO, you know. I knew Graham would come through. Yeah, let's talk about attendees, right? Let's talk about it. It's insane that you have to pay for a badge to get into these. It is absolutely insane to me. I hate it so much. If you pay to get an attendee badge, you should at least get that much money in credit to use to enter tournaments. Like, you rent the halls. Like, let me just like go in a little bit. I'll just put myself in this corner. Let me just go in a little bit about how these things work, right? Like I do have a series on how stores work. So this is how the business works. They find a convention center, okay? They then hire an appropriate amount of vendors based on how many people they think are going to be in the tournament, right? Because you definitely don't want to have, you know, it'd be great have 30 vendors, charge them all $1,000 to make 30 grand, right? But if they're not making money, they're not going to come back, right? So you hire appropriate amount of vendors. When I would rent tables at Grand Prix, okay, I would always rent the $10,000 table. They called it a vendor island. There would be 1 to 3 people that had a $10,000 table. Then there would be a mid-sized tables, $5,000, and then there would be the small tables that were usually for smaller stores that are specifically in that area, and they'd be $1,000 or $2,000. Okay, that is usually what pays for the entire center rental. Okay, usually. We know they're paying the judges. Well, we don't know actually what Australia is paying the judges. We know in America, a lot of the judges are complaining. Okay, so we know what they're getting paid. All right. I think it's insane to charge for an attendee badge unless it is in a convention center that is already holding a convention that you need a badge to get into. Otherwise, you're like triple dipping on people, in my opinion. And I think it's ridiculous. Yeah, there's so much I could do. Oops. There you go. I didn't say it. I'm assuming this is for judges. Yeah, how cool would it be if they like told you all of the Disney Lorcana Play stores that you could visit when you're coming in early to these places? Like, how cool would it be if they tweeted that out? Because these stores are all vetted, right? Like, you have to fill out all this stuff. You have to get approved for vendors. You have to send photos and everything like that. So, like, how cool would it be if they also just like advertise for the stores? Be awesome. If you want high energy dick, you got to get me on the high horse. And this is why I am the leader of the Eastern North Carolina chapter of Lorcana Players Union. Yeah, like they're already on your website. Like you trust them enough to be on your website on the Wizards event locator. I mean, some of them maybe you shouldn't trust, as you can see from some of the videos that I've put out. But if you trust them enough to be on there, why don't you say, hey, if you're going to visit Seattle, check out this local game store. It's like a premier store. Like if you're going to visit Australia and you want to try to play in locals, why don't you check out this store? You know, it just seems like a no-brainer when it's free for Disney Lorcana to do, and it will help the store. The store sells product. The store buys product. The store buys product from distributors. Distributors buy product from Ravensburger. And then you don't end up with Mr. Bick Durns buying 7 booster boxes at a thrift store, right? Yeah, I'm all about it. Seriously. Like, it's not like it's some kind of McDonald's secret sauce kept under lock and key, you know? Like, people are like, well, they want to do their own thing. Cool. But, like, success leaves clues, as Dan says all the time. And there is no reason not to just be like, hey, this was successful for them. Let's see if it's also successful for us. Like, guess what? If I open a thrift store, I'm looking at Goodwill to see, you know? Yeah, so this is Lamb Chops. Don't know why he changed his name. Captain Kangaroo seems a little sus. Let me get myself off of here. Whoa! Got some smelling salts over here. Is that legal? Is this legal? Performance enhancing? Can't wait for the comment like, oh, you stupid American. This is whatever product. Yeah, I know it's not smelling salts. We know. It's just funny. Exactly. I know you can't have them in MMA. All right, so Lamb is on blue steel. Don't know what he's playing against. I know they flashed what everyone was playing, but he wasn't using his real Melee name. I did look in the Melee history for... Okay, blue-red. So traditionally, blue-red is favored. Not sure who's on the play, though. And, that does come into play, being on the play. Yeah, subliminal messaging. What you guys don't know is I sell those for a living. That's why it's on there. I'm always looking them up on Amazon. I'm just kidding. I am buying them all the time. Always expanding my my vendor mall booth. If people don't know, I sell stuff in an antique mall. Yeah, well, it's basically an antique mall. It's a co-op. You drop stuff off there. You price it. They take 10% of the sales plus rent, and the rent's really cheap. We were the highest salesperson for the entire month by more than double anyone else last month. And it's mostly just selling like booster packs or random bulk that I have laying around. Pulling out the official Disney Lorcana app to see what some of these cards do. Is he being told no electronic devices at the table? Yeah, I think he was told no electronic devices at the table. And then the judge just pulled out his own phone to go on the app. Like, that's funny. We're on delay here, right? Like, I can't text him right now. My wife knows. Those shelves are easy to put together. I know these hands weren't made for working. These hands were made for shuffling cards. Yeah, so if... I still don't know which version Lamb is on. If I'm Steven, there's a few things I'm thinking about. One is, like, my Hirams are, like, almost immortal when I play them. But when I play it, if I sacrifice an item, I'm susceptible to wheel. So if I'm not using those two cards, or if I'm not hopefully using those two cards, then you might want to, in this matchup, play your Hiram, not banish one of your items, and then quest to banish one of your items so that you can use the cards immediately. If Lamb is on the aggro version. Man, I wish the phone was on the screen. Like, I could only see the corner of it. It kind of looked like Bell. Pyros. Okay. This is a fun little trivia. You see 10% of a card. What does it do? One drop Simba. No, put the phone back. This is the most entertaining thing we've had in 3.5 hours of your stream. Did Lamb ask what Little Sisu does? And Big Sisu? Okay. I mean, Lamb, what, 5th place at DLC Vegas, I believe. Anybody rooting for anything in particular? You want to see Blue Steel move on, or you want to see it die a fiery death in top 16? No, not really anything. Like except for you could consider Fam's deck spicy. He's got super goofs. Got a lot of blue steel love in the chat. Yeah, how cool would this be? You know what else would be great is if they like replayed all of those shorts that they made for Disney Lorcana specifically, because like then you're not doing random Disney trivia about like the commentator's favorite movies. You can learn about the backstory of the actual game that you're looking at. Maybe if someone is a Disney, like is just a Disney fan, they see like this random backstory of like Cinderella all of a sudden is a knight in training and all this stuff. Maybe they'll actually pick the game up. Yeah, this is like exactly why I'm banned from stores playing in their set champs. They don't want the outsiders coming in and winning. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly. That'd be awesome. Like, I don't know how many times I'm the one on our podcast on Thursdays that like actually knows some of these things because I watched like Lorcana Villain's video where like he goes over it in amazing detail, voices and everything. Yeah, I would also love to see an actual Disney Lorcana, some sort of physical media or like something on their streaming services. Like Magic the Gathering used to have books. All right, we need a few more smelling salts. Does anyone know what that is for real? I'm just curious. I'm assuming it's like something for your sinuses. But it's pretty funny. All right, the timer is going. The anticipation is killing me. Guessing Lamb is on the draw with his lack of sorting his hand immediately. They're called Boom Boom Nasal Spray. It was on Shark Tank. Did they have Shark Tank in? I thought they had Dragon's Den. Okay, it looks like traditional blue steel. If you need 10% off of a 5-tier shelf. More importantly, if you ever need 10% off of heavy play, code TFM10, 10% off. Yeah, I don't think it's traditionally a great matchup, but we'll see if experience comes into play here. The old put the cards in different parts of my deck so they don't clump and then shuffle them so it didn't matter where I put them. Is that a Pleakley sighting? That's one of the cards I sign. Gotta read Pleakley. The disrespect to my boy. It's a one-eyed monster. Everyone wants me to sign Pleakley. All right, so no one drop. Also, Pleakley, not traditional. But and leading on the perfect start for Steven. Drew another Pleakley. So Lamb had to have been a higher seed. I don't know exactly. I swore in the other DLCs they said it in the top left and top right of the screen. But this is the top 16 now. Argus is expecting a lot of Ruby Amethyst and not a lot of Amber Steel. Bad call on that one. as Graham could tell you. It was Amber Steel Central. Still no. Still no deck list. Maybe next month. I mean, there is still deck lists not exposed from like EUCC. Thank you. I thought so. The only time I had really saw coverage was when I was like sitting in the crowd watching. And I didn't know if that was like only for us in person that we could see them. Looking to ink a Pete here. Yeah, if he's got anything else to ink, I'd kind of rather do that. Pete is great at stopping how far I'll go. Okay. Definitely on a whole new world if we're on Fishbone Quill. Debating on putting an aerial down, which could be fine. It's either going to win you the game or be absolute trash. So you kind of have to decide here. Steven was 51st, Jonathan Lamb 35th. And we cut to the top 64, right? So both players won on the draw. But again, you only win when you win the die roll, right? Are we not activating Simba? That's like a clear indication that we're wheeling, right? Not that I could see his hand. Just flipping it a little too fast. We're either not wheeling or our hand is incredible. But if our hand is incredible, I'm not sure why we're not inking that Simba. Offering the trade to Tipo. Reading the character with no text and taking a trade. Do you think it was better to play the Sail the Azurite Sea and then have to remove 2 cards from your hand, or to ink the Sail and play the How Far I'll Go? And we're brawling a Simba, so there must be some sort of shift. There absolutely has to be some sort of shift incoming that he knows about. Pyros. And here is the turn where I'm playing a Hiram and I'm not triggering its ability. I have to assume this Pyros is singing A Whole New World, right? Okay. Yeah, I'd rather have a Maui in play than the Hiram, especially if we're going to be wheeling. Yep. I was spot on with that one. Inking Tinkerbell. Going up to 7. Do we have a way to clear this Maui? Going up to 7 with Quill. Doesn't look like it. It looks like we're pulling Pete and Hiram to the front. I rarely play Ember Steel at locals. I only play Ember Steel when I'm taking the game seriously. I'm usually playing Blurple or Red Purple because I feel like they're the most fair decks for my opponents. And like I want them to have agency in the game for most of the game. Even if I don't win the tournament at locals, it's fine. As long as we have like long games and people get to play their cards. I try not to play things like super oppressive like Amber Steel could be. If you just like run up the chain of singers and your opponent never gets to stick a card, it's just miserable for them. But if I'm playing for like actual stakes, then Amber Steel is one of my go-to choices. All right, so we peated. I did take Baja to locals one time, and I'd never played it before, and I'll never take it back. Even when I played it at Set Champs, it was a completely different version just to mess around because I just wanted to go to that store and donate my entry fee. And then, of course, like I got 5th place going 3-1, and I was annoyed. It has to feel so good that the Maui Shark didn't get removed immediately with a Zeus or something. Inked before he drew. Can't do that. I mean, you can. You watch them do it, but... Oh my god, I got a survey. Get out of here. This is why Dan's the professional. I'm the jokester. Okay, so he has a Grab Your Swords. Not great in this matchup, obviously. He can also go searching for a way to remove this Maui Shark. And instead he inks it. So I feel like he must already have a way, or he's going to do another Whole New World immediately. Nine ink. 7 ink remaining. Hardcast Whole New World. Does he not run Zeus? It seemed uncanny to not have a Zeus to sing. And Steven, although on very little lore and very little board presence, has a human Sisu in hand to deal with this Hiram. May not need it if this Maui Shark can't be removed. Zimba. Yeah, I think the biggest problem with the Blue Steel Wheel decks is that they don't have access to Be Prepared, and they usually have to run bad removal. Bad in this matchup, I mean. Not like bad cards. Bad removal, and like stuff that doesn't do anything, like Cogsworth, for instance. All right. So without even seeing his hand, he does have the option to just use Maui to get back Be Prepared and restart. But then Lamb has a completely open board to play as many things from his hand as possible. Oh yeah, we definitely don't need to Be Prepared. This Tipo plus Vitalosphere can take out Pete. Hiram gets taken out with the Shark. Yeah, there's a specific reason for it. I can't remember, but it's been in a lot of them for a long time. I know before DLC Vegas, we were playtesting a Pyros deck with Arthur, the 7-cost Arthur. Don't remember exactly like what all the intricate interactions were. Interesting. So he's going to play the human Sisu, right? Whereas I think you just save the human Sisu because like the Tipo is just not getting much more value. Return B prep just in case. That's fine. Play Grammatala to draw cards before inking. Nope, just gonna ink. And we make Duck Manor, right? Like we take initiative in the game. Yeah, the only thing I'm just not a fan of the human Sisu coming down there, especially when you have an ice block in play. Because he could have just played the Tipo and accomplished the same thing, removing the Pete with it. And then he could have ice blocked the Hiram, so there's no damage on the Shark at all. Like, it is possible to play things that deal chunks of 2 damage. So having 5 health on the Shark rather than 4 or 3 could have been significant at some point. And it looks like the Sisu is just going to get eaten up by a Tinkerbell. There you go. Yeah, it was God, 5 health is just so much more than 3. 40% more, in fact. He's got to fire off this Be Prepared now, right? I really wish he would have just done the other play. We're going to sail so that we're still at 7. We're just going to fire off B Prep. Lamb's going to have a million cards. He has a Hiram in his hand. He has all the ink in the world. Fishboned every single turn. Still has 5 cards. Debating between the grandma and the visions. Another Vitalosphere. I would assume he's on Tomato a dime. Otherwise, you just like don't need this many Vitalospheres. You could have kept Grandma Tala in your hand. It helps defend your manor. If you're Lamb, you'd like to play something that doesn't die to a shift Sisu to diversify your threats. There you go. We can use Fishbone Quill and go ahead and draw a card immediately. I think the Pyros could definitely go down. We don't need this card anymore. That's what he chooses. All right, what do we need? We definitely need to look at the top 5 cards of our deck. And we'd really like a Maleficent Dragon or a Be Prepared. Instead, we find a Sisu. Did we gain 2 lore from the McDuck Manor? Now we did. Yep, this is exactly what I was saying about diversifying the threats with the Tamatoa. Gosh, you could just play another Hiram, another Tamatoa. You know Steven does not have Be Prepared. It was way too enticing to Be Prepared the last board. Game 3 lore, go to 7. Draw a card. Found a lucky dime. Could immediately go to 12. Then the following turn, play the Tamatoa. Jump up again. Not even have to worry about a B prep. All right, what did Lucky Dime do? Wins the game. Sure, we only have 20 ink. And I believe the hideaway went on the bottom when he looked at the top 5 cards of his deck. Yeah, so we're going to have to Visions again, for sure. Maui plus Vitalosphere takes out Tamatoa. You got to just hope the opponent doesn't have another Tamatoa, which we know he does. In addition to many other cards in hand. Steven is on 6 now because of the McDuck Manor. Why don't we want Maui? Okay, but like if we Maui, we quest for 3 this turn, right? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Why is he conceding? Anybody know why he's conceding at 12?
This deck is really a deck that's just decided, hey, what happens if we just go full greed? You know, like what happens if we go even slower and longer than Ruby Sapphire?
Yeah, but he got another draw.
We want to really
Like,
find these greedy.
You mean no
cards
answers
that
in
will
his
help
deck
us deal
whatsoever,
with,
maybe?
you know, some of the faster decks, and you know we just run Fishbone Quotes sort of ink through them, and it seems like maximum greed sometimes works, right?
Yeah.
So I guess if as long as you're not playing against anything that's super fast and you don't brick, then you might be okay. So as long as you're drawing some amount of cards, then you'll be fine. But yeah, so this is crazy. I think like I would genuinely be confused. Like, so yes, Steven has definitely picked up a lot of like clues and ideas of how to best play against Jonathan. But you know, sometimes like even after the game, you'll just be percolating like what's the lines, what's the line,
Yeah,
what's the lines?
what could I have done in that game?
And you just get taken by surprise sometimes. Sometimes
I did see Steven does have the McDuck's Manor in the opening hand, so the game plan might.
It's hard to get taken by surprise when it's open deck lists. Inking Manor on the play. When I know we have turn 2 ramp. Must be a lot more uninkables in his hand. Lamb filtering out the Twin Fire. Not great in this matchup. Unless, of course, your opponent randomly lets their opponent take a bunch of damage. I feel like a Manor, the turn after this would have just been very, very good. Shift Simba does take it out though, if he is running that, which I don't think we've seen, but we're assuming. He did draw half of his deck last game. Looks like he drew a Tipo for a turn, so that can go into the Inkwell. No turn 2 ramp from Lamb, which I don't think it's like guaranteed in his deck. Or like close guaranteed, because he is on a Fishbone Quill deck. So he's probably not maxing out. But I don't know. If you're... No quests? I feel like we quest. Is Smee really going to challenge a Tipo? Yeah, I feel like if you're a whole new world, there's no downside to playing 4 Tipo for sale. They are, in fact, inkable. Do you quest there, chat? Looks like he's debating between twin firing right now or playing the Fishbone Quill. Plays the Fishbone Quill. Yeah. Nunez has a saying about like cards you have in play. It's like you really need to consider using them every single turn. Like you have to have a very good reason not to use them every turn. Around, yep. So the hand is going to be Hiram Twin Flame. He's thinking about putting a workshop down. I don't know. He has to worry about Shift Sisu, right? Otherwise, the workshop just draws 2 cards with Hiram. Steven down to 2 cards in hand already? The ice block definitely wasn't great this game. Might have been a better option to Tebow instead of playing it on turn 1. But then again, if he draws... Okay, I was going to say if he drew Hiram, ice block looks genius. Do we not just Hiram here? Instead of Maui Shark? Like, we're not wheeling. If we are wheeling, It's whatever. You have no cards in hand now, so like, not a big difference. Now Lamb has no reason to wheel if he was going to. I would definitely have hit the Hiram there. Yeah. As soon as your opponent starts playing around a whole new world, you just don't have to play. Yeah, I think he gave up. I think he gave up, honestly. I think when he drew his card for a turn and he looked disheveled, I think he had given up on this round. He's resigned himself to a top 16. The human Sisu not questing, I feel, was just, hey, I'm happy where I am. I think I'm done here, though. And now, but then oddly enough, gets a little bit of life in him. Because now he has a reason for Lamb to want to turn his card sideways so he can use his shark. I know. It's crazy. Because, like, even if he used Smee to challenge the Tipo, the Smee would be banished at the end of the turn. Like, Steven is the beatdown deck here. He has no cards in hand. He is never going to be controlling this board state. Like, he couldn't even draw a B prep. I mean, he couldn't even play a B prep if he drew it. So, like, you're obviously just trying to quest to win for the rest of the game, right? Tell you, people need to read Who's the Quester. It's on our Metafy. It is free. I'm not even trying to sell you anything right now. Like, I just think it is a very important thing for people to read. Like, Steven still has agency in this game. Like, I'm not saying he's out of it. I feel like his heart was out of it 2 turns ago, though. Oof. God, that has to feel bad. Just keep questing. What did he do? Did he ink a card? I was reading chat. Yeah, it looks like he inked whatever he drew. What was that, guys? He drew a Maleficent Dragon. Okay. Interesting. I feel like he would really regret that decision if he draws like a how far I'll go right now. Like, you could always ink the Maleficent Dragon if you need to like play Tamatoa or something. T-bow is basically an item at this point. It's pure decoration. All right, gain 2 from... Oof. Yeah, and these ice blocks have done 0. Like, he could have easily T-bowed the first ice block. Although, then he wouldn't have had the option to play the Hiram, which he didn't do. Yeah, this game's over. Cogsworth comes down. Smee doesn't take damage anymore. You cannot win. You have to take the Hiram. Play the Hiram. Okay. Player 2 is at 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. He again conceded when his opponent was going to go to 17, or the lore totals are wrong on the screen. Let me unmute.
Find a wheel. It is just, yeah, you run out of cards and you just ramp into GG.
So definitely, this is like a textbook situation of what happens if you bring in something that's a little bit off meta. I think we've seen both in this matchup as well as Din's matchup earlier. When you bring in cards and strategies that are a little bit off meta.
Yeah, those games weren't exactly competitive.
Know how to deal with it, and I think that he just really took advantage of that. So Steven, great player. I've seen him play a whole bunch of tournaments, and I know he definitely deserves to be up here. But yeah, so playing against Steel Sapphire, it's a strange game plan. You just don't know what's going on. You don't know what to play around.
Yep.
And and you see the game plan, like he just kept building up, and for some reason he kept getting resources.
Yeah.
And then you just get flooded out. And
yeah,
so
that's right.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, I keep saying it, but if you put uninkable cards in your deck, you're essentially committing to playing them at some point. So yeah, that's not always going to be the answer you need. Sometimes you'd rather turn them into ink. And yeah, we definitely saw that in that game with the Ruby Sapphire. You just get your hand flooded with uninkables that you have to play. And yeah, definitely Sisu Daring Visitor was not a card that they would have wanted to play there. Probably the Ice Block as well, would rather ink that. And then
I think that feeling you had was absolutely correct.
May have been inking the Hiram instead of the Shark. That was definitely a big decision turn. I think if you play the Hiram, you can dig into your deck and see what you can find.
Yep, Greg. Greg is exactly right.
Look quite good when it got deployed to the board, and then they got the mana. It felt like they might be able to tempo the game out, but yeah, they just ran out of gas. Couldn't find another wheel. So
yeah, sometimes I guess that happens with certain games where it definitely seems like a lot of times even today where they'll be playing and you need to draw a way to extend on one of the following turns in order to keep the game alive, and I guess it just didn't quite happen.
Yep.
He did potentially have an option with Maui House Shark had it survived, but
yeah, that's right. Yep.
It didn't quite make it as well. And yeah, so I think also there's a little bit of like mental fatigue as well, right? So you're playing a lot of games. Right? This would have been the third best of 3 game today, which admittedly, like it's like not
probably the longest 6th or 7th game that they've played today. Yep.
Yeah, so it's quite a number of games, and then now you have to play something completely new. So Ori.
Let me pause this. Can I just go on a bit of a tangent here? Like, his opponents, like, anytime people blame, like, oh, it's been a long day, they're fatigued, their opponents have played the same exact number of rounds. Their opponents did not have buys. Like, everyone has played the same amount of Disney Lorcana for the same amount of days. Like, it's the worst excuse, honestly.
We're getting pretty close to the end of this round, and yeah, so well done to both our players. So we have Steven, who has finished in the top 16, and
still fantastic result. Yeah, anyone who's made it this far is obviously an incredible player and has had a really good run at this tournament. So yeah, congratulations to everyone who's made it this far. Even just making day 2 is a huge achievement. I know if I were to be playing this tournament, I made day 2, I would just be incredibly happy. And yeah, even if you go out in the round of 64, that's just, amazing result for these players. And they get the nice promo cards. There's lots of prizes up. So yeah.
Definitely. So that would now mean that we are now heading into the top 8.
Top 8, yeah.
Really we might have some graphics. So I presume that quite a number of games have been pushing into top 8. So here we have Ben Simmons is moving in.
And Amber Steel made it.
Yep. So that would have been one of the top seeds. And then we've haven't got the decider on the other side. And then we've got Jonathan Land versus Steven Iskander. And we've got Noel Lim versus Jun Chow. So, yep.
So, again, this is going to be another
Ruby Sapphire. No, I'm reading from the wrong one. We got Jonathan Lam versus Noel Lim. Yeah.
So, it's a Ruby Sapphire versus Sapphire Steel matchup again. So, Jonathan Lam just, shuffle up and redo the same thing. And Noel has to study up again.
Yeah, I think Jonathan's probably quite happy to see this matchup. It feels like they've built their deck in such a way that they can deal with these Ruby Sapphire lists.
Yep, and we are now just waiting for the other top 16 rounds to continue playing on. Unsurprisingly, Clement versus Nathan, both on Ruby Sapphire. This is probably going to go right down to the end.
Yep.
Fergus and Jesse, both Amethyst decks, so they're probably scrapping it up. They're probably playing out their third and final game right now. Admittedly, our games did finish a little bit faster because we did finish with a 2-0 in our last round. So
then we got Din Pham versus Jordan Verity, another Ruby Sapphire mirror, although I think that one might resolve on the more quicker side because Din's got a bit more tempo in his deck than a lot of these other ones. And then we got Fabian Bonfante against Peter Meyer down the bottom there. So yeah, a lot of players that we've seen on stream already from day 1 back on day 2. So
it's pretty crazy. So maybe some of these internationals were right. Like I thought that maybe Ruby Sapphire was maybe not the deck to play, but it just seems like it's working well for a lot of players. So I definitely have heard some comments on some of the players who have played Amethyst variants or Amber variants that after seeing some of these international, some of these high level players play Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Sapphire.
Yep.
Yeah, they think. Actually, yeah, I probably would want to play Ruby Sapphire too. So
this deck's pretty good. There's something to it. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also the thing. Like, if your local community doesn't really have that sort of skill level play, you might not know or might not see that's like a very strong deck. But then as soon as you see like a high level player playing, it's like, oh wow, this is really what this deck can do. Like, it really unlocks it, and that's a learning experience. Now it's like, wow, you really open my eyes to like what like level of skill play is available, and so I think.
All right, everyone. I calmed down. I had myself muted. So, what I said, absolutely true. Okay. But, let's talk about practice. All right. We're talking about practice. Here's the thing. Like, why do professional football players, why do professional baseball players, why do professional basketball players, why do they go out before the game and practice? Why do MMA fighters spar? Right? All of these things. If you want to not be fatigued when you're playing, like if this is something that happens to you, you're not playtesting enough. It's that simple. Like, I have this conversation with people in North Carolina. I have this conversation with people in North Carolina where, like, they'll say something like, man, I was just like shaking off the rust round one or whatever. And it's like, man, I wasn't even thinking. Like, I have this conversation with James, like I've said before. Like, I'm not even thinking sometimes. It's just like muscle memory. Oh, this card's great against this matchup. You want to play it on this turn to avoid these things, blah, blah, blah. It's just stuff that gets ingrained in your head. Okay, a good way to think about it is think about, like, any time in your life that you've, like, driven home from work or something, and then all of a sudden you're like, how did I get home? Like, I don't even remember the drive, you know? Whereas when you first started driving, you're, like, on edge, hands at lunch break. Your hands weren't at lunch break, but oh my God, come on with this. Ugh. There's how many players are left in the tournament? 8. You need a lunch break? My God. I can't believe we're on a lunch break. James, tell him. That was my critique when I first met James. I was like, no, man, you're thinking too hard. Just win. I was like, yeah, just ignore. It's like, just ignore all that stuff. Just win. Okay. And then the next round, that's what he did. He won in 5 minutes. He crushed that event. Getting myself back off here. Didn't mean to jump scare everyone. Oh, Lord. So anyway, muscle memory, right? I mean, that's why, aside from like getting warmed up, that's why people still go to batting practice, stuff like that. You got to like put yourself in a situation. You got to put yourself in a situation over and over and over to where once you're in that situation, when it matters, it's like second nature. You know, you don't start like panicking. You don't start overthinking things. Like, me and James have a friend here who like will have the game absolutely won. Like, you would think there's no shot he's losing this game. And then all of a sudden, he just thinks of like the most insane scenario where he could possibly lose and starts playing around it. And then ends up losing naturally because he started playing so ungodly terrible. So yeah, sometimes sometimes you overthink yourself right out of the tournament. How can I throw this game against the wall as hard as possible? Do you mean literally? I'd say probably like a sling. Figuratively? Yeah, it's hard without an online client. To be fair, I don't want one. I know I'm in the minority, but I enjoy the fact that I don't really get time to play test, so without an online client, neither does like most other people. And I don't start exposing how bad I am at the game even harder. They just showed it. I have no idea like what it was exactly. I think was Fam still playing when they showed it? Let's see. Let me check the melee. They're on break, but it says Fam not reported and table 2 Fabian not reported. And for some reason, I can't see standings for top 32. And obviously, can't see them for top 16. We talk about spell table? Is that what it's called? I'm joking, obviously. One second. Let me go check on Facebook. Oh, let's see. All right, let me know if that link worked. So if anyone is interested, we are on Medify. Wasn't planning on running an ad right now, but we're on Medify. If you think anything I'm saying makes sense while I'm watching these games, one of our main coaches is David Nunez, and I guarantee you he is leagues better at the game than I am, and much better at explaining things. Okay. So if you want to go ahead and get any sort of coaching, you get to pick between David Nunez or Dan Arnold. And, Dan, former and I believe only world champion of Transformers TCG, played in every high level tournament there's been basically that we could reasonably get to. And, it was my main playtesting partner back when I used to be successful at this game. I always tell Dan me and him should play some Transformers. He never pulls out any decks, though. Oh. All right, guys, I'm gonna be honest. I guess I'm gonna go take a dinner break. Let me make sure this Royal Rumble is not ending soon before I do that. I feel bad, but I really can't believe with 8 players left, they're going on break. Especially with 2 tables still playing. Like those 6 people that are left could like be on a break right now. Right? They could be on a break right now while the other 2 matches finish. And then while they're playing, the other people can go on a break. You know, like, I don't know. They could stifle this somehow. Apparently the Rumble ended, so I don't know where Dan is. All right, guys. You guys see this? Forget it. I don't need a break. So, I don't know if anyone just left their stream up waiting for it to come back, but if anyone is still here watching, much appreciated. This was something I'm going to write an article about, but it's going to be a free post on Notify anyway, so might as well share it with you guys here. And it's going to be about how to win on the draw, right? Personally, I believe people choose not to win on the draw, honestly, and they choose it when they build their deck. Straight up, there are so many decks that I think people just jam the 60 most powerful cards when they are at their best, which is almost always on the play. And I think that one of the things you need to do if you want to start 2-0ing people is to put cards in your deck that can help you win on the draw. Okay? So first we got Cinderella, and just like Cinderella is going to be Ursula, and the keyword here is singers. Okay? If you want to win on the draw, you're going to need to play things either cheaper or above rate. And one way to do that in Disney Lorcana is the singers. So if your opponent plays, a 1-drop Chernobog's Followers, and you play a Cinderella, they may just sacrifice that Chernobog's Followers right there, or they're going to have to sneak it, right? At which point you could just play 2 more characters and strength it, something like that. Ursula, perfect example. Like, Ursula is just the best card in the Amber Steel mirror. Your opponent leads on Cinderella, you lead on nothing. Your opponent plays, Calhoun, right? And you play Ursula. All of a sudden, that Cinderella is kind of screwed. Like, they know for a fact you're just going to shoot that thing with your storm. They're going to get no value off of their storm. And all of a sudden, you caught up in the game. Okay? The next thing that's good for winning on the draw is cards with shift. So we've got the Queen. We've got Robin Hood. And I didn't even... Oh, here we go. And we have Queen and we have Robin Hood. So, again, if your opponent is playing on curve, and all of a sudden, like, you play a Queen on 1, they play a Chernobog's Followers. So you play Queen on 1. Turn 2, they play Flynn Rider, Quest of Followers, shift Queen, challenge their followers. You've put them back a card. They're going to have to play another card to challenge your Queen, which will get rid of both of them. And then it's a 2-for-2, and you're on equal footing somewhat. Or you could shift Queen, sing a song. Again, songs are a great way to catch up when you're from behind. Same thing with Robin Hood, especially with Robin Hood. It's really hard to deal with a 3/6 on turn 3, even when your opponent went first. All right. And then some of those songs that you might want to sing when you're on the draw. Grab Your Swords, Along Came Zeus, Strength of a Raging Fire. If your opponent shifted something, maybe you play a Mother Knows Best and you get a huge tempo advantage. Even though you were on the draw, you use a lot less ink to deal with the problem that they've presented you with. Same thing for World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Yeah. Next thing we're going to have is Cogsworth. And by Cogsworth, I mean anything with rush. Anything that can be surprising. So it doesn't have to be the actual Cogsworth itself. You could play a Captain Hook, play Cogsworth, trade your Captain Hook up into their 3-drop, right? They spent 3 ink. You spent 2 ink. You still have one of your characters in play. You could always bounce the Cogsworth later, stuff like that. And then next is Captain Hook. Any card that trades up for its value is obviously a great thing to play on the draw. If your opponent goes, we're just going to keep doing followers. Purple is the most played color. All right, get over it. Opponent plays followers. They bounce, play snake. You have a Captain Hook. What's the snake doing? Nothing. They're not pressing the advantage that they had. All right. In the same vein as rush characters like Cogsworth, we have the Queen of Hearts with rush, right? If your opponent is sleeping with a Cindy, okay, sleeping when they have their Cindy in play, and they just go questing with it, or they use it to shoot something, you can pick it off with a Queen of Hearts. Same thing if your opponent leads on Curse Merfolk, followed by Curse Merfolk, whatever. Queen of Hearts could get you back into that game. Another thing, just like the Captain Hook, is this Madam Mim tiny adversary. All of a sudden, some of your characters that your opponent thinks they're perfectly safe questing into does 1 more damage. Let's see. Tipo, and in the same vein, Sail the Azurite Sea. One of the reasons to play Blurple, or as I prefer, Samothus, is, let's think about Genie, for instance. When you're on the play, you play a Tipo or you play a Sail, and then when you're on 4 ink, your opponent is on 2 ink, and you just play a Genie. You're so far ahead of the Genie war. It's like crazy. Or you can just start getting card advantage immediately with like Rabbit, way before your opponent could. Now let's say you're on draw. Your opponent has 2 ink. You have 2 ink. You play Sail. You go to 3. They go to 3. You go to 4. You're ahead of them again. So you're down a card in the Tipo or Sail, but the fact that you get to play cards that cost more than your opponents get to play, and especially the fact that purple has so many cards that draw cards and replaces themselves and eliminates the disadvantage of a Tipo inking another card from your hand, it's just a very strong thing to do when you want to win games on the draw. Calhoun, another one of just like, this is one that stops your opponents in their tracks. This one's obviously not a surprise. Cogsworth's a surprise. Shifting could be a surprise. Stuff like that. Things with Rush are a surprise. Calhoun is kind of just like, all right, I'm going to slow the game down a little. Put a Calhoun in play. Just checking the comments real quick. Yeah, I mean, it's so easy when you're building a deck, just be like, God, this is the most powerful thing ever. And it really is. And then you go to a DLC and you go 9-9, you know? Like, we've all been there. Again, we talked about Challenger. Mickey Mouse is particularly good at it because... Sorry, I'm just checking my messages. Mickey Mouse is particularly good at it because it's surprise Challenger, just like the surprise Rush characters, stuff like that. Ariel, it's a singer. Already gone over this. Fox has Rush. Merlin Crab allows you to trade up, just like all the other challengers. Naveen, it's a singer. Not only that, it's a singer that, like, at least the Ariel, the Ursula, the Cinderella, they know it a turn ahead of time. I personally would not want to play Naveen right now, but you know, there could be so many different decks that no one is even exploring, you know? Like, people could think they have the game locked up and you just go Naveen Pirate's Life. Stuff like that. Elsa, Rush, exert something, take something out, just like we've covered earlier. This one, oh my gosh. This card, 2 of my opponents had this card as set champs, and I flat out refused to use a card to get rid of it. I let them 2-for-1 me because I was not going to use ink to get rid of this scar. I just kept questing. This also single-handedly took out one of my Cinderellas, which was so frustrating. I ended up winning both of those matches. It was very frustrating. Let's see. Talked about Sail the Azurite Sea. Magical Aid. I'm a little surprised this one's not played. And I think the big reason it's not played, aside from like if you draw it and you have an empty board, it does nothing. At least like you could be at 19 or so and draw a crab and still win the game from it. You could also just play a crab on 3 and use it to sing friends on the other side. But like Challenger +3, and it comes back to your hand. It seems very good in the Genie Wars. The Genie Wars of 2025. It seems very good with Diablo. Get it right back to your hand, stuff like that. The problem is people are already playing around Fox and Crab, so they're inadvertently playing around a card like this. But this is just the type of effect. Like, this isn't necessarily a video that is only relevant right now. Like, this is a very evergreen topic, and these are the types of cards that when they print them in the future, you can still look back at this video and be like, oh yeah, we have cards like that now. You have forgotten me. So like, if your opponent's on the play, they have one less card than you. They're starting the game. If they played a 1-drop, they're starting the game with 5 cards in their hand. Right? So like, if you can just like catch someone with a You Have Forgotten Me, especially if you're playing something like Amber Steel, where your opponent is playing around a whole new world, all of a sudden they're like playing out most of their cards. They have like 1 or 2 cards left in the hand. Boom, You Have Forgotten Me. Just effects like this, discard in general, is just a way to catch up when you're behind, unless you're like getting absolutely steamrolled, obviously. But if we're ever in a meta game that's like mostly mid-range or control versus control decks, something like this, very helpful for catching back up. Be prepared. Be prepared is like single-handedly why some people are successful with like Ruby Amethyst, and they would never be successful with any other deck ever, because they're just like leaning so hard on Be Prepared. It's like when I was talking earlier in the stream about how I played in Sarce games, I made top 8 with 1 Be Prepared. I just felt like I personally didn't need it, and people were playing around it so much anyway. And like, people at a Sarce games as opposed to a locals are not going to play into it as much. So if I'm going to keep them playing around it when I don't even have it clogging up my hand, that seemed like something that I was really enticed to try, and it worked out that day. And then Lantern is in the same exact vein as Sail the Azurite Sea and Tipo, but unfortunately uninkable, but in a different color. It's very rare that you would want to have an Amber deck that also has cards like Tipo and Sail in it. Like, we haven't really seen an Amber Sapphire deck so far. So yeah, maybe Dan can just clip this and put it on Metafy. People will be confused as to some of the stuff that we were talking about, like I was referencing to earlier. But at the same time, come watch us on Thursdays. We always have a live stream. Well, we try to, at least. And God, can we talk about these prices for a second? My God. So yeah, there's a look into some of the stuff that I tried to do on Metafy. Let's see. I'm just going to switch it back to this tab real quick. All right, guys, want to learn how to find deals on TCG Player? For anyone who doesn't know, when I first picked up this game, I planned on only playing it casually. I had been out of trading card games for many, many years. And if you've been watching the stream all night, I have 2 daughters. I let them come on, do a little talking earlier. So I could not get starter decks anywhere. Obviously, like, almost no one could. So I went ahead and went on TCG Player, and I was just going to buy a bunch of commons. And I noticed that people were pricing their cards wrong. Okay, so one of the things that you're going to want to do if you want to buy cards on TCG Player is look at this price versus the market price for one. Like, look, market price here, $85. Lowest list is $58.99. So this person, it's $58.99 with $5 shipping. Now what we want to do is look at item price only. Okay, still $58.99. So if you were planning on buying multiple of this item for some reason, I heard a beep. What's up, Dave?
Yeet.
I don't know what that means. If you were looking to buy this item in particular, you only have to pay the shipping one time, right? So if you find, let's say, a $10 card and they have 4 copies, and it's $4 with $4.99 shipping. All of a sudden, you only paid $5 each plus the $4.99 shipping one time. So yeah, there's your secret to buying Disney Lorcana cards.
Are they in lunch? Tell me they're in lunch.
Oh yeah, they're in lunch.
Ah,
There's only 8 players left in the tournament.
bro, I'm gonna have the biggest surprise for you in like 20 minutes.
Sure.
You're not even gonna believe it.
Yeah, it seems scary.
It is, actually. It's big, I promise. How's it been? How's the games?
Fam made it. We're
Is it
waiting
top
on that. Yep.
Okay.
Fam 1, 2-1. We're waiting for table 1 and table 2 still. So I don't know if they're extending the lunch break because they said that they went to lunch, but Fam was still playing.
Isn't it like, don't they rotate?
That's what I said. I said, why don't they send half the people now?
We know. I mean, that's what they did in Toronto for Nunez.
It
That was
seems
going,
like
you know. Oh my God! Is that Jorge, the mono amethyst set champion?
hey, it wasn't mono.
You're right. You know what? He proved me wrong. He proved me wrong. Emerald Amethyst can win set championships.
Yep.
Facts. I was proven wrong.
Dude, I can't believe AJ won. I mean, I believe it, but I
can't believe AJ won with fucking Gontu in his deck.
I know, right? He doesn't listen to us.
God, that kid.
But
I was so excited to Sully win. I was like, yeah, that's great. And then I saw Gontu, and I'm like, he must hate everyone.
I said in the thing, I was like, yeah, we gave him a deck list, and he was like, nah, forget that. I'm just gonna make it worse, and I'm gonna win. But what's it called? And he played another kid in the finals.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. You know what's not cool though about this kid is they weren't playing for seeding, and he almost knocked someone out. That was messed up.
That's life, bro.
I know, but it's crazy. Like, I wonder if he knows, or if he thinks like that's just how the games play. It's obviously it's in his right.
You know what? It sounds like some other kid that we know.
Is it Luca? It's Luca. Absolutely sucks as a human.
Didn't want to split because hey, it's not his money.
He's like, I didn't pay to be here. I'm lucky I'm not punished right now or grounded.
No. You got to play the Baja Blast. You had fun with your memes. They want to beat you tomorrow. That's why. They're like, haha, we're going to get them. Although if they know you're going to play Baja, they probably, there's people.
Yeah, it must be nice. I had to sit here for 45 minutes. You just walk right in. All right, let me unmute them.
Yeah,
weekend. Yeah,
very much so. Yeah, it's been really high level stuff. Today we've got Jesse and Clement facing off. So yeah, it should be a really
what was great
matchup.
was one of the matches earlier. It said what Hannah was playing.
Yep. So you should see some new.
And it was wrong.
Deck lists.
So they fixed it, and it was wrong again.
They're running. Yeah, while this has all been going on, we're waiting in the break. There's been a few events running. I just went and had a look at the Chaos Seal today, and I saw 2 people pulling Enchanted. So that was pretty exciting.
I heard someone
stuff
pulled 3 Enchanteds and they're sealed.
Now we are
earlier.
Yeah, that's
looks like they are already into the.
That was a big complaint at there was someone in NACT Seal that pulled 2 of them.
Jesse on Emerald Amethyst, probably playing a more.
All right, I can mute this.
All right, I just want to let everyone know that I will not be losing to Snorlax tomorrow. Facts.
All right, we'll put them on the big screen. Everyone has been enjoying the ads for 5-tier shelves.
Yeah,
they keep popping up randomly.
I'm guessing because you don't have an ad blocker.
Right, that's illegal.
Okay. No, it's not.
Every website says please don't use an ad blocker.
They say please don't use it. They don't say you can't use it.
That's not nice. What if I said, Dan, please don't pee in my Cheerios? You're just gonna pee in them?
No. No.
Yeah, because I said please. Any other time, you do. All right,
have
so
an Amazon storefront.
We got blue red.
Oh, we got the favorable
green,
Emerald
purple.
Amethyst.
Yeah, and Emerald Amethyst on the draw.
Yeah, it does look like Ruby Sapphire won the die roll. I'm sorry, this is seeding, right?
Yeah, this isn't North Carolina.
Yeah, you're right.
Where they just make up rules.
It's true. They literally do make up rules. You can't do that. Oh, man, we're moving fast, boys.
Yeah, this is nice. Although Jesse almost did not draw for the first turn.
Fair.
Does anyone know, is the 15-year-old still in the tournament?
There's a 15-year-old in the top cut? Like
yeah,
deep run?
in day 2.
And he will. Oh, wow. What are they going to do if he has to be on camera?
Yeah, we had a whole discussion about it. Braden said that they'll have to remove him from the tournament, and I said I don't think so.
No, they can't remove him from the tournament.
They just won't show him. I'm glad that you're justifying what I said though, because like I'm starting to feel crazy. Like, am I?
No,
right?
you can't remove him from the tournament. No way.
Yeah, I agree. No, but what I'm saying is like people were like, "Wait, why can't they show him?" I'm like, no, they just
yeah, no, they can't show children. That much we know for sure.
Clement has a great hand.
Yeah, this was a phenomenal start. Like,
yeah,
we're gonna be on 6 ink when our opponent's on 3. Oof.
Dropping a Maui Shark with a brawl.
Yeah.
Apparently, the Emerald Amethyst eliminated the Ruby Amethyst last round. Seeing the bad news of just a bunch of Maui Sharks that you cannot banish at all.
You want to say, look, hey, look, you can officially meet the one and only Dick Burns.
Hi, Dick.
Hey!
How are you?
I'm amazing. You?
Good. I'm glad now that Jay won. Does he watch this line?
Yeet.
Yeet.
There it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know what Yeet was.
No,
Yeah.
he didn't know what Yeet was.
No, he's not a wrestling fan.
Good night.
No, I'll be a wrestling fan for you. Come back. We can wrestle.
That was my sister, everyone.
My kids were on earlier. We have all the children.
I heard your kid. I heard her call me out, which is ridiculous. I cannot believe she did not say Lorcana villain. Unbelievable.
No, me and Lorcana villain are friends.
She called him a stinky something.
Yeah.
Come on.
Dude, she ran.
I'm blaming Liz for that one. Liz made her say it. That's what I'm blaming. That's right.
She ran out to Liz and was like, "Oh my god, I just called Dad's friend." Whatever. It was hilarious.
He's bathed since? Wow. How do you know?
All right, so Jesse clearly just being like, listen, I'm so far behind. I'm just going to try to quest every single turn and hope it's enough to get to 20.
I mean, possibly. Yeah, I like playing the 3 strength here.
Well, that's also
an evasive answer with crab. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what we were told yesterday, was that the Sarhisses were included because it was a way to at least attempt to interact with Maui Sharks.
Do we even quest with Ursula this turn then?
I mean,
because taking out the snake would leave it vulnerable.
Well, we still have a popsicle, right? We could like heal it if we want to. To this day, whenever I say heal, I want to say repair because of Transformers. Like it's like I don't know what it is. It's just ingrained in my brain that healing is repairing.
Jorge asked for some Transformers coaching.
Yeah, I would. Man, I would blow your mind. I like it. We get back a sale. we still have tiny dice. That's still a thing.
Yep.
Okay, that's cool.
Translucent tiny dice. Oh, confirmed. Everyone in the chat was like so happy it was confirmed. They make them change their sleeves.
They make them change their sleeves. Okay.
They accidentally showed them with their decks laid out unsleeved, putting sleeves on their decks.
Okay, gotcha.
Did you also know why?
I 100% did not know this until today. There was a comment on the YouTube video from yesterday confirming that the dice are the dice from the Trove.
Yeah.
Holy crap, we need better dice, guys.
They must have just walked over the prize wall, been like, hey, there's no dice in Australia.
Man. It's really funny though when you think about this play line. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think it's necessarily winning position, but if you turn sideways here, we gain 12 lore. If we can't find a pirate's life, it could get kind of ugly kind of fast.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be down to just quest with those snakes that turn.
Well, you don't want
the
to
Sarkis.
Yeah, we don't want to give anything, right? In theory.
Well, he only had a sail, and we know of a brawl.
Also true. You know what we need, man? We need a poison apple right now. That's what we need. Just saying.
It's true.
We get to gain 2 lore right here. How hot is that? Oh, so good. I don't like ruby cards, but when we get to double shark, I kind of love it. You know what I really despise? The idea that there's one foil shark and one non-foil shark. That's tilting to me.
Yeah, but if he drops it, he'll know that he dropped it because it's foil.
Oh. I don't think we should go there. Been there, done that.
Innocent joke.
Fallout.
Innocent joke.
Sending it.
Earlier, I said, like, man, let me know if anyone's disqualified because people love those videos.
They love the drama.
Yeah, you guys love the drama.
Uh-oh, I heard a car door shut. Uh-oh.
So someone is coming to your house.
What?
And it's someone that I would be happy about?
Yeah, you're going to be so excited or shocked.
Your mom's coming to visit?
No, God, no. You would not be excited about that. No one would be excited about that.
It's got to be Marcus.
Even my kids wouldn't be excited about that.
When things get hyped up for me, I never care once it actually happens.
That's good. I know. It's going to be more shocked than happy, for sure. We're going questing.
Shocked? Never heard of that dwarf.
Hey, so do we even have a crab? Not that I think it's going to save us in this particular position here, but
impossible to tell.
It's very difficult. Is that a Peter Pan? That's also theoretically an answer to a shark if we want to lose 2 characters.
Yeah. Peter Pan, I mean, losing 2 characters is better than losing the game. I don't know if he played 2 1-drops or if he paid 2 ink for his 1-drop.
I think it's a broom over there.
Yeah, that is a broom for sure. I don't know if there's 2 brooms up there.
My cat is trying desperately to get in my daughter's room. She's upset. She got locked out.
But yeah, stream's been good. Everyone's been really fun today.
I was unaware of that. Clement is Reclam. I have definitely reported on the meta report about the username Reclam. 100% true. I believe he was either first or second place in the revival event at EUCC, if I remember.
Yeah, I heard he was a good player. Oh my God, look at that. He's writing his Lore totals on a $5. It's an official Ravensburger branded notepad.
False. They are $9.
Oh God, inflation. Yeah, they have a whole shark in play.
That's true. It's true. 2 half sharks has to make 1 bull shark, right? Like that's how that works. Oh, I gained 2 lore. That's cool.
I mean, in Magic, they
Pirate's
have.
Life? Oh, look, I found Pirate's Life. Oh man, I get to gain 4 and take 2. Woo-hoo!
In Magic and Pokemon, they have cards
Ooh.
that you can fuse
Hold on.
together.
Hold on. Can we do some math real quick? We can sing one of these, right?
Yeah.
So, like we could just take this Pirate's Life, sing, gain 4, go to 13, quest or challenge.
No, 4
Pick the
goes
pirate-
to 16.
No, we're player 2.
Oh, my bad.
So yeah, so if we play Pirate's Life, we gain 4. We'll go to 13. We can then
He did play 2
challenge?
1-drops.
Right, but we didn't ink yet though, right? So
Yeah,
we can-
no, I meant the other guy. Sorry, yes, we can challenge, get it back.
Right, yeah. So we can sing it,
Replay it.
challenge, and play it again, and get another 4, and go to 17, go to 18 with Grandma Tala, and then of course take 4 lore away from our opponent. I mean, can we ever lose?
Yeah, pretty awesome.
Like we can never lose in that position, right? Here it comes, baby. Yeah. Isn't that the healthy one though? Shouldn't we have
Yes.
sung with the one with damage on it?
I'm assuming he's going to heal it.
So what did he challenge? Oh, Diablo, right? Like, who cares?
Now he's challenging a Sir Hiss for
Oh,
sure.
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
he's going to heal it if he wants to.
Yeah, and we just get to ink and play it again, and like game's just over.
Yeah, it's funny. Whoever's keeping track of lore went from 9 to what? Yeah, 9 to 13. Yep.
Yeah, and then this takes us to 17, and then we can quest to 18 with Tala.
This is so good.
I mean, you could also just take out a snake here, I guess. Like, who cares? But I don't see how our opponent is going to get rid of our 2 sharks, and he certainly is not going to gain 12 lore. Specifically in that world. The only reason, I mean, I guess with the board, it doesn't matter. There's no way we can lose the go-go, right? Yeah, game's just over.
That was an amazing series of plays.
Yeah. 1 half shark is okay. 2 half sharks. Full shark? It's
Yeah,
pretty
full
good, guys.
shark.
Full shark's pretty good. So the toppy is, that looks like way more than 8. I'm so confused. Oh, I see. I see how Melissa's doing this now. The top 8 is 4 ruby sapphires, 1 amber steel, 1 emerald steel, 1 sapphire steel, and 1 emerald amethyst.
Graham, Amber Steel staying alive.
1 amber steel, 1 sapphire steel. Both amethyst steels were removed. The ruby sapphire was removed. And 3 of the, the ruby amethyst removed, and 3 of the ruby sapphires from top 16. I saw the top 32 metagame was very heavily influenced by ruby sapphire. Oh boy, I'm gonna mute myself for a second.
Yeah, only 1 ruby amethyst was nuts. I bet it's AJ.
Gamers!
Oh my god. How could you let him in your home?
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I told you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, no one can see who it is, by the way.
I know.
That's helpful.
No, we're not on screen. That's why I
Oh.
specifically said gamers. He's like the only one that says that.
That's true.
So funny. We're in top 8, Brady. That's Bailey.
Hey.
So Emerald Amethyst gets me on the play and do Emerald Amethyst things?
Presumably.
I mean, let's be honest. The game one, we just had the nuts, straight up. So
Are these people good yet?
Reclam is the Ruby Sapphire player. He's certainly known in Europe. He's quite successful.
Clement, who's that?
Yeah, that's Reclam. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna try and say the second name. Clement, I can get probably. The last name? Mm-mm.
I've never been known to not embarrass myself. Yeah.
Oh, I have been. It's okay. Oh, we start with a pretty good start. Oh yeah, that's a good start. We get the turn guy sideways forever.
Yep. He inked 2 bounce cards so far because of course he did. He's on.
Is there a kit? That'd
be so sick. It's probably game if there's a kit, right?
It would be like unreal good.
The fact that he didn't play the Vitalis Spear on one means that like a whole bunch of things are much worse like 4 turns from now.
Where's our hand cam when we need it? They're never on point with the hand cam, guys.
They couldn't figure out how to actually get the cards in frame, so they gave up on it.
Has there just not been a hand cam today?
Yeah, that was a good question.
No, not really.
Do you see what he did there?
Yeah, he just turned everything sideways. Yeah, he's shortcut, guys. They hate that though.
I was gonna say improper game actions.
They hate it. Oh, we're dropping goats.
Oh, interesting.
All right, fine.
But he has Ursula in his hand, right? I feel like we just ink Ursula there. He also has Rabbit. So he's priced.
We inked goat. Yeah, I would have probably inked. Well, I don't know. I guess Ursula is random protection in like 3 turns.
He's also
like
priced
Tipo...
in playing Rabbit because it's uninkable.
Yeah.
Can you pick up your dog?
She's fat, but you know.
I'm also fat.
All right, and blue-red won. So let's wrap this one up, guys.
What just happened?
He sailed, double inked, brawled, used Tipo to take out Diablo. We're left with nothing.
That's pretty good.
Good games.
So both games he went Tipo sail.
Yep.
It's pretty powerful.
Remember when Ruby Sapphire couldn't beat Emerald Amethyst?
I don't know, man. People tell me all the time you can't lose. So
that's what everyone says.
There's a video that came out last week of people really upset that I thought this deck was bad. Just say it.
He peed on me.
Oh, it's a girl, but yeah.
Yeah, she likes to pee. She likes to do that.
Look what you did.
I'll be back.
It's Dan's fault. You know you have to let her out if someone's coming over. All right. Looks like drew a white rose. I mean, we are absolutely priced into playing the uninkable 4-drop. No? We are not. Also, why did we cash in that? It was being threatened by nothing. Yeah, I would also be panicking a little if I started with like 1 drop, 1 drop, 1 drop. And then all of a sudden I just have like nothing in play.
All
So
right.
we drew and played White Rose and sacrificed our Broom, which was not being threatened by anything, and then played Curse Merfolk instead of playing Rabbit.
So we just put lore in play?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
I like lore.
I feel like now we're like awkward. Like this turn could have been Ursula, Curse Merfolk, whatever.
Oh, are we going to be prepared and then we don't have Ursula?
Well, he can't play the Ursula because he's priced into playing the Rabbit, and we're about to go into 7.
What I'm saying, yeah. So Clement's about to go into be prepared turn.
Yeah.
And then we have how many cards left? 3.
3, I believe.
Plus a draw from Rabbit.
Yeah. I just would have rather gotten the 4-cost uninkable out of my hand sooner.
I don't really see a reason to kill Tipo. I think I'm gaining lore almost all the time.
Yeah, I also went and killed Tipo. I also think we should be one more lore ahead from not sacrificing that Broom. We wouldn't have drawn Curse Merfolk though, but yeah, that was another thing. Was like, I don't know, when your Brooms and followers are not in danger, I don't see why you get rid of them.
What am I doing?
Oh, it's because you're not streaming. Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, why isn't streaming mode on?
That's what I was trying to turn on.
I just was like, why is it not? And I remember what you use.
Interesting. Ink to Sir Hiss.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, one-sided B prep, and it stays alive, right? Because of
the pop.
Yeah.
I put against
down to 2 health, up to 4 health.
I don't. I mean, if we have another item, I guess I don't care about this. Oh, okay. We're just.
Whoa,
okay.
That was weird, right?
I mean,
oh wow,
he has Hiram in his hand.
Wait, but when you keep the run the
I think
Tala
that's
in.
the answer is that I would probably much rather send in Tala. That I can agree with. Just like
how big is he right now?
Because he also the Scar also could sing, right? Can just sing Be Prepared if we really need to.
Yes.
Or Pirate's Life.
Yeah, sure.
To reduce 2 lore.
Just in general, bigger. Less, like way less answers while it's ready. Man, we just cursed Merfolk City this game, huh?
Not a bad card though. Got rid of 2 of them. 2 cards from opponent's hand.
We keep inking. His one card in hand is Ursula.
Ink and no quest that turn? Like why don't we just need like the lore?
People don't quest. Chat, do people quest? Dan hasn't been here. Let him know.
I mean, I know it from yesterday. But like I don't know, like going to 14 and if he runs Tala in, it means he can't sing with Tala and you draw a card. I'm okay with these things. Now we just get to sing Pirate's Life. Sick.
Playing around Go-Go is a real thing. That's true.
Who's playing around Go-Go?
By letting the Scar die.
Oh. Well, yeah, we still got a popsicle. My argument was we could have potentially just discarded the Hiram and kept the Tala, and then next turn just played Tala and be like, okay, I understand that I'm not going to draw 2 cards, but I'm still going to get 2 cards closer to the next thing I want to draw. Whereas, like, this is only 2 cards, you know?
Here's the answer of do people quest.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Questing is forbidden.
Haha. Ha.
Someone did not quest with their evasive characters earlier, so
that's impressive. Okay. So this is top 8, right? Yeah, I see it now. Okay. They're still being timed in top 8?
Yeah, it's just a much longer time.
Huh. Okay.
Every step up is more time.
Gotcha.
Someone was very serious earlier. They had smelling salts.
For while playing Disney Lorcana?
Yeah, they have to get rid of the fatigue. That's what the chat said. No fatigue allowed.
You know that's like illegal in most sports now.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying.
We're going questing.
There we go. At least we gain a lore and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good board in that position.
Clement is seriously on the back foot. And with just a Tomato in hand, yeah.
Oh, it's just one card in hand? Yeah, it's pretty rough.
This game's over.
I don't know where it went wrong.
For Clement?
Yeah. I mean, he had the ideal start. I think it's probably the Scar, right? The Scar is where we probably maybe went wrong.
I mean, opponent having 2 rabbits probably was also like kind of.
I mean, 2 rabbits, 3 Christmas folks.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Just didn't have it. We got there. Game 3. Fight. Just kidding. So lots of Ruby Sapphire today on stream. Is my guess.
Yeah, Ruby Sapphire, the deck of the tournament for sure.
That's upsetting.
Yeah, there is 7 of them in top 16, it looks like.
Ben Simmons, 2-0 already.
Amber Steel, right?
Not sure.
I think Ben Simmons was Amber Steel from yesterday.
That's good. We need Amber Steel to win. That was the real deck of the tournament.
Yesterday it was, that's for sure. 6 out of 8 rounds, or 6 out of 9 rounds on stream.
I kept trying to do the Artifacts thing. Did I bring it up?
The Ruby Amethyst?
The Artifacts thing.
What about the Artifacts thing?
Artifacts said all the students
who are
Australian said it's the most popular deck by like a million miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, DKP is still in it.
He's still playing, not confirmed.
I wish I could have bought equity in his tournament.
Stop trying to talk about betting.
No, I don't. Did I say bet equity? I meant buy equity.
Yeah, it's like the same
No,
thing.
it's not. So it's in a poker tournament. You can buy their equity.
Yeah, that's like gambling.
It's like sponsoring.
Yeah.
I think you should absolutely be allowed to buy equity in players in card games.
I don't
Technically,
think that's even a take.
people do it. They just, don't make a big.
In Magic,
stance
it's like
about
a public thing. Like people.
I don't think
In Magic, people got disqualified for it.
Really?
Yeah, at Gen Con.
Isn't that how the teams literally do it? Is they?
Yep, that's
split
how. Yeah, like LSV has talked about how Cheon paid him so much money in the beginning, but then Cheon ended up making way more by the end of it, obviously, because they always had 20% of each other. But like poker literally has a website where any random person can go on and buy equity of any player willing to give it up. What went wrong last game? Yeah, nothing. It's just the matchup, I think.
Yeah, I have a better microphone now.
Gamers.
I forgot.
I have not heard a fire alarm. I don't know what's happening. I think Mark Miller may need to go to the doctor for ringing in the ears.
Now I feel like you probably have a fire alarm.
Earlier the smoke alarm went off. That was like 4 hours ago.
Oh, okay.
Is it weird that I want to like leave a little early and go drive by where the jet crashed? Is that weird?
It's not that far. It's actually we could drive past it.
Yeah. Is that weird that I want to do that?
I mean, not necessarily. This morning it was very like you couldn't get anywhere near it.
Yeah.
I don't know where he's hearing the spark alarm beep. I don't hear it. It's in his mind. That's another really good start.
Yeah.
We're just gonna actively.
And he has Cloud Kicker in his hand unless he inked it.
It's like, guys, the convention center smoke alarm needs replaced. But this is the.
Yes, it is you.
Is it only me?
Chat, you hear random beeping?
I definitely don't hear it.
George isn't here. Anytime he plays beep, beep, beep you.
I played it against the deck today online that was playing Pyros, and it was playing the queen that untaps whenever a character is banished. It's like the 5 and they were playing Arthur, and it was really tough. I beat them, but my deck was not built to beat that. Like, you know, I've got my Warrences and my Smees in play, and I'm just like looking at them like, these are dead.
This one card is Shark.
Shark do. Is there ever a world where we're supposed to cash in Broom there?
I don't think so, because I would run both these T-Pos into the Broom, which
Well,
then
that's what I'm
generates
saying.
2 more lore. Oh, we're not cashing them into the Broom.
Yeah, I guess it's fine.
I know you don't have to discard.
Yeah,
but I feel like denying a card. I don't know.
well, that's why I was saying I think I would have cashed in the Broom.
Oh, you found the crab. Now he needs to find Sir Hiss.
I mean, we need actions for this to matter, right? Like, obviously, if we just go Pirate's Life off the top, we feel great. But aside from that, she'll cry forever because you're not loving her unconditionally for all of eternity.
Well, luckily in this position, I'm able to pet her and watch Lorcana, so it's great. I tried to get her on my lap.
Sometimes
I was punished. Whoa, you want up again?
No,
No.
it's okay. You stay there.
You're not allowed.
What is the other card in his hand? I can't.
Elsa.
Oh, is that what it is? The Elsa.
Elsa and Goat.
Oh wait, isn't like? Hold on. Oh, it's a goat. Okay, but like, we're up. Okay, so we're still another turn away. Technically, Crab plus Elsa is the other out, right?
Yes.
Oh, I think he left it tapped and he didn't quest with it.
No, he quested with it. Get out of
No,
here.
I don't think so.
Did he do like the?
I think he's unmute this.
I'm trying. Sorry.
How have these commentators been? I've never heard of them.
So he inked the crab, and he had Elsa in hand. And so
I learned that Greg is
after
apparently
it's
a
activating
Catan
six
content creator.
Cool.
ink and
Yeah.
no cards in hand. Yeah. So
Like he's very big into the
so
Catan.
So Clement obviously wants to see some actions to draw some more cards. Like
Yeah, well, the
probably
nice thing for
Half-Life
Clement,
Might Go or develop.
All right, so we're
design.
not talking about.
But
I think
you
what
don't want
happened
to
is that
see,
the
like, a big cost
Broom
of
was
like-
never untapped
well,
to
it's like you
quest.
said back on turn 1 when they played that develop your brain. Rather
I mean,
than
the war
obstacle, that
totals
might have just
will
been
be
a
all
strategy
right.
to get it.
Well,
yeah,
that's the thing. I think is that he was
stockpiled,
like trying to
and that
shortcut
way,
it, but
if the plan
maybe
was definitely to
didn't
get the
announce it
half
well
shark
enough.
out on turn 4. Has that available to fetch?
And we're
That's
playing
nothing
in top
to
8 of a
that's
tournament that gives me a
custom
World's
or
invite.
just remove
If my
things
opponent
and
messes
send
up,
them
I'm
the
probably not
deck.
letting him have it either.
So yeah, I think both players have had a reasonably good start.
I had a
I'd
game
say that
today
the Ruby
playing
Sapphire
for,
player probably has the board in a
Carcamo,
state
it's
where
fine
they're
enough,
comfortable
not
with it.
my
There's not a
time
lot
to
of
take back
big
their,
questers on there,
their
and
strength
the
on my
lore is
resist
not quite
character.
in the
You know, I
danger
was-
zone
I was
yet.
good.
But
No.
yeah, it
And then he won?
could be a really close finish on this one.
So
Because
yeah,
Actually, I lost that game, but
both
I
players
won.
are kind of
Okay.
they're both 7, aren't they, right now?
Yeah, they went like
the
one drop,
Ruby
2 drop.
Sapphire I've got on
Tried to
eight to
strength
1,
my
I think,
one,
so-
yeah, cool. and that's
Calhoun.
after the goat.
Hmm.
And I was
So he's currently got, I think, three characters on.
If that's what you want to do.
At some point, he can turn all three.
And they're like,
across
oh,
for
I didn't know
three
they did
law.
that.
Yep.
Sounds cool.
So
Alright.
if you can like,
Go ahead. And they played a
it's
warrant.
a stretch.
and
Oh
that
wait, he had a
warrant
rose in
killed
hand
me.
though, right? No, that was
No,
Elsa.
that was
It
Elsa,
looked,
yep.
yeah, cool, kind of looked like rose. So it's like you want to be able to get.
All
a little
right,
more,
we're back.
And it looks like we're back into the game.
Yes, we are.
And it looks
Go back to
for,
muting.
stuff happened. Goat.
So
right.
Broom. Broom.
So it looks like he kept the broom in play.
Yeah, I want to know what happened.
My guess, I think he tried to shortcut it. I think his broom never untapped, and he thought he had already quested with the broom, but he didn't. So when he played goat, he attempted to pop the broom and draw a card.
Okay, but you have to ready. Just like how you have to gain 2 lore
Right,
off,
but
like
I think
a
in
manner.
his world, he had assumed he had already quested.
Someone said I saw him quest it. If anyone could generate a clip of
You
that,
have
I don't
to-
know
you
how.
can't do it on YouTube.
Yeah.
You can't go back on YouTube. It can only be done on Twitch, and even on Twitch, it's only like within the last 60 seconds.
Yeah, I couldn't do it because I had an ad when I went home.
That also checks out.
I mean, we'll know, right? This is the sort of thing where someone.
Yeah,
posts on Reddit in, like,
someone
a half hour.
already did it. Who knows? Shark power.
Everyone keeps telling me that blue red's a bad matchup for green purple, but I guess
Good to hear from you. Good job.
I hear die rolls are pretty important.
who's the higher seed? I guess player 1.
No.
No.
Interestingly enough, Clement was higher seed. He went first in game 1, and he won with a board that looked exactly like this one.
All right. Mark Miller said he 100% did quest with it. However,
Oh.
Mark Miller is also hearing fire alarms. So we need
like,
someone a little more credible right now.
I don't know. It's clearly to me that he looked like he was trying to sacrifice his broom, so I don't understand why.
Yeah. It looked
wouldn't have
like.
gone.
All right. Apparently, Fam made it to top 4. It looks like he wrote down that he gained a lore, and then he went to sacrifice it.
Yeah, 2-1. Fam 1-2-1.
And then he's like, "Nah, dude, can't do that."
It was weird.
I
Yeah, because
just
it looked like he
rewound
was
on.
picking it up to put it in the discard pile.
Yeah. Oh, I know what happened.
Don't
I'm
know.
nosy. We can make a whole video out of this.
Does Lorcana have tournament policy on when people are on camera being able to watch the tape?
Like when?
Like right now, if there were 2 players who didn't agree on the board state,
Oh, I have no idea.
like in Magic, it used to be you couldn't look at the tape, and
I
now
mean,
you can.
So for
Yeah.
us, we have no idea because all of our matches are like 3 hours behind.
Yeah.
So it would be impossible.
Yeah.
So who knows, you know? No official policy. That does not shock me in the least bit at all. Again, Braden, if you haven't been paying attention, they haven't updated the rules since May 24, 2024.
I just think when someone tells me something like that that upsets me, I just pretend it didn't happen.
Yeah, his dad's coming back with the milk.
Jesus Christ. I have
Hey.
dad issues, not those dad issues. Come on.
Language. I'm gonna mute you.
I'm gonna ban you again for 5
Yeah,
minutes.
I
What
could
did I
kick you guys.
He said F yesterday and he just languaged you.
Okay, I thought today I did. Like
No,
just now,
no,
I was
no,
like,
no. That I don't even know what you said either. I think you said Jesus Christ and he got upset.
said the Lord's name in vain.
All right.
I am from the South. We can't say things like.
Dude, you're from New Jersey. I hate when you say you're from the South.
Oh my! I am not from the armpit of America.
He actually said
Oh,
today
it's just laid out like that.
how he was telling his whole life story about New Jersey and then goes, but I'm born and raised in the South. I'm like, come on.
No, I just spent time in New Jersey. I said
Lies.
How much time have you spent in New Jersey?
You opened an entire store business
30
in New Jersey for
30
you.
I'm not gonna air your dirty laundry on Twitch and YouTube, Dick, but I know enough to say you were definitely from New Jersey.
Yeah, you better not. My wife is listening.
That's fine. I'm sure Wife's a wonderful woman.
That's a bit far. Born and raised 35 years. I'm gonna get yelled at now.
I only spent 34
Dan's
years.
coming in hotter than me right now. Like, jeez.
I'm allowed to. I'm his road wife, remember?
It is not best of 5. For some reason, there are 3 lore pips
This is the
on
worst
both players'
I've ever
sides.
read.
It's just bad.
What I
just
don't-
bad for-
No, I like the 3 lore pips. What I don't like, and I'm probably
should be
weird.
great.
Like I might be weird here. I don't like that they don't highlight which game they win.
All right, Jesse won.
The Emerald Amethyst player is scooping up so fast that
He needs to get out of there.
that
I've
he-
been there before.
that
he
he
can't be there.
clearly seems so
He
upset.
can't be there. He's just doing the right thing.
Yeah.
When I played in Dallas, I talked to Brad Nelson right before my final match where I lost to Sailor, and he said, "If you lose, you need to get the hell out of there. Like you just can't be there." I went, sat on a park bench for 10 minutes, came back. I was cool as a cucumber. Like that guy's doing the exact right thing. You just got to get out of there.
Well, I think that there could have been a really
put you in
a
nice
real
position,
debate
and it
about
just
what
gives you
happened.
a lot
I
of
understand.
people to
So I
get
think
to.
like there was more
Like,
to
Ruby
it than it looked
Sapphire,
like him
I'm
just
just
losing.
saying, like,
used to be
Yeah,
really
yeah,
very
yeah,
well.
yeah.
You got Lucky
Especially
But he
Five,
won.
Commentator.
Like this.
So you really need to push it
Oh,
into the
Green
late
Purple
game
won.
Green
before
Purple
you're able
won?
to start gaining any
Yes, he jumped
lore.
up
6 cost
and
now,
threw his
you're
hands
just
in the
kinda
air.
passively gaining lore, doing things that you already want to do.
What?
Playing cards like Brawl,
Win.
Let's get a little
Visions,
update on the
Develop
scoreboard here.
Brain, filtering
What is
through your
it?
deck.
What is it?
removing
Did he
your
not
decks,
jump up and throw
you
his
get
hands in
more
the
at
air?
same
Was it
time.
anger
Yeah,
hands?
just
I think it was
tough.
anger.
I think it was
Card.
anger.
It's
There's no way he
one of
won.
the best cards, probably top 5 in this set.
Incredible
maybe
that
top
we
3,
know
and
He
the
jumped
just,
up.
Yeah, really pushed Ruby Sapphire to another level.
It looked like he was
Definitely, I
cleaning up
think,
his cards
yeah,
and
he was-
like, very
he was-
aggressively.
he was
Oh, he
doing
was
the-
grabbing
move
his
stuff around,
cards.
then he's going
Yeah.
to build, these small
Yeah,
items.
you
I
put 10
remember-
items on the board or
Now it
something.
just does the
Melee
same
is
thing,
not
but with a little bit more
updated,
style.
and
You
the
know,
stream
comes
is-
in, you have to
it's
jump through a couple more
incredible.
hoops, and that he has to challenge to pick up that extra resource instead of
Yeah,
costing.
Reclam won. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
In action,
Why
Yeah,
did
he
he
just-
throw his hands in the air?
Because he was upset.
I think he was angry.
That's why I was saying it's
seems
good
like
that
it's a
he
new
got
week
up and
on,
walked
and,
away.
Oh.
you know, it comes in.
Yeah,
as
he
a
definitely
early
should
second
not
game, so
react
they're
like
trying to
that
have to ramp
on
up the
camera.
and having to spend more.
Well, he said, I think it was because of whatever they had to go away for.
Send these guys out.
There was definitely a debate
Yeah,
that happened on the
it's
table about
changed-
something.
Changed the
that we
shape
don't
of the
know
deck a
about.
lot because
And
it
the
used to
judges
be you'd run a
ruled
lot of
in one player's
uninkables and then you'd have
favor.
your Fishbone
Right.
Quill
That
to
player
essentially
won.
filter through your hand if you get ink
And when
stuff.
that happens,
But now
know,
it's like,
good when
yeah, you
people
just
walk
want
away, you know?
T-post, say, you want to ramp on turn 2.
I've never.
And then
I've
Sail's that nice
so-
card that you
someone
can
said
ramp
it
a
was
bit later
anger.
in the game without having to get
I have
punished
never
for it
seen
because
someone
it
do
draws
that,
a
like,
card, it lets you double
when they're
ramp,
on
and then
camera.
comes in ready,
Really?
so you can
Like
still
freak
ramp
out.
full-
Yeah, most
jump
people are
forward
like,
and
all right, I'm on
three,
camera. I need to
whatever.
Have you
walk
watched
5
like
feet
the
away.
Yeah, that half
Sports
shark just
ever?
bridging
Like
that
even
gap
golf?
between sort of the early
Like,
game and the mid game to
tennis?
allow you to freeze the board,
Chess?
slow the game down,
People get upset.
and eventually progress to the late game.
Yeah, so
Yeah, this is what
very
I
well done
saw
to
as well. He
Clement,
played a
who
goat,
managed
gained a
to
lore, and then tried to
finish
pop
in
broom.
that game in a 2-1 fashion.
You
That was
can
a very
you
close
can
game.
put.
Very close both
Did
sides.
he
Both
not
players
say
had
I'll
the
like?
cards in
what-
hand.
Is
Yeah,
it
was
because
tight there, but
he didn't
yeah,
say
just
put
the
broom in the
power of Ruby
bag?
Sapphire,
I
and
mean,
we've just seen it all week.
I don't even know that you
Deck
have to do
performed very
that.
well.
I don't think you
Lots and
have
lots
to
of
do
Ruby
that.
Sapphire in the top 64.
Not
For
like
sure,
specifically because
when I heard at the start
you
of the weekend that
resolve
Ruby
in
Sapphire was the deck to
order.
play, I did
Also,
not know that Maui Halfshot really
in the
has the
rules, it
versatility
says
that it has, and
like
really,
you didn't
they
miss
are
a
right, it
trigger
was
until it would
the deck to
probably
play.
Pretty
And,
good
you know,
card.
I want to see
Evasive,
the clip.
fetches
But it's
actions,
possible
gains lore
maybe
from
what he did
actions.
was
There's a lot
is
of
he
text on that
played
card.
goat
so-
and then tried to
think
quest
about
and pop.
It did
you
not
think
look
about
like that.
And so
but-
if you
people
play
playing
goat
Amethyst
and then
Goats,
quest,
this entire
the
Amethyst
Yeah,
implication is
people
that you
playing
Yeah, you would have
Ruby
you would have
Sapphire
like
just
skipped
because
your
just
Yeah,
the
your
shot
shit.
call,
yeah,
pretty much,
the,
yeah.
the
Alright, so
one
Ben
card
Simmons is
pack
in.
that
So,
you just yeah.
so we see Clement has moved on to the
Oh,
semi.
Where's that guy's
He's
Twitter?
Top 4,
It's gonna be a
and on the
blue
outside we
red
have Tinfam
finals.
and
What
Ben
deck am
Simmons.
I
So we
gonna
are
have
waiting
to
for
play on
Clement's
Friday?
opponent, and so now
No,
this is the
George
top 4
quit
players
playing.
in our tournament.
He's
All
moved
4
on to
of these players,
Pokemon Planet.
George is going to
will be
Japan,
receiving
bro.
Fantastic prizes.
Is
We'll
he?
get
I'm
that
going
a
to
little bit
Japan.
later, but
George is
these
going
players
to
are doing
Japan.
very, very
George
well.
loves
and,
Japan.
who could have guessed that?
He loves
he'd be
Japan.
here today.
George.
Definitely didn't.
Seems
he's
like
on-
the player to beat at the moment.
Din
Yeah.
is
He
definitely
talks
on a
about
roll.
it all the
Probably good chance that we were expecting him to be up here. Especially he hasn't lost a game yet
Goes
all
in the link
weekend.
in the raid.
No, it hasn't had a 0-2 in
Yeah,
yeah.
it might be because it's a live video.
Yeah.
So he
Yeah.
hasn't lost Monster set.
Yeah, Laz Monster set. That's
so
right.
yeah, so he's the person to keep an eye on. Yeah,
Ben Simmons, we also saw
mute
yesterday,
myself for a
looked like
second.
they had a lot of mastery over the Amber Steel decks, so that should be a good matchup. And then we got Clement still waiting for their opponent in the top 4. So
yeah. So we are now waiting for this final game to complete, and then we will be able to get to the semifinals where we'll see our top 4 cut down to our final 2.
Yep.
So
the format's going to be the next round will be best of 3, and then when we get to the final, it's going to be a best of 5 to decide who the victor is.
Next round will be best of 3. It is untimed, and then finals will be best of 5 games. So the first player to win 3 out of their 5 games will be crowned the champion.
Mute this
our
real
weekend.
quick. Or
Yeah.
just,
Too fast.
I have power. I can do it.
Yeah.
I'm like, what am I doing? I have all the power here.
I still have to mute it in my own ear.
All right.
If you mute yourself, does it mute you for Dick too?
No, it only mutes me.
No,
Oh, yeah. If I mute myself, he can't hear me either.
Okay. Can you mute
Damn,
yourself
Braden
like
wants to talk about me.
No, I just want to see it. I just want to see exactly the interactions here. That's all I want to know. Like we have the power to go back and watch.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious on like exactly what went down here. Because it happened so fast. We were kind of in the middle of a conversation. Like, judges are ruling and they're going to do whatever they're going to do. But obviously we can't hear what the players are saying either. So we don't know every interaction here. But it is this turn, I believe.
What war is he at? He's at 5 lore.
5 lore.
That's important.
Yeah, so it's definitely this turn.
Oh, this is the first problem.
So he gains the 6, draws a card.
Yeah.
Gains the 7. Yeah, or plays goat, goes 8, which is where we were at. Yeah, we can see he quested it. We got it.
DKP is going to be in top 4 to chat.
So we're making the ink decision here, which I believe we ink the crab, right? That's what happens.
Which is kind of weird.
Yeah. I mean, it's crab, Elsa, goat.
Look, I'd rather have it.
It's funny that as soon as there's a judge called, they just cut off screen too.
It was very quick.
That's the smart thing to do. Actually.
Yeah.
It's
but
you don't
then
know how
that leaves
long.
questions.
You don't know how long the judge call is gonna go.
All right, so he wrote down that he gained a lore, and now he's drawing a card.
Yeah. I don't really understand what happens here at all.
He's saying, I'm guessing. He is saying he didn't put the trigger in the bag.
I mean,
that's insane.
That's
the most rule sharky thing I've seen so far in Disney Lorcana. Yes, it is.
That's pretty bad.
Let's go back to the ending too. Can we do that?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if this is.
All right. So we go back to the game. Hold on. Yeah, so we go back to the game.
That's insane if that's what happened. I expect a full Reddit post about this if that's what happened.
I mean, I don't know how much he wrote down the lore and then picked up his card to banish it. I don't know what other window we could possibly have missed.
I feel bad now, like playtesting with Ryan Miles, and he's like, put these 3 triggers in the bag, and then he like does whatever, and I'm like, yeah, you don't have to tell me that, dude. Well, apparently he does.
Yeah, you can absolutely gain a lore with goat before brooming. That's beyond obvious.
Yeah, I don't want to get too upset because we don't have the full audio.
No, we don't. But the way the speed at which Jesse made the play,
I mean, it's really hard to see how Clement could even be where the confusion he could come from, right?
Yeah, I think that's really that's the real clear concept here is at what point can we make the question of whether or not our opponent can banish broom?
I mean, you have to appeal to a head judge with that play. I hope he did.
I mean, who knows? Yeah, I'm not crazy about that though. That didn't look good.
He's so upset.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell him that he's definitely upset. No, we're still at best of 3 territory. I don't even think the finals is best of 5, but I could be wrong.
I don't know. Winner or enjoyer, no offense, but
no, the finals is best of 5. They said
situation to be. He announced his triggers. He went, "This is gain a war, draw a card." He did it.
Yeah,
he didn't mess anything up.
Right. What? Exactly. He literally picked up his paper, picked up his pen, gained lore, and then picked up his broom and banished it. And his opponent said, "You can't do that." I mean, there's no window. There's zero window to say you can't.
The ability goes in the bag, and the broom is still in play.
Right.
It's not to put the ability in the bag, you have to sack the thing, and then a when you sack trigger goes into the bag. It doesn't work like that. The ability just hangs out in the bag.
Okay. I see what you're saying. So yeah, so he just gains his lore.
Is he like even close to winning this game?
No, his broom was banished the next turn, and he was still on 8 lore.
Yeah. What did he get back with his shark from the banish?
I think it was a develop, or it might have just been.
Yeah,
he might have he might have got back.
I think I do the exact
Pirate's
same
Life.
thing Jesse did. I think I do thing for thing exactly.
Oh, I saw him throw off his headset.
Yeah. He
Okay.
just quickly threw everything off. Yeah.
He did the. I mean, as long as we don't, hopefully, didn't say anything after that. But I think he did the exact right thing in that situation, which is, just get up and walk away. You know.
I missed so much looking at chat today. I'm the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was ugly.
Yeah. It is. I don't. It's tough because like these are situations where like, the incentives are so insane to be shitty and the fact the judge backed him up on it is crazy.
I think without any audio, that looked
really bad. Yeah.
Really, really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, if anyone needs a Capital One card, I can give you a referral code. These targeted ads are hilarious. I'm sorry, I didn't believe in myself for Cali. I will be at Worlds if they ever have one.
I love the TFM like status right now, which is there will never be any more DLCs.
No.
Worlds is never happening.
No, that is Dick Burns. Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
No, stop. I am TFM.
See how fun that is?
Dude, you guys should see Dick Burns not being on camera right now. It's awesome.
Now he's trying to type something. He's trying to be cute. Here it is. What do we got? I am TFM BD. Vic Turns.
I hate that it double posts.
It goes to both.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
both.
Has got to both.
You can, in theory, you can select one to specifically go to.
Interesting.
So like
That's my
the
name.
Twitter or the Twitch commands, like you could click only Twitch, and then like I can see. Actually, yeah. Oh, I didn't know I actually did not know I could do this. That's actually interesting.
What are you doing?
So if you click on the Twitch logo, you actually can just directly click view on Twitch, which would have been very useful a moment ago when I was trying to view the YouTube video.
Yeah, that comes up, you know.
That would have saved a little bit of time.
Sometimes you just want to, you know.
Oh, it's funny.
I mean, what's there to get about my name? It's just my name. There's no other innuendos.
Hey, Richard.
My grandfather, long dead. All right.
Long dead?
He's been dead for a while. Yeah.
How long's a while?
Not long enough.
I thought it was like, didn't he just pass away?
No, my other grandfather has cancer. They keep saying 3 months, and then 3 months goes by. My other grandfather didn't recognize me when he ran into me at a flea market. And that was the last time I ever talked to him. So he was like, I was talking to him, and he's like, "Who are you?" I was like,
"That's awesome."
No one. I was like, "I'm no one."
I have some family members I wish that happened to.
Yeah, I look just like the guy. Named after him, even. Oh God!
Listen, I'm not rooting for anybody but Fam at this point. If
It's so funny.
If he gets this close and doesn't get the World's invite, I'll be sad for him.
If there was like betting odds on this, what do you think his odds would be? Is it like 200?
Fam's odds were pretty good. Probably.
It's like
if there were Fam's odds had to be pretty favored.
I think he's got like what, a 1 in 5 chance of winning when he like shows up. Is that fair? Do you guys think that's a pretty reasonable number? 1 in 5?
I mean, I don't. He didn't top cut either EUCC or NACC, right? And he didn't top cut Seattle, so he actually had a pretty bad run for his standards. You know, he didn't even day 2
Blue Red's
Seattle.
the best deck right now.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So like that's a good thing. 500 people I mean, now we know the quality of player in Australia. Not to be too much of a dick, but like,
Yeah.
everyone I've talked to, I mean, I'm not on TFM, so I can say this, I guess. Everyone I've talked to, like in person at like cassette champs or in my like Discord group, has been like shocked. Like it is a unanimous thing. Like, whoa, like it's not that these players are especially bad. It's just like there isn't like a Zach Bivens and a Zan Saeed that we've seen that's like insane. You know what I mean?
What I think.
Are you trying to say Zach Bivens is good?
Brutal.
Oh, we love Bivens.
Yeah, we've been childhood best friends from North Carolina. So
I've watched, let's say, 6 full rounds of coverage, maybe 7, and like, so it's not the whole event.
So my counter argument is that I have not watched a single DLC.
No, but like round 1, they put Zach Bivens on.
No, I get that.
Like,
I get that.
So it's not exactly fair to the people in Australia.
Right. I mean, well, yeah, there's a lot of things, but I'm saying the problem that like my honest truth is that I can't fairly compare them because I have not watched a bunch of others. What I can pretty freely say is I've watched a lot of questionable plays in Disney Lorcana the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Like 100%. I could go down and I can go back and I could pause and freeze several moments in several games and break down why I think they're wrong. And then the worst part is that I'm not certain in most situations I could give the counter argument for not doing it that doesn't lead to I actually lost the game.
Well, I think what happens, like, I think it's like pretty toxic to like watch a lot of Lorcana gameplay and just like pick it apart, and, like show all the mistakes because like the game's just so hard and there's so many decisions and like thinking is really hard. For me, it's been stuff like, I think like the one that the chat seems to pick up on is like the Lilo one, like, and that one's like such
up to 25.
It's become a meme.
Yeah, exactly, right. But like to me, that's like such an interesting place where it's like, oh, like one of the first things you learn playing Lilo is like there's such a huge proportion of games where you never bring it back, right?
Yeah.
And like a lot of the times you're playing to outs, right?
Yeah.
And so like if you have 5 ink and one of your outs is like 5-cost Beast or 5-cost Robin Hood, some of these powerful
or
cards,
Kita or whatever.
Kita, right? Like you can't waste your ink playing Lilo.
Yeah.
And there's been like so many people playing Lilo because the Amber's still so popular in Australia that like people are just like spamming out these like
and
Lilos.
it's funny because the counter I had to that was I do think in a weird world that Lilo is a FOMO card because you don't have the information to make the best decision if Lilo is correct or not.
Yeah, I agree.
So that I think is the biggest fear that I've seen is that's why people are just like, nope, I got to pay 2 ink because I don't know that I can do better than this.
Yeah.
And I think that that's like the one argument, but that is like where you are coming from is how I would often approach things of going, Lilo can't be my best card this turn.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a lot of the opposite of, well, I don't know that I can get better than Lilo, which means they're not actually playing to their best outs.
Yeah, I guess like you're right. Like your analysis of like why Lilo is why the plays are happening is like accurate, I think. Now what I'm trying to say is like it's a skill testing card. And like people are not in my view like passing the test. And to me that's like really interesting because like I've watched a couple DLCs and usually it feels like the quality of player is like on camera is like pretty high. But the problem is it's actually a small amount of people.
Yeah.
Like there are 2,000 people in the tournament. There are numerous people who are on camera 5 times.
Yeah.
You know, like in a weekend. Yeah. And so
and
like,
none of them are on teams.
That's true. Based.
You're not allowed to be on a team.
You're not allowed to be on a team.
Based. Awesome. I'd love to hear that. As the team owner of the Welcome Mountain.
The welcoming Falcon.
We'll be disbanding after this stream.
I will just walk around being the Welcome Mountain.
Yes, that's me. That's what they call me, the Welcome Mountain.
The worst one today by far, unfortunately, was Amber Steel player Inked Kita facing down.
Yeah, that play was actually upsetting.
Yeah.
Like I think I wrote in the chat like, oh, if I could bet on this, I'm like, yeah, I would have bet everything on the moment Kita was inked. I'd have been like, nope, we lost.
I mean, that's how a lot of games will kind of work, right? Like, today I had moments where I like made it.
I was about to highlight that. Did anyone watch the the day we streamed, and I quoted that every single round I played.
That was from the first boot camp, right? I think so. Because every time you played against someone else, you did it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not gonna do it now, but
oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, going back to like criticizing people. Yeah, it sucks. Like we're like some people might think we look like bad guys. All of the feedback we got so far is thank you guys for like actually pointing this stuff out so we can get better.
I mean, don't get me wrong,
because it never gets pointed out.
The people who have reasonable feedback that you should not do it are currently in Australia with a 12-hour time difference and also at a large Lorcana tournament. When they feel like shit because there's a video of me like critiquing their Kita ink, that like they will not reach out to me and
no, they'll just comment on my video. They'll just comment on my video going, that Braden guy's an asshole.
Yeah, exactly. And they'll be right. And that's
and guess what? I will heart your comment. I might even comment back and saying, yeah, you're right. Braden is an asshole.
Dan's Twitter background by the end of the day.
Oh my God. Can we talk about something that made me so happy? This is a shout out to our boy Snorlax. He's going to be at Top Deck tomorrow. His background on his Discord is a comment that I made of him. I'm going to go to it right now. I'm going to read it exactly. I don't want to mess it up, but I love him so much. I was cracking up.
Damn, Dan, you got Photoshop open? Are you some kind of content?
I got Premiere open too. You want to fight? Where are you, Vince?
I was just impressed.
Here we are. It says, "You're a champ in my heart." It's my response to him being a runner-up instead of a champ. I loved it. I was like, oh my God, so good.
Yeah, Top Deck is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Are you gonna fly up, Dick? Are you gonna come up for the Top Deck?
Brad was asking. So if you guys want another buy in the tournament, just have Brad come.
Wow. Poor Brad.
One of my East Coast gamers friends. Dude,
Top Deck at 11. Yeah.
I've showed up now 2 or 3 times at East Coast, and Brad wasn't there, and I was very sad.
No, it is not, Jorge. He DM'd me. He didn't write anything here, so you're not going to find a comment. But no.
All right, Lamb121.
Oh, is Melissa reporting again?
No, I'm looking on Melee.
Oh, okay.
It still says Rocklam and Jesse are waiting. Wasn't that what we had on stream? Or am I mixing them up with a stream we had previously?
I'm sorry, with what?
Who did we just have on stream? Was it Rocklam?
Reclam, yeah.
Okay, they are not reported yet.
They still didn't report them? Interesting.
Right.
Wow.
That's all we're waiting for.
There's a DQ happening right now. That'd be kind of exciting.
I mean, that one, we watched that. Why would that not be reported?
Well, if a person had a meltdown shortly after the match ended, there may be a DQ happening, and we don't know which player that might be, and we don't know if that's happening at all. But knowing human character.
All right. Apparently, it's been it still has not been reported. So
Weird.
That might what it should be, Lizard Kitty, but it is not reported for sure.
By the way, Dan, shout out. I got a bunch of people reading the Metafy at East Coast, so that was awesome. Yeah. I walked in there with Purple Steel, and everyone was like, oh, God, this deck
I
is
could have
so
some
toxic.
shout outs today. I got a lot of DMs today from people excited about winning Scars and Playmats. So
awesome.
There was a good day for Team TFM members.
I lost playing for the playmat against Chad. He was playing 4 Mulan, and red purple. The 2-drop Mulan.
Wait. Chad was playing
red purple.
Red purple?
Yes. And he was playing 2-drop Mulan.
Chad, I know you're out there somewhere. You can hear me.
He had all the brooms, right?
Are you okay?
He was on 2-drop Mulan and the what's the candle guy?
The 2-drop Mulan?
Lumiere. He was on Lumiere.
Yeah, the 1-3.
Lumiere's hot. The 2-drop, that's like the one if you play actions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, the thing is when you go that and then next
broom
turn
Chad.
you Lumiere and then like play an action card or some shit, like it gets huge. Anyway, so he was playing 4 Mulan, the shifter. And so
yeah.
I was like playing as him, and we played round 1 played, I 2-0'd him, and then we played another one, I beat him a third time, and then we played it in the top 4, and I bricked game 1. Game 2, I like demolished him, And then game 3 he just played 2 genies, and I never hit a strength or anything on the top.
Oh, we're back.
That's my deck. It was crazy.
We're back.
But yeah, he Mulan'd me. His
We are
his 2-drop Mulan was a 5/3.
Nearly at the tail end of the event. We now are
Friends on the other
preparing
side
for
of the
the fall.
drug.
They are currently doing some deck checks and all that sort of administrative stuff. So we are getting ready.
Still
for
not
that.
reported.
I got a deck list to double check. and
Oh,
stuff.
they're
So
not doing deck
we've seen
checks,
some
are
very
they?
interesting decks this weekend so far, and I've just heard that
Still not reported.
That's my. I mean,
and
I'm
the
just
players
bullshitting.
playing.
No, I mean you're not though.
But-
Why we watched that game end? Why would it not be
Yeah,
reported?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was again
They're
Why
doing
would
deck checks
innovative
and
decks
such.
that we just haven't
Yeah,
seen a lot of
such
other
and
players
such.
been able to pull off. But yeah, just with like the anti-aggro components, with the grab swords, with the Tinkerbell, it just seemed like it had, and the Twin
That's
Fire,
such
which
bullshit.
I haven't seen that card a lot in competitive play, but it
Mark,
makes a lot of sense.
You are surely right,
True Fire the cannons,
but that's such
essentially,
horse shit.
but-
That also hasn't been updated since May
It's got-
24th.
yeah, come on.
2020.
I also thought in one of the later
So many
updates it said
cards,
like
so
True. And
really nice
you
medical
didn't miss a
does have,
trigger until
the
it would
ability to pressure, and,
visibly
like,
affect
so
the game,
reactive pressure,
like prowess in
multiple
Magic.
targets, and
Right.
kind of,
But, and just so we're clear,
basically an extra
once
lens.
again,
It's like, yes, you
it's
know, just
also
very
up to your
easy,
opponents to
very
not
easy.
allow you to miss a
Yeah,
trigger.
what
So
happens if your opponent has
just
two
saying,
triggers?
his opponent
Like, have
actively
battle,
declined
they
him
have one
a
piece of
trigger
you know,
that
so
he
it's very
knew
difficult
he
to
had.
do multiple ends.
I
So
mean, the
we've
entire
seen
like
every single
rules
have similar
policy
It's
solutions.
bad.
of like
Yes,
how
you know, we've got,
come on.
the
The
Storm
entire
Ranger
like
and the
rules
Raging
policy
Fire.
and the way it's
Trigger
structured
one
is
guy,
like
but
not allowed
right,
this
to
to
go
happen.
wide, you know, every single
Yeah.
time it's
Click
like,
on
you
that
have to
real
work
quick.
very hard to,
Except
like,
Pete, you're
find
allowed
out
to
what
check.
I saw one more there.
Even
And I need the context for that. You click on that
Yeah,
Discord.
yeah,
link
yeah.
right
From
now.
what's that? Was Peter Pan,
Peter
isn't
Pan,
it?
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lost
I'm
Boys.
getting
What
shark
happened?
here,
I
guys.
can't hear.
Yeah, so like, look, the way I see it, if you don't
South
mind
Africa?
spending an extra card with
The
Tipo,
horrible
you
midnight sack.
probably shouldn't mind spending an extra
South
card for
African?
Twin
Yeah,
Fire because
absolutely.
you need it, right?
Yep.
Right.
And the tempo is two ink deal 4. That's a pretty good deal. Like
Yeah.
you do have to pay the extra.
What are we
but, yeah.
discussing
So
here?
like I
Like,
think
is
I could
this
imagine
any
it being
better?
very
Like,
relevant
what these guys
against
have a break?
Amethyst Emerald playing. So,
Yep.
say they go turn
Do
one,
we really
one
need
guy,
them rambling
turn
like this?
two.
I want to know what happened to the third guy.
Yep.
Then if you're going second, all right, cool.
I know.
Reclam has officially
Alright.
won.
You know,
Awesome.
maybe you have a
Cool.
one cost guy that can go into the Cursed Merfolk or whatever, and then
Yep.
oh
I
man,
mean, it
all
could
right,
be
he's going
like
to deal with two guys.
nothing,
Yeah,
you
Twin
know?
Fire
It probably is.
put them down, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably
also
they just
with,
forgot this minute.
I think particularly with this blue steel deck, a lot of the one costs is items or actions. So
That really
you're
sucks.
probably
Like,
not
you know
committing
what?
anything
Like,
to the board on
in,
turn one.
is
So
it
you're just
Reclam?
looking to
That's his
react to
name?
what your
In
opponent
his
does,
defense,
and then
like,
being able to remove potentially
it's
two
horribly
threats on the
shitty
same
first.
turn, yeah.
But in his defense,
Yeah,
like,
uh,
it does
if
suck
you
when
go
you like
match of,
call a
like,
judge about
going
something,
into Amber Steel,
and
you know,
maybe
they
the
go
reason you
to
called the judge in the
me,
first
and then,
place
like,
isn't
Quest was
totally
me, so go
sincere.
two,
And then
then
like
let's say
you're
they
in the
have
judge
Halo,
call
or
now,
they have
and you're
Cinderella,
like honest with the
guys,
judge about what happened. It's
um,
literally I can't
you gotta
and
make
like,
Yeah,
graphics
gotta
when
make
when
the,
you're
the
uh,
judge
playing
rules
the
in a really shitty way,
Yeah,
honestly,
you have
and
to
you know
really
it was
play the
shitty.
card. That's
So,
right.
But
so Twin
also you're
Fire,
playing
great
for a
card. Yep.
world's invite,
We
and
saw
your
Aegis,
opponent thinks you're a piece of shit because you kind of are.
Argus, yeah,
It's just
Argus,
like
Pyro.
it just sucks.
Yeah,
Like
so it's
like I can at least have some
It's
empathy for
probably
his
a little
situation.
bit of a
Like,
well,
obviously
once
he
you
just
play
won
some-
like probably like
playing some
what
weird
3 or 4
type
Yeah,
grand.
you're gonna play Hades
So-
next
Yeah.
turn and
Feel
like
over
first,
that,
and then
but-
Well, this
radio
was definitely a top
Titans,
4
like,
Mickey,
yeah.
so that's a 10,000 match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
like-
sure
and then
during the
That's
close
what I
day,
mean.
there's people like, oh, here comes Hades.
People's
Yeah,
morals
but
get
I
more
think
flexible when
everyone's trying to
$10,000
build that
is
deck at
involved.
some
You know,
point.
like you
Yeah.
can't.
So-
when's it coming?
If I
When's
was
coming?
in his
This stuff
situation,
comes. It's like,
Yeah.
I
oh,
wouldn't
okay.
do that. I hope,
Playing good
but
stuff from here. All right.
Yeah, I know.
I haven't had to play for
So I
$10,000
guess
yet.
you're just playing for the.
I don't think I would have done it because I didn't think he did anything wrong.
No, I agree.
That's my point. Like,
But
I wouldn't have even
Yeah, it's
questioned the
two
concept of
that
drawing a
and
card off the
Reckless
broom there.
Gaston are probably two of the
Someone
only
now
cards
didn't
that you can play
declare
on
their
turn two
trigger,
that can
and
actually-
You have to
you got-
rewind
Yeah,
the stream a little bit. You'll find
What
it.
else? I guess
There's about
theoretically, it
15
can-
minutes or so ago,
it
probably.
can- It can
That
actually
was
just
the,
stick at
that was
anything
the
in his
first
first
part
turn.
I've
Yeah,
ever
and the
seen
first two
anyone
turns is
actually
snakes,
get like
Smees,
Yep.
what's the term?
even Calhoun's. If
Yeah,
you
and
know,
there's a lot of the 2-drop cards that people
yeah.
are playing
It's
at the
like
moment.
against the rules in Magic.
yeah. So
Um,
It answers everything.
Angle shot.
And
It's
those
a
are-
angle shooting. Yeah.
I've never seen anyone get
Actually,
angle shot
it's
in
too
Lorcana
bad.
before.
I have.
The only
Oh, yeah.
I have some stories, but we're not going to talk about
Sure,
them now.
I've never seen that
Yeah,
before. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean,
Really.
No,
need to play
Like,
the mind.
and you know what?
physically,
A lot of times angle
do
shooting is
something,
about like
so you're probably
using
not worried
the
about
edges
that.
of the
Yeah,
rules to like
very slow turn.
get someone where they
Yeah,
didn't
other
even
than
know.
the
Someone who doesn't
mind,
speak
which
English and they use the
usually
wrong
supposed to,
shortcut
do
word in
fusion.
Magic,
Yeah.
and then
Nothing that
they
really
get
deals
got.
one damage
Like,
to a
that's
lot of
exactly what
different
can
things.
happen.
Current meta,
Yeah.
And
so
it
it's
just
actually
sucks.
surprisingly
Like,
safe.
Yeah.
And against certain matchups like Sapphire Ruby, all this
So
stuff is
it is not
No, it's
possible
fight-
for two
fighter pick
Australians.
weakness.
and this guy's got massive that's a
to
strength.
be in the
It
finals.
doesn't matter
at
what
this
its willpower
point.
is.
Yeah.
But it is
Red
possible
can't
that
deal
one
with
of
it.
them
Like,
will.
Ruby can't deal with
Yes.
it. Yeah, so
Spider
that
Pig,
was-
we
yeah,
watched the
great
thing back.
metaphor
He
for
did
that
it
yeah,
in
so
the right
that
order.
one's pretty good. And then
Right.
Pyros.
We went back
He,
and watched it. Like,
to me, it
5-4.
like we went back and watched it. Everything is there.
Keep
There's
playing.
no order. You can order your stuff
Yeah,
whatever
I
you want.
agree.
Right. Yeah, they're simultaneous triggers.
The
There is
three
no
of
order.
us have played.
Starlight.
in-
Yeah, so you can go
There's
to one
like
guy,
maybe
come back up and go to one
I
guy.
20,
played.
Yeah,
there's
well,
like
lucky if
20
you're
people who played more
against
Lorcana tournaments than we have. Like,
a
on,
strategy
it's
that has
not
a whole
that
bunch
many.
of
You know what I mean?
weenies
It's
that don't
no.
have a lot of strength. Like,
And
let's say if you have
I went to 6 DLCs and NACs.
I went to
go
4.
this
I mean,
Christmas,
I mean,
go into
maybe
this
4
Christmas,
DLCs isn't as many as I think.
and
But 4
then
DLCs is a shitload of
Hey, long,
DLCs.
yeah.
And you know, I
It's
played
more than
One of
most.
the
I
other
played
things
in at
probably
least 4
you
set
can
champs for every set
play
champ.
the,
I go to the
Fire
encounter, which has like
the,
one.
the
I've gone to a
Argus event
CCS.
too,
I'm going to
before
Spine Ticket.
Quest
We all
event,
play a
then
lot of
go
Lorcana
off
tournaments.
his ink
And
art,
that no one has
ink
ever
and then put it into
had any
ink
issue
color,
with
and essentially
doing exactly what that guy
done a
did.
slightly convoluted
And we all play
but,
purple deck. It's the
I
most
think
popular color in the game.
Legally,
Yeah.
another interesting
I'm
one.
telling
We've all
you,
been there.
I'm telling you for sure.
played
There's no way I would have
successfully.
called a judge on
Right.
popping that broom.
One interesting fact about
0%
that card, if you
chance.
play it on an empty board, it must ink itself.
Unless my opponent literally said,
Oh.
I am not going to
And
draw
it
with
just
this
says
broom,
chosen characters,
and then
so
decided
if you have
30
an empty
seconds
board
later,
and you
okay,
just
I'm going to
use
draw
your
with it.
turn
You don't
three,
have to say the
you've just
order
I
of the
know
actions.
you don't.
No,
just
just put
ink itself,
Brandon Miller. You
so
don't have to say the
it's,
order of the actions. The
Yeah,
rule.
it's not so
You just
good.
have to
I
do
played it
actions
in
with it. And then
sealed
the way
before, and
the
it
bag works,
seems
you
great
pull
in
things
theory
out in
until you
whatever
find
order
out,
it
yeah,
works.
if
Like
you
if
have
you pull
played
a
it
thing
in
out of the
turn
bag and it
one,
causes another
if you
thing to
turn
go in the
2
bag,
had to
you can pick
challenge
a
something,
completely
you
different
don't
thing
have a
before you go
drop,
back and
then
pick the new thing.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like Magic where there's an
Around.
order.
Maybe it's
You know?
the secret
Yeah.
strat and secret strat in Pack Rush. You go like you get
Well,
2 tokens, you ink one straight away.
The
You
problem
play
is
him, Blinkley, you go
you
straight
know
up
what
to
people take
4.
back things.
So that means like
They're
your second
playing
turn you're just like
10,000
going on 5, so you just play
Yeah.
big beaters.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
really a take back
Six
at
strats,
all.
six strats.
No, I agree. I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
the thing is,
that's not what this
it
is.
was not a take back. It was,
Scars
no, you
coming
can't
down,
do
it
this for some
essentially has
reason,
a
and we
plus
just don't know why he couldn't do it.
has to target something, and if there's nothing to target,
Well, I can tell you why.
other than
It's
itself,
because
it has to
he
deal 2 to
he
itself.
wrote down his lore.
So if you just play that on an empty board, it banishes itself.
I'm
Or
pretty
worse,
sure
if your
In
opponent
Lorcana,
does
you
not
have to resolve things
play it, it has to target
in
the
order.
two.
Resolving
No, I
the
understand.
lore game
But I
and
think what
go.
happened,
For
I
another
think if
two,
he
so it
simply
has to either
said,
target
I'm just,
itself
what I'm
or
saying,
another one
Sure.
if he had
characters.
simply
So,
said,
yeah, there's some
I gain a
kind of
lore,
hilarious
I
play
buff,
when
and then I
things don't have the
sack
word
room
mate
draw
in their
first.
trigger.
If he
and they
said
have
it
a
exactly like
somewhat
that, I don't think anything
negative
would happen.
effect.
It's that
You
he
have
said,
to be
I'm going to gain a lore, wrote down the lore,
Sometimes also
I'm not going to do the
interesting wording
room.
on when
And
it
the
doesn't
way
specify
that the
where it
rules
is.
are written
Like
as that guy
yours or
quoted is you have to
Yes.
say what you're
one
going to
day
do
using
before you
cards
start
that
doing it.
has seen some out of
You have to
play
fill
recently
the bag
is,
before
the
you can
5
empty
cost
it.
Again, that trigger
when it-
can't go on the stack until the
one
card
character,
is fully
-1
resolved.
character,
So he actually
plus 4,
can't
right?
even
So you
announce
must give the
room
-4
until
to
his
your opponent's characters,
at
means
his the
+4 to
ability
you.
of goat
So,
completes.
some of those decks are
No,
gonna
this
be very similar.
question.
So you can
here.
-1 one
I'm
day
saying,
go,
like,
yep, +4
it
another one
didn't
day, and then
happen
you can
until it all
use criminal mind
completes.
to like banish it.
So like
Wow, and you can even
everything
sing it
has
with
to
the voice
complete.
too.
There is no like
Or, like, if you focus on-
simultaneous like
But,
snowball effect of
no,
stacks.
it's pretty cool. So,
like, the
alright,
way
so
it
let's
works,
get down
as I
to brass
understand
tacks,
it,
right? Yep.
is
So
you play
after
the
the game
goat,
between
there are
Steven
two
and
abilities that have to go in the bag.
Right.
the
And
players
then
playing,
you put both abilities
Sapphire
in the
Steel.
bag.
Yep,
Right.
Steven
And
came
then
up
you
to
get
me
to
and said,
pull one of those
Jason,
abilities
what do I
out.
do? Like,
Right.
And then once you finish
I
that
told him, like,
ability,
sorry, man,
you can
I
pull
actually
the
don't
other
have
ability
the
out.
answer.
I don't
Right.
have
So
the
in this
answers against
instance,
that
that
deck, yeah.
ability automatically goes
it's
in the
'cause,
bag.
like the whole
I agree.
Ruby
Yeah,
Sapphire,
like
like,
there's no,
hey,
there's no
you can go
like because it's a you may, so
like
you
a
can, it
dual
goes
member
into the
quick
bag
like,
as a
outvalue
you may.
your
How
opponent.
valiant
So
and
it's
increase
in the
resources.
bag. You can
Oh,
gain
for
your
sure.
lore, and then you can say, "Oh, I'm
That
going to
makes
decline
sense.
to draw,
Even
or
better
I'm going to
than
accept
that,
a
right?
draw."
I
Yeah.
totally agree with you.
Yeah.
So
I just think
I don't really have
um,
the answer. So let's
the
break down,
reason
right?
that he was able to get
I
rule
said
shark
at the start of the
is,
weekend that
I think, because he
in
did not
the
say
Sapphire Mirror
both things
match
at once.
that,
And I think if you're trying to avoid getting rule shark in
be
top
the
4 of a DLC in
one
the
of the
future,
cards in that
you
mirror
just have to
matchup. I
say
guess
both of them.
in
And
similar sort of
Or
matchup.
your
Lucky
opponent just
Time,
can't be a
what-
bag.
what-
I don't know.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean,
I wonder if every time you
So
play
I think
something, you could
Lucky
say,
Time's
"I
gonna be
put
one to
all
start.
of my
So I
abilities
think,
in a
a lot
bag."
of these rules
Yeah.
like this,
Everything that can be in the bag is in the bag.
I hate
Yeah.
that.
the hideaway
That
for
probably
Lucky
is a
Time.
lot.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because Lucky Time.
It's not like there's a list of accepted shortcuts that we could look at and then all understand.
I mean, we watched the guy around to go literally exert all of his characters at once. We can't just call the judge and be like, no, he can't do that, right?
Have the dime, then you play Campbell and then pay for immediately. Then game 5 or 6, you go. Like, yes, Melissa will be able to badge on the following turn, but at least you gain like
I don't know.
1/3 of your win con.
I don't have to seriously take chat right now,
yeah,
but
so I
like,
think
you shouldn't
and,
harass
like, you have
someone
to-
just
I
because
think
they're a
you
piece
have
of
to
shit
keep
in a train
hideaway,
game tournament.
and you have
I
to
understand it
hold
was up for
whenever
over
you play.
$10,000 probably, but like,
Yep.
you also aren't playing for
Relatively,
$10,000.
like,
That's like the range here in my mind. It's like
you
that guy did a
turbo
piece of
try
shit
to get
thing,
double Mauis
but
and
also it
then
doesn't mean you need to
like,
harass
yeah,
him.
try
No,
to
no,
get
it's not. It's
back,
not. But it is also the point of
one step further, get your own dime down.
I
get
don't.
your own Tamatoa down.
The thing I won't get over is
Yeah,
that I
you have
don't know
to-
how
you
you
have to,
even
like,
make
put
the
a
judge
lucky
call.
dime in your deck. Then
Yeah.
Like that's where I'm
not-
at. Like
not everybody's
like,
ready.
like,
I
did
know
you
I cut
feel
that
that
from my
happen
list
with
because I just
Reaper
felt
there's,
like
I don't know.
It was pretty
other sets
fast.
We'll never
I'd be
know.
shocked if it
Yeah.
was-
Yeah.
Well, we will know if there's a
Blow you
Reddit
up your
post.
hand.
Yeah, there might
Games
be
is great,
some
and it really
posts
wins
about
you
it.
the
But
game.
yeah, that's the
particularly
thing.
as
Is for
small game
me,
against either
the
or,
speed in which everything occurred, I don't even know
Amethyst, Ruby,
how you get
I
the
don't
judge
know if
judge
more
call,
than
let
double
alone
that
make the judge
time,
call.
just
That's
being
where
able
I'm
to
at.
pay the 2 inks to
Let me just
play a
scroll up
character
on chat here, make
get
sure this
more
guy said
immediately
exactly
can
how
be
he
very
said.
effective. But in
Shamed
other
by the
matchups,
community
like
for the next
aggro,
year.
it is
Yeah,
just
that's just let the
feels
guy
horrible.
No,
let
yeah.
him live. Like
Um,
I get where you're coming from.
another interesting card is
You
McDuck Manor.
Yeah, we've seen
Uh,
that a lot this
So
weekend.
yeah, so we saw Din play it pretty early on. I think it says he played it like on the 4.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
in
think I'll
turn,
shame
yeah, on the
even
4
judges.
turn. So
I mean,
it's
that
something like
probably
I'd
is
have rammed
fair. Like
that
you're not going to pay a judge.
It's like
You're not going to pay that many judges to go
you
over there.
fold,
I only know of one,
slam down McDuck
like
Manor
one
for,
person
yeah,
from
hey,
behind the
I can't get
scenes
rid
that
of your
went.
matters. You can't get rid of mine.
yeah.
But
I don't know
getting
how
rid of your
many
ball rolling. So
of the
you know,
creators are there,
maybe
anything
that's
like
a
that, or
strategy as well.
designers.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
I think that
I don't know
mean,
that at
it's
all. I think
not
it's
impossible. They
just
are on
Yeah,
other
I
sides
think
of
they
the
have
bracket,
3
but it
artists
is
because they
I
give
saw
out that
artists,
thing.
yeah.
50-50 who
They give
makes
out
it through
that
in each
thing
of those.
that the
So
artist
there
can
is a real
sign
chance that we
with
see
3 different
Din's
artwork
deck
on
take
it.
on the Blue Steel deck, and yeah, that's a matchup I would really like to see.
Yeah, so we are in the top 4 right now. So Din's deck is playing against a
I have no idea.
Yes,
Amber
Steel
Steel.
Song.
Yeah,
Cards.
Amber Steel. Yeah,
Amber Steel.
it was either Steel Song or Diggy. We saw it on stream. I
Yeah,
can't
which means
can't
that
remember exactly which one it was.
Clement, who won
There's
last
nothing
round, he'll be
unfair
playing
that beats
against,
Red
he'll
Blue.
be playing against
Sure.
yes, Steel
And you
Sapphire.
have
So
to be kind of unfair.
let's theorize that one because that's like
No.
main matchup that's like really unique. Actually,
You
So
live in a
Sapphire
world where you
against,
feel like you have to
Steel
play
Sapphire,
things that are
Steel-
unfair.
Steel
No, I
Sapphire
think you have
against,
to like have high roll potential.
Ruby Sapphire.
See,
Ruby-
again,
yeah.
you live in a world where you believe you have to have high roll
No, just,
potential.
yeah, Ruby Sapphire.
I think you
How
can
would
get
I go
lucky
about
in
it?
the
So,
tournaments.
Sure, but you can also get lucky by
I think
being
the
consistent.
strategy for the Ruby Sapphire
I think
player in that matchup.
consistency is like
Yeah, I don't know.
If you
I
have
think
like
if you're
a-
running Dime in your list, I think you just want to.
I don't know. Look at
have
Ruby
one
Amethyst, the
item,
1-2 deal,
and
1-2
it's
EUC and
Pyro,
ACC. It's the most
cards
like
coming through.
arguably the most
Yeah, you
consistent
really just
deck.
want to get your
yeah, but
Dime
the same.
developed
But like
and
Kendall's one of the
run
best
Templar
purple
out
players,
as
and he
possible
never
because
wins.
He
one of the
had
big
well, he had
deal,
2
it
bad
does have a
cards,
lot of
but-
removal.
Well,
He also
yeah,
had-
but that's well within the range. The
direct
problem
damage
is
He had several
Big
day
damage
twos,
base.
right?
I
Like
don't value the
just eight
consistency
will
that
power,
highly.
they
Like, I
need to
value the like I
multiple
drew
cards
three
in order
Daisy
to deal
Ducks
with
and
that.
you can't win. I
And
value
yeah, I
that
think that's
fairly.
Sure, but
really
I can just argue like I just played a 1-drop, a 2-drop, 3-drop, a 4-drop, a 5-drop, a 6-drop, and I won the game also.
Yeah, I just don't think the decks that do that are like
try and win because if you can get your Tamatoa down, you can get it to stick.
It's not what you want to
Get your
do.
own Dime out.
It's not that they're right or wrong. It's just
I don't
not
know,
what you want to
think? What do you
do.
think? Like, I mean,
yeah, in the slow matchups, dimes are like very critical. So
yeah.
Oh man, until we see the next
what
set
deck
out,
do you think that does that?
the metagame's really going to be in a very interesting spot. Like, because now we found tools
Purple
that's
Steel?
good against the high end. We've got tools.
I think
against the
Purple
low
Steel
end.
is certainly that
Now,
way.
what are players?
I think Purple Steel just allows you to play the game.
I like the Brooms deck. I just
like dealing with
couldn't
the
get
low
up
end,
to,
but
like-
having more of the
I
stuff to
couldn't
deal with that
win
stuff. Maybe adding some
more than
some
like
juice or whatnot.
60% of my
Or do you
games.
start putting like coin
Which
back
is
into your
probably
deck?
kinda low.
Like, start handling some of the the top end matchups. So,
Yeah, we're going against Ben
yeah,
Simmons,
so
the
it's
like,
It's gonna
I
be an
won
interesting trade-off
Australian
there.
basketball player.
think
I won like
we're gonna see
49%
a
of
lot
games
of this
for my
Din
games
style
on the
deck. I
draw,
think it's
which is like
performed so well
5% less than I
stream. So
would
yeah, I
like
would
get. Like,
expect to be running into something
be-
like that. At
Yeah, it's
locals.
pretty bad.
And then
ready
like
for fresh air. Like it's
I won
hilarious that,
like
in a game where
65%
there's so
of
many
games on the play.
like fun characters.
Isn't that like high levels of online?
We're all
abuse,
kind of
like,
wanting to
ladder?
just.
I would
slap
say
down
that's
Duck
arguably
and
very,
And
very low.
super goof.
This would
too,
right? So
basically
it's
tell me
kinda-
that you're
yeah,
playing a
so,
Brooms deck.
Like
Yeah.
we just want to like play around with like
Where like the deck
Yeah,
I've been
like,
playing
yeah,
lately, like
yeah.
I have like a 75%
yeah,
win rate on the play,
sometimes
and
you
a
just wanna play
55%
these characters
win
where
on
it's
the
like,
draw. I'm
I don't
pretty
know where that's from? Well, who is that? Who is that? Like, and sometimes the best feeling when
And
you
that's
play
including all the
something
games I
like,
played
immediately,
in
like,
rooms. So it's
pick it
probably a
up
little
and
bit.
like,
Yeah. People have to read.
Yeah.
I love
I
slapping
love
down a card, and your opponent's like, "Can I read that one, please?" Like, yeah, that's when you know you've done well,
Yeah,
and you've done a bit of home brewing when your opponent has to read your cards. So
yeah, and and then like you explain it, and then like I pick it up again. I was like, what? Evo players?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was just like
yeah, I know. It's like I should have read that a bit more carefully. I would love to see somebody on turn 2 play the
They
Argus.
say
It's
they
like,
do.
can I read that, please? Like, yep. Okay, it's a 4/1. The quest for 1.
What's the catch here?
Okay, there's no text on this card. Like, why is this in your deck? But Yeah, clearly it's been performing well. So
it should be a full art. It's like it should just be a whole.
Yeah.
Actually, that'd be pretty cool. We don't have any of those in this game. So. Okay. So while that's happening, we've like got a whole bunch of side events running this weekend.
Yep.
So one of the
I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to make it all the way through the stream, by the way.
I'm gonna some more about.
Yeah, so we got sealed, which for people unfamiliar, sealed basically you get a number of packs. It's
Sealed
typically
discard
six
is
packs,
more
which
unfair.
have 12
I kind of
cards
agree.
apiece.
Emerald Steel like
So you
has
crack
some
the 6
mistakes
packs,
for that,
you
but
get 72 cards.
I'm
you have to
not
build a
good enough
deck
to
of
play it.
40. There's no ink color restrictions on this, so you
I
can
feel like
play all 6
for
color
even
combinations, which
the
is kind of
above
unique in the
average
format.
player, Emerald Steel is like
but
playing
then
uphill.
Another format which
I watched the
I'm
Rat
hoping
play
gets
it. Like I
introduced
will
at some
sit
point
and
is
watch him
draft,
play
where
for 2 hours,
essentially
and he will
everybody
be like
you've got
sweating by the end.
you all crack
And
a
like
pack,
I listened to
choose one
Zan talk
card,
about playing the deck,
and then you
and
pass
he's
the
like, I
rest
have
of
a
the
headache
cards
after playing it,
and then
and I'm just like, I'm not as good as either of those people by a lot.
by seeing what's
You know,
left for people.
like why am
So
I
something
even
like that would
trying?
work well in
So
this game.
I absolutely love draft. I think that definitely the game is designed to have.
Yeah, these are very long periods of time to just have them talk.
Yeah. Mess around with like a lot of draft.
Like very long periods. I actually, when I did the timestamps yesterday, or this morning for yesterday, it was like 35 to 40 minutes in between most rounds, and some of the rounds it was much longer. But like the lunch break round was really like it was like a fast game going into lunch break and then lunch break, so it was I think it was like an hour and 15 minutes in between rounds and stuff like that. I'm like, my god, so long.
I'm not sure.
So it's such a long amount of downtime. I also can't believe they didn't do any interviews at all.
Then all you are drafting for is drafting for.
Right? Did they do any interviews today, Dick?
For your
No.
curves.
So zero interviews at all. Like not a single player has been able to come up and talk about Disney Lorcana.
People drafting, what archetypes are being
Crazy.
drafted, and feeling the best cards.
Like you have guys in top 4, and we like
if you wanted to know,
haven't
what
heard
it would
from
be
them.
like to play
That's
in a
wild.
deck where you just had all the pirates.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about like all the
That would
different
be pretty-
things
that would
that
be
they could do
amazing.
during the
Yeah, like,
downtime.
I mean,
It's
it
insane.
feels like EU does a pretty great job of it. I don't know.
That's what I said.
From across the board, which
Like
all the inventors are
obviously
just,
they stream it like really awful times, you know, like 3 in the morning or something like that. But
probably going to see
in the
some of
times
these
that I have checked in, it doesn't feel like
get more powerful at the time.
bad.
Yeah, so
These guys are kind of like looking at each other, just trying to come up with conversation.
So it sounds like we're just getting some word. We're going to get the brackets here
Yeah.
again. So, yep, we've got Clement versus Jonathan. That was the Yep, that was the Ruby Sapphire versus Sapphire Steel. And then on the left hand, we got Din Pham versus Ben Simmons. Both of these have been on stream. So that's going to be our stream game. We're going to see Din against Ben. So, yeah, we saw Ben on day 1. It might have been one of the earlier rounds, I think round 2 or 3, and was looking really clean, just smooth play the whole game.
he must be feeling good. He's made it up here at the top 4.
Yeah, amazing result for Ben. Is Ben a local? Do you know him, Jason?
So I actually don't know him.
Appreciate
personally,
everyone still sticking with us. I know you guys set champs tomorrow.
I definitely good job representing Australia and doing well.
I know. I think I'll cross my fingers for Ben. Let's see how he can do. And then, it's the stakes are very, very high on this game. Obviously, top 2. I believe there's 2 worlds.
This is my wife trying to tell me to turn the light off.
I'm not 100% sure on what they're playing for. All I know is that they are playing for some. They are playing for
Maybe
some
eventually
very
you'll
nice
sell all the
prizes,
stuff in your
and,
house,
yeah,
and then
so
you'll have room
everyone
to
wants
do like
win,
move your
and,
stuff
let's
somewhere.
hope that
Can you imagine
may
if
the
there was
best
like
person
betting
win their
lines on
games
like
and
Holy
represent
Red
Australia
League?
on the world stage at the best possible level.
Well, the good
What's
news is
with
Din
you
is
in the
also
betting lines, bro?
I just
I
think
know.
You're
Degenerate.
a degenerate gambler.
I don't gamble.
Well, you should.
I find it morally like unacceptable.
There's a whole book right here, man. Okay.
Gambling.
You're
Yeah.
insane.
Oh
Morally.
yeah, but it's over. I love it. Bro.
I'll be right back.
I'm glad you're reading it or read it.
I read it.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I did.
I find gambling unethical, and so I don't participate. However, it's fun to talk about and think about because it's like mathy, you know. Like to me, like the science of gambling is really interesting. The societal.
Oh, we lost our gloves. But we're gloved down. I wonder what happened.
Thank you, TurboTax.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna steal a cup of something from you.
Yeah, go for it. There's red cups right there, the solo cups in front of the sodas. If you turn around. Oh, there's some over there too, apparently.
All right, I'm back.
Back again. Your
Liz
light
is
is
happy
off.
now. What?
Said your light is off.
Yes. Tell a friend.
Oh.
I'm upset that the Big Burn said the same joke. 7.
I hear him talking, but I don't know what he's saying.
Oh. Interesting. So they got to look at their deck list and then ask them to read cards?
Oh, wait, no. Chat, how much better is this? How much better is this than the option earlier?
What happened earlier? What happened
So,
earlier?
earlier, if you wanted to know what a card did, you
Uh-huh.
pulled out the Lorcana app.
No.
Right? So this guy pulls out his phone, goes on the Lorcana app, gets yelled at. Judge comes over and hands him his phone instead. We are watching this for like 20 minutes and we can see 1/10 of the phone. So we had a great trivia game of what card is this?
Oh, man.
When you could see one small corner of it.
Oh, man.
Like, how much better is it to just show your opponent the card?
That's amazing. Hey guys, I know I'm probably gonna catch flack for this. I can't believe we still have paper deck lists. I'm just being real. I cannot believe that we have to write. I just can't believe it. I cannot believe that I have to write card names down on a paper in 2025. Irks my soul.
This is what I'm saying. That's why it's just so much better to just show them the card and faster.
Oh, I probably got it.
Yeah, but also in chat now.
I have no idea how many slots are open in top deck. I'll be real sad if it's sold out though. I highly doubt it though.
Wait, should I buy something?
I don't think we can now. I'd like call the store.
Can't just sign up on Melee. Stores need to get with the times.
What the hell am I doing here if I'm not able to play at the Melee event? Oh my god.
You know what? It's not they don't even have one.
A Melee?
I'm 100% sure that there was not a link to it.
I bet they don't even have a set chance tomorrow.
No, they do have a set chance tomorrow. But I'm saying all they said in the chat was you need a Melee link, not like, oh, here is the Melee link.
Okay, they have 80 players. They have 80 players is how much room they have on Melee.
Mhm.
So we should be fine. There's no way there's gonna be 80 people at this.
They have 8. That's a big number. Where do you see that though? Oh. Okay. Yeah.
There's no way they sell it. I mean, think about how much space they have.
I mean,
it would be crazy. They'd have to have 2 other events going on.
I don't think they're gonna sell out. Yeah, it did. I remember seeing a cap at 64. I agree. But I don't
They've never gotten close to it.
I just want to be clear. I would be ecstatic if I couldn't play in a tournament because they capped out at 64. I would be amazed.
I need you to get those candies from me. I just feel so uncomfortable digging in like that. Thank you. Thank you, King.
Is Braden drinking static, by the way? That's all there ever is to drink at your house?
No, because we had a party tonight, so there's soda in the house.
Wow. It's never a party when Dick's there.
There's also always wine in my house. So, there's always a choice.
There's always wine when I'm there because I'm like whining about
You're
what
whining
happened to
over the-
Kylie.
Like come up at all. There you
What
go.
could-
Diet Coke. Boom.
Wow, not even caffeine free, you monster.
Oh yeah, sorry, we don't have problems sleeping like
What
you.
are you, like a Mormon?
He can't drink caffeine after 3 o'clock.
Oh,
2 o'clock.
2
You know
o'clock.
what's
My
funny?
bad.
The
And
person
I
we
wake
don't
up
know
at
is the
12.
Same way. That's so funny.
After the last SUCon, I was concerned I built a standard MTG deck. Oh, got you. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been to their last set to. I didn't go to Mirabelle. Was there one after Mirabelle? Was Mirabelle the last one?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't go to the Mirabelle ones. But when I went for Ursula, they only had like 40 players. So I imagine that'll be lower. I also think there's another tournament like in New Jersey tomorrow.
Where?
Someone said it. I forget right now, but I think there is another one. I think there's 2 of them.
Is it a set champs or is it like a
No,
1K?
it's set champs.
Do you know there was a 5K in Queens?
No.
Last week on Sunday there was a 5K in Queens.
No.
Isn't that nuts? I had no idea. I went to Bearded Dragon for their their set champs.
I feel bad for you.
I went there.
I don't like that place.
Whatever. They stole $1,000 from me one time. Anyway,
you didn't help at all. You made it worse.
They gave it back to someone who wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
I didn't get any of it.
That's not helpful.
Yeah. So they're clear. It was COVID. They had bills to pay, I'm sure.
Melissa, you are gonna make a little boy so very happy.
Is it Ben?
That never. That is gorgeous.
That's what I think that is, right?
Yeah, baby.
It's not in English.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
that's gonna be in my deck. Hells to the yeah. Melissa's bringing that to Miami with her. That's for sure.
I'm so excited for a little trip.
I'm excited. Let's see. That'll be. I got this one in NACC. It's technically free, but I can't tell you why it was free on camera. But it was free. So that was cool.
Did you get ejected?
No.
I know people got ejected and they just got a shitload of product for free.
I didn't hear that they got anything.
Nah, they got product.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad that they did.
Yeah.
I could find out. I have like I literally talked to someone about it that I talk to all the time.
There's a guy who has a podcast that I listen to and he got ejected.
Okay.
And they
What do you mean ejected? Was you were talking about one of the guys that was removed because of overbooking?
Yeah, he bought a ticket before the event.
I know. Yeah. I know how it
anyway,
works.
Yeah. They gave him like one of everything, including the world's promo. Yeah, he did well.
Did you see a picture of it?
No, that's what he said. He got it. Fucking believed him.
You just believed him?
Yeah, it's on the record. If he's lying, like
you got a world's promo? Come on.
Not world's, nationals promo. Sorry.
Okay.
The bell.
Okay.
The bell. Yeah.
The bell?
Not the bell.
Oh, invited the ball. Okay.
The ball, yeah.
Okay. That is way more believable than your other.
I'm sorry. I'm an idiot.
All right, we're not paying attention to this game, and Dick's not talking.
Well, we knew the outcome.
Yeah, how am I supposed to talk over you?
My bad.
Oh man.
Well, we know what the first three turns of this looks all the time. Fam is on the play forever, right?
It's so brutal that Amber still doesn't get to be on the
And
play.
Ben had a great opening hand.
Yeah. Piglet
Ooh,
pig,
I
piglet
like
pig.
that. That was good. That was nice. That was a fun little.
Sorry, you can't play two spells at once. You need to exert your ink and then play one spell.
True.
Dude, don't get me started on blue steel players, man.
Oh, we got Ink Pirates Life here, guys.
Rip Lungs is the only one I know who plays clean. Not dirty, but just like doesn't get his cards all over the place.
Yeah, was it me or was that Pirates Life not foil? I'm just saying we got full ER.
They haven't given out,
bro.
They haven't given out Enchanted Pirates Life as a top promo.
He also, I guess this. All right, hold on. So these cards in play also aren't foil. So we only have max rarity of the Enchanteds, but not
he won them, I assume, right?
But not normal foils. It's weird.
Deck check fail. We'll get him next time.
Melissa has the dumbest question of all time.
Melissa?
Yeah.
It's crazy we're watching Fam just like win this tournament.
I don't know.
You got me so excited, Melissa. That guy's gonna make me pay too much. We have Gontus in this deck? Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You saw a TCG player, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna hand you all my scars and you deal with it.
That's whatever.
I thought
What?
I thought the Pete would probably go into Inkwell that turn.
Why?
Instead of Lawrence.
It's great next turn, right? What, are we just gonna Gontu next turn? I mean, it seems fine now. I don't know.
But like, is Fam going to be prep?
No.
Anyway.
I mean, it depends on what our lore. If we have I don't know. It all depends what we draw. If we draw a second Piglet, Pete plus Piglet's gonna feel really phenomenal. But we're on 9, so 11. It's pretty rough. Man,
It almost never happens from here, right?
don't you just love singing with Maui's?
I do.
Chaotic? Chaotic hates it.
Yeah, I think it's totally acceptable.
I think it's great.
Do we need to ban Hiram, or is it like Popsicle?
No.
I think these cards are too good.
I think you're crazy.
I think
Chill.
I think Hiram's at least too good.
I don't think anything is too good.
I think Hiram's too good.
Nah.
Maybe Brawl's too good. Maybe
No.
Little Cisu's too good.
No.
Maybe Big Cisu's too good. It's all like
Little Sisu is too good. The human one,
The 3 cost 3-4 or the 1-1?
the 1/1, it's
The
too
1-1
good.
is too good. Are we
Yeah.
making jokes, Dick? I feel like
No,
you're
I
making
think-
some jokes.
Brayden just said the Little Sisu is too
I
good.
think Little
It's
Cisu's
too good.
Yeah, I think
I think with the sale the Azure see, it's like actually reasonable
I
to say that.
think you're pushing him to piss me off.
That's probably true. I stand by what I said. I just think the fact that you can like sail, play the Sisu, then the next turn.
Oh.
Oh, look at that! Look at that play right there. That was hot.
Did he remember to gain a lore?
I mean, I don't know. He probably forgot, and he's gonna get a judge call on him. All right, I'm gonna stop doing that.
Well, it's after the thing's done resolving, right?
Thoughts on Castle versus Library? Much prefer the Library.
In RA, I mean, I'll be honest. I almost exclusively prefer Library in every purple deck over
But like
Castle currently.
Do you think a 2-1
Yeah.
split is that crazy?
I don't think I don't think anything is incorrect. If like you want my honest opinion, I think you can make a fair debate for either of them.
Yeah, I think you need library. I think
But if
Library is
you
clearly better.
if you ask me like gun to my head for sure, I would tell you I'd play Library. I would play 4 libraries before I played 1 Castle. That would be my first answer.
It's like if you wanted 5 locations, it's like that's like really the question you're asking.
If I wanted 5,
That's a good draw.
Yes, I would like consider. What was he draw?
He dealt 2 damage to the shark
that's pretty
and then
good.
drew a strength.
That's pretty good. How did he play? How did he play the
He's-
storm? Or
He
where's the
hard
storm from?
casted it.
So his ink is exerted. Sorry, his hand was covering
Yeah.
it. I like lost it.
I feel like at this point you just have to also hard cast the strength. It's not like you could play the Chenpo.
Oh, it's a koala bear on his head. I've been trying to
Yes.
figure that out for
Really? You didn't know that.
like a good
They're in
3 or 4
Australia.
minutes. I know that now. I was trying to figure. I thought it was a mouse earlier. Earlier he was on this screen while I was over there doing the Rumble stuff, and I'm like, what the hell is on his head? I don't know. And
He's
then
making
now I see it.
quality content.
How was the Rumble?
It was great.
Was it royal?
It was no. It's never royal. That's weird. I don't understand that name. But it was fun. It was good. Good times.
Damn, how far goes a hell of a drug? Maybe that's the problem.
I mean, if you really ask me, I think that I would ban Tipo or Sail before any of the other cards that you
Maybe
named.
Tala?
No. Stop it.
4-mana 3/3 like
Stop it.
draw card is like kind of.
Stop it.
Yeah, problems.
Stop it.
I think all the cards are like kind of at the edge of what's acceptable.
I
He's
have
like
been-
anything that's not vanilla banned.
I mean, like I don't know.
You would
like,
love playing with Tessa because she can't read well. So we only play vanilla characters.
I just think all of the cards in red blue that are like in the deck, except for like, do they play Medusa still? That card's super fair.
haven't seen it.
Some decks play Medusa. I don't know that Fam is playing
I think
Medusa.
Goofy's fine. I think that card's fine. I think the McMansion is fine.
I think the consistency of getting 4 ink on turn 2 is the current problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Sale was. How is this inkable? How is this card inkable?
I just
Not
think
that like you would ink it most cases anyway, but it's so
No.
good.
There's just no punishment. That's my thing. I think right now the issue currently is the consistency in which you can have 4 ink on turn 3. So like I think that is the fundamental problem. But we can also make a debate in games in which you do not play that card, the deck feels almost unplayable. So that is also a
So is the
problem.
mulligan the problem?
Oh, mulligan's always the problem.
Yeah,
I mean, that's always the problem.
I
The,
agree.
the,
That's a
the,
bit of
the
a
mulligan
silly
is
question.
broken in
Yeah.
this game. Like that is
Yeah.
always the problem.
Yeah.
Like if we're gonna come terms of like any, I mean, literally, was Diablo the problem? Yeah, probably. But was it really the fact that you could mulligan for your like infinitely possibly
totally agree.
broken Diablo hands? Yes.
Think I'll just change the mulligan someday?
No.
Really?
Never. No chance.
It's way too good.
They don't want people to have non-games. They would rather the games be broken than, in my opinion, they'd rather the games be broken than people
Are
not be
we
able
out
to
of
play.
cards? Is fam out of cards? Just off the
Yeah,
top?
we're all out of cards. Everyone's out of cards.
Whoa. I don't even know.
Oh, that's a good top
You
deck.
heard that Pete sideways? Do you really do that? Why the like?
Wow.
Nuts.
Oh my god. He's still
He's
shaking his head. Like-
He knows what's up. Like,
He's like,
I mean-
God, this wasn't good enough for me to win this exact turn. Shake head.
Guys, I don't know, man. I've seen red blue play a lot. This is normal red blue stuff, guys.
no. That's the problem, in my opinion. Is like they always have it. Like,
I mean,
it's because it's so hard for them. The fail is so hard when every card cantrips.
listen,
Every card.
he's playing develop your brain.
Yeah, I would not have quested with that Pete. Also,
I wouldn't
by
have
the way.
either.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't be questing. I guess like whatever. If they have Maui, you just like say you go have it. You know. I feel like I would just quest here.
You have to quest. You're now
Yeah.
you're bought in, right?
Yeah, like if he has it, he has it. Like there's just nothing you can do about it. Like,
But that last, I mean, he lost
because
what?
this is
He lost what? 2 lore by doing that.
so it's only going. I guess if we're only going to be able to go to 19, then it's irrelevant.
I like checking to see how many.
There might be a lore discrepancy.
Yeah, there's a lore discrepancy.
Looks like he figured it out quickly. Oh, he
Oof.
just had it. He just had it. The game's over.
And then he's got manner.
I assume the game's over from this point.
Yeah. Fam says.
Yeah.
Yep.
Put that goofy in the manner, baby.
I respect the game. You know.
That's it, right? GG.
Yeah. Ben is displeased.
You should be. It was close.
He lost his position in the tournament when he wasn't first place overall.
I can't remember exactly what the lore was, but like so he did draw a character the next turn for the piglet. The piglet
Yeah.
would have quested for 3.
I still
Like,
don't.
And
I-
then he just got the quest that last turn. So if he was at 17, it's not a great position with that quest
I
with
mean,
his
that-
3/3 into a one board.
I think
3/3.
that's the debate. The debate is, I think no matter what, the Pete is better untapped because next turn you could just draw like strength or let the Storm Mage on and have a way to like freely play it to pick up your next card, which is still worth more than the lore. But then the idea that you're going to gain a conditional 2 more lore, it makes way more sense that it's not quest.
Yeah.
It was over when his opponent no longer was threatening multiple war turn, and he had that many resources. He just had to like not draw one of the 15 cards in his deck that drew 2 cards.
Yeah, I mean, it just happened. Like he developed, he found a Popsicle, and Popsicle found Hiram. Like
that's what the deck does.
I get it, but it's like it had to be those 3 cards on that turn to turn the game around. You know,
Sure. I mean, if it was like a Tala and then it found another Tala, it would do most of the work, right?
it'd be close enough.
Like,
yeah.
Yep. Ban Tala. You're right.
I went look. I play a lot of these aggro decks. Like it's basically mostly what I play. I mean, I played purple steel. I played red purple like in tournaments this set. I played on the illegal ladder. I think Tala is a real problem. Like if you think about it, the whole game is sort of balanced around 3-mana 3/3s, and the fact they play a 3-mana 3/3 basically that draws a card, it's crazy. And then it sings the best song. Like if it costs 3, it would be a worse card. Really, the aggro decks would play it at least.
Oh,
but because it
sure.
costs 4,
I mean, that's all like another rabbit hole of a debate of singing,
yeah,
etc.
I'm
But
just
yeah.
saying, right? Like the fact they get to ramp and play it it's like a Cinderella that draws a card.
The
It's
question
like an
is,
Ariel, really.
the question is like,
Oh, there's no glove.
no, yeah, dude, where have you been?
We're in a post-glove world.
Like we decided this like 20 minutes ago. This is game 3 already, isn't it?
So for people saying Hiram's the
No.
problem, like I'm not in disagreement, but if we were going to like have the argument about let's suppose Hiram's not the problem, right? And we're gonna say like a different card's a problem. The reason I would say Tala might be the card we move to next is because it is like another 4 copies of this powerful 4-drop that stabilizes the game in like a completely different set of matchups, you know? Like Hiram's really good in the control matchups. Well, sort of. It depends on like, are they going to brawl it? There's a whole bunch of complexity there. So Tala is actually good in those matchups too. But like Tala is this thing where it competes on the board. It wears Vitalosphere really well. In the control matchups, it sings your best ramp song. It which puts an action card in your discard and gets you Maui next turn. And then if you have, you know, it's just a very powerful card.
Yeah.
I know it sounds absurd.
No, it doesn't.
But
it does all those things, and I don't even think any of those things are wrong. If anything, the only thing that would happen from banning Tala is that it would just open up the next 4-drop. Like,
but that's okay.
Like,
I think it's fine to like just chip
like
decks
even
like that.
even just Raya, you know, like all right, Raya doesn't draw me a card, but she gains me conditional.
To me,
she gains me conditional action somewhere else. So we're just comparing a draw card versus conditional actions.
I understand, but
so
to
there
me,
are options.
if you're just chipping at different angles on the
Sure.
deck, and you're just like I don't think Blue Red's so good we have to ban the deck out of existence.
No.
But if you banned
That's why I don't think you actually have to ban anything right now. That's kind of where I'm at.
I mean, hey, look at the LCQ data. Look at this tournament. I mean, it is the best deck by like a lot, and the better you are at playing it, the better the results get. Like if you look at the Lorcana ladder, like I
don't know what that is.
That's fine. You don't need to know what it is.
I don't know what that is.
That's
I
fine.
don't,
You know
I
what
don't
it is.
speak Spanish.
That's cool. You guys don't know what I'm talking about, and that's great. If you look at this imaginary
26.
thing I'm talking about that doesn't exist,
Yeah.
like if you made a new fresh account on this website that doesn't exist,
Sure.
and you played the Blue Red matchup, you would go like 90.
I got a survey.
And then once you hit a high enough MMR, you just stop beating it. Like it's not possible, and it really doesn't matter what deck you play.
27.
What?
27.
Lilo?
At least this is the matchup for it.
Yeah, I mean this looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a
Like
good
other people were like inking Smees to play Lilo against like Fox decks.
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, that's upsetting. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is like, I think the deck's like too good, and not by a lot, but by enough that like.
I
if this
think
format
without a
existed-
shadow of a doubt, in the last format, Diablo was more impressive than anything Red Blue is doing.
Sure.
So
that's
like,
fine.
that's
You
why
did
I'm like,
your YouTube channel posted like an hour-long video essay about
yeah,
why it needed to be banned.
right,
So,
right. So that's what I'm saying. I haven't really complained about any cards this set. So if I'm not complaining about cards, it probably means that like there isn't actually any issues.
Yeah, Dan's made like 3 videos about banning
I've made
cards.
3 different videos about banning cards to this point. So if I haven't done it yet, I'm pretty sure it's probably comfortable. That's kind of where I'm at. All of these things are good. Every one of these decks has unfair, like quote, unfair games that they can play, and just kind of the life you live. I don't know, like live and die by the sword.
I don't think Blue Red has bad matchups.
I mean, it does. It has bad matchups.
I think you put like
the Doc aggro deck.
Which one?
But then
Doc
you just
aggro definitely
then you
can
just
crush.
lose to everything else if you tune it specifically to crush Blue Red.
Yeah, to me that doesn't count. I don't
Why?
think a deck that only beats Blue Red is really what we're talking about here.
I mean, that's a metagame within itself.
There's significantly more people playing purple yellow at my locals.
Oh, that's also
and
true.
all the
Baja's
set
true,
champs
that
I've
deck.
gone to.
Which deck?
Red blue. It destroys it.
Yeah.
It's not even-
Really?
yes.
That's interesting
Because you don't know how to play the deck, and you heard a bunch of people that also don't know how to play the deck.
Fair. Why you gotta come off with that energy? Dan?
Because like everyone on the comments are like, oh my god, how do you beat blue red? Oh, don't understand. And it's like, you don't know how to play Disney Lorcana correctly.
That's fine. I like my instincts looking at that deck is that it crushes green.
Damn, that was so nice.
That's like my understanding of the deck looking
This
at
game's
it.
over. Very, very over.
We can be prep.
Who cares if it's Scar?
And then we can human Sisu.
Yeah, we're gonna beat.
I
Prep.
mean, big Sisu.
Yeah, but can't we just like pay 4, put 2 Leelas into play?
Yeah, that's why I said big Sisu.
All right.
Sam
We'll
just
do it
drew a
again.
card out of not on his turn.
Oh, that's an answer.
Chinpo. Use all your ink.
Oof.
Do you even play anything here? Yeah, you got.
You have to play, right?
Yeah.
So I guess the 2 Lilos means that's fine.
You're only
I would've
actually
played Smee, so you
sacrificing.
don't- the Smee lives over Sisu.
Does he play big?
Yes.
Sisu?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I actually don't know. I assume so.
I don't
know.
think he does.
I don't know either.
Can you mute that?
All right, that's the game. Because he has return Lilo, play Smee. Man.
So if he just played Smee, he would have won, right?
He wins anyway.
Oh, because he has 2 cards?
Because he has 2 Lilos in the disc.
Oh,
no,
Lilo.
he has
Oh.
1 Lilo and discard and Smee in hand.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna post the deck list after this. Is what.
Oh, I mean,
So like obviously Ben was not doing anything else on his turn, but Fam drew on Ben's turn.
Yeah.
Because he knew Ben was passing. Wouldn't have flew with some opponents.
Yeah, that's true.
I also would not have cared if I was Ben. Like, yeah, whatever. I've got this game won.
Yeah. I mean, you got to win the play games. Like this deck, it's definitely not easy to win the draw game, but you got to win the play games. And that's, I mean, what was that, a 20-0 or like a 20-1, something like that?
Yeah, like I think Goofy gained a lore.
Yeah, the Goofy gained 2 lore at the end of the game there.
What's the best location? It's probably library.
I think it's very, very debatable that it's library.
I mean, best is a loaded thing, but
Yeah.
I would say probably library or McDuck Manor in certain
I think
contexts.
library is the most versatile that gives you like the most things out of a game.
A friend of mine.
Oh, good.
A friend of mine was. I'm eating all of these. Is that okay? A friend of mine played the Blue Steel Harlan deck, and they were talking about cutting Cogsworth from it, like totally seriously. And they were just like, if I'm cutting Cogsworth, like I should just probably play a different color and just play the same like 45 steel cards.
Yeah.
And then just play a different color.
Yeah.
Don't give me that like you're thinking of purple smile. I can see it in your eye.
Nothing against Harlan Sweetie. The deck is great for players that don't want to make decisions.
I wish what that's true, but
it's pretty true.
I think the deck's not great on the draw.
No, the deck is actually awful on the draw for sure.
It was fine.
It's bad.
You just have to have the 3-drop.
It's worse than both Amethyst and Amber. And they're the exact same decks.
It's better on the play, I think, than almost anything if it just curves out.
Sure. Like if you want to live on I want to only win play games, then you can do that. That's
what Best of 3 is all about, baby.
Hey, you guys missed. I had a whole segment about how to win on the draw. It was like a 20-minute lesson that I gave everyone.
I think you win a lot of games just by like playing Pete on 3 and then playing strength. Anyway,
I think the biggest
conversation about spheres very often. I think it is the worst. I think it's like the 3rd best version of that deck.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think. Is like the card that I would actually miss is the McMansion.
Yeah, just gain a lot of lore.
Yeah,
and it's punishing. But yeah, I hear you.
I think the biggest problem with locations is like none of them made my list of how to win on the draw.
Well, yeah,
and it's so important.
I mean, like library has the potential to help you do that.
Yes.
None of the other ones do. Like they're all just disadvantage. At least library can give you the position of okay, I can draw out of this.
The one time where it's good to be on, I will say the one thing where the McMansion is good on the draw is against red blue. They get to be prepared a whole turn earlier, and so the turn that you would normally play your 5-drop, you can just not ink and then play that. And then you get to play your 5-drop after the board wipe and still have the McManor in play.
Yeah, but don't you also just want to like beat that turn?
No, because like if your 5-drop is like Gantu, you're like they don't they if your 5-drop that you're playing afterwards is Gantu, having a McMansion in play after they board wipe and having a Gantu when they they can't Sisu. Like I think that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
McMansion sounds like when McDonald's buys a town. We've got Mick apartments, we've got McMansions.
Well, that's what people used to call like big houses in the middle 2000s, right?
I guess
you guys ever heard that term?
I definitely heard it before. I can't.
Not here in North Carolina where I was raised.
All I keep thinking is McLovin, which is not helping.
That's fun. But yeah, I don't know. There's the 5 cost on Inkable location that quests for 2 and has 9 health.
Yeah.
That card's almost good.
It's so expensive and it's uninkable.
Yeah.
Like you're locked into it.
Do you know what the ability is each turn? It's like deal damage equal number of locations or characters you have. And it's like that's almost good. It's not, but it's almost good.
Yeah, every time I read that card, I think
there's a lot of locations that you read them the first time, you're like, okay, and then like you're like, wait a minute.
5 uninkable is like so much more than 4 inkable. It's like literally twice as expensive, basically.
Tala in hand.
I think it was a character, I guess.
Tala.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah.
Drew him the Tala? Sweet.
Man, if he had Human Sisu in his deck, he could sail this turn and still play Human Sisu.
That would have been pretty good.
God, I can't wait to go on the beep ladder, and all it is this blue-red deck. It's great. I'll just lose to it. It's gonna be great.
That's a lot of stuff.
So he just quests Lilo here. Then he can't sing with Grandma Tala. You have a damage on your character if you draw Rapunzel.
Do we have big Cindy's in this deck? Probably not, right?
I don't think so.
I can't imagine.
No.
We haven't seen anything even close
Well,
to that.
I mean, we haven't even seen like a mine. I remember him playing yesterday. He is on the mines, right? If I remember correctly.
Yes. Hey, remember when I said we could prevent him
Yeah.
from singing here?
Yeah. Listen, people never see that play. They don't understand that if you don't do what you're supposed to do, your opponent gets to do what they're supposed to do.
Okay,
Like-
he would have Maui'd.
I mean,
But like, it's kind of like when your dog like looks in the corner and then they think since they can't see you, you can't see them.
yeah.
That's what it's like when cards are in people's hands.
But yeah, I mean, worst case scenario here is you lose your Lilo but gain 2 lore. If he doesn't have Maui, he can't sing How Far I'll Go. Like it's just that's exactly how those plays can line up for you.
Man, he was really praying for a Rapunzel that turn. He could shoot his own Daisy, draw max.
He doesn't have to shoot his Daisy. He can just run into the Talo.
Daisy has a damage on it already.
Oh, that's sad. I mean, you can still get there, technically. Bye, How Far I'll Go.
I'm definitely not thinking Fama's B prep since he played a Maui to get no value. So I would definitely Lawrence this turn instead of Peating.
I mean, this is fine. Like
It's
you
fine
can't-
because he's so
you
far
can't
ahead.
I'm gonna be honest, you can't gamble that. Like, I don't think I would ever gamble that there. Because this is just worth so much lore playing it this way. I don't know that I could ever be like, oh, he doesn't have it. I'm just gonna play a Lawrence instead.
But it doesn't make sense that he would play the Maui.
Why not? What if he just wanted to sing again? What if he? What else is he gonna do that turn? Nothing. I'm not saying he can't do that, but you know, he has a Let It Go in his hand. And when in doubt, he could have sung the Let It Go with it as well.
He also could have hardcasted the Let It Go and hit a Lilo
That's true. He could have done that last turn instead
of the Maui.
But I mean, this is still worth a ton of lore here.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting dethroned. The fans.
This is
Like-
what? Trade here, and then I still have 6 lore in play.
Yeah. Not only that, like Fam is 1-0. He'll have to just get to 20 somehow.
I
And
don't think
he's
it's-
not like doing Tomato a dime stuff.
Right. It's definitely a slower burn.
So if you just draw characters that quest for 2 and like return Lilos, unless Fam plays a shark here, which I don't know what else he's gonna play. He kind of has to play a shark
Like he has
here.
2 sharks in hand, I think. Yeah, because he has a let it go also, right? So it's really just a matter of, can I let my opponent go to 14? Okay.
Well, he can't let it go. Pete.
What just happened there?
He healed Grammatala.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, Pete. Yeah, you're right. The referee. That's a lot of let the storm rage ons.
Yeah, I mean, do we just shoot Grammatala with a storm? See if we draw strength, play Lawrence, sing with Pete, or
It's just a matter of where the damage is going.
Now you hit your own thing, right?
We drew a Rapunzel.
Yes. Now you just sing with the Pete on itself, draw 2 cards. Just try to outdraw them.
Do we already have 4 ink?
no, 3 ink.
Yeah, so we have to ink the Lawrence. Oof.
Yeah.
I mean, this sets you up for.
I would potentially consider just playing Lawrence and not doing the sing draw this turn.
I will say, in this matchup, if you can get away with this, wow, okay. If you can get away with playing your Rapunzel and drawing any number of cards, I think you just have to because
Sure,
the card is
Pete.
so clunky. Oh well, another Pete's pretty fucking good.
What?
Oh, well.
I want audio.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna hit an inkable off the let the storm rage on too, so you don't even have to ink the Lawrence before you make the call.
No. Yeah. If you're gonna play the second one, I'm saying I don't know that we even like had to play the second one. I think questing with our Pete there is fine. But I mean, this
I mean,
is
it's like, you know, like the board after the board wipe, and you have a Rapunzel in your hand.
Yeah.
And you play it and they brawl it.
Yeah.
So if you can get a situation where, like, on tempo, you get to play this Rapunzel out, draw a card.
Yeah.
And like you get to replace the Rapunzel with like anything that costs less than 3.
Sure.
You're just so happy because it means that you can develop in like a reasonable way later in the game.
Shouldn't he be on 12? He was on 8. So he quested for 4. I think he should be on 12. Where did the shark go?
It challenged, I think, and died.
Yeah, it only had one health left.
Oh.
Because he didn't have his own thing. Which is interesting.
I don't think he's 15. I think 15. I mean, if that's the case, they are super off. I don't think it's 15 though, because he played songs with the other characters. I think it should be at least 12.
And now here you're like kind of what I'm talking about, where you have this like Rapunzel and it's like kind of clunky. But he can always ink it.
Yeah, I don't understand 10 at all. That's where I'm at right now. I don't know that I would ever have done that.
Well, he wants to have 4 ink at the beginning of his next turn to return to Lilos.
That's true.
Okay.
And then he's going to quest to have 6 characters exerted at once.
Can I just ink Happy then and keep the Rapunzel in my hand? Like, can I just like play Lawrence ink Happy?
Well, you want the board like
we don't have to.
But like the boardwalk doesn't go off. My Lawrence gets to run into Tala, and then I draw 3 cards.
Sure.
So like, if my opponent doesn't have the board, then I actually get value out of it. And this Happy is, I don't know, useless.
I might steal the way he resolves his developer brain. I've never really done it that way. I kind of like that.
What did he do? I don't understand.
He takes the top 2, puts them down on the table, then looks at one at a time with his other hand.
Oh.
What I do is I put my hand down, then I use my right hand and I look at the 2 cards.
Gotcha.
And then I put them down and look at my left hand and do that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Kind of like to just peek.
How did the Lawrence get Let It Go? Is that what happened there?
Yeah. He's like, oh, well, what are we doing here?
Yes, now he's on 8. I don't know if I missed some other lore drain. Was there another Pirate's Life played already? I mean, this game feels over if we have repeatable Pirate's Lives, right? I just don't know how you could ever win unless we draw Pete the next 3 turns.
I mean, I feel like what went significantly wrong here was shooting a Maui Shark twice with those storms.
I mean, it got rid of the Maui Shark for what it's worth, but
I mean, it didn't. It only let him. He got to trade the Maui Shark in for an action. Like, it gave him the ability to make that decision. You know what I mean? Like, just gave him. Like, if he didn't put the 2 damage on that Maui Shark, that Maui Shark would have still died because it hit a Pete.
Oh, sure.
You
That's
know?
fair. That's fair. I guess it also like bought him in to where he couldn't cheat and get a Lilo or whatever either.
That's fair. It's one of those things like you're giving like one of the best players in the world agency. It's like probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Maybe you just draw a Sisu?
Yeah, like he just gets back Pirate's Life. It's just so good.
Yeah. There was no way we could return the Lilos.
This is where I'd concede.
That past turn.
Yeah, I mean, how do you ever...
The develops are nuts. How many cards do you think he's playing?
I have no idea.
I bet he's playing 60.
I hope it's only 60.
It might be 64.
I hope not.
I bet 60 with 62 being my next bet.
I mean, if he doesn't have Sisus like at all, right? That's a lot of slots open up for things like this.
Yeah. I mean, it's also a trick that only works in this sort of tournament, right?
Yeah.
Once people know that the top version of Red Blue doesn't play Sisus,
sure,
things get really wacky really fast.
Yeah.
Then people start playing 1 Sisu, and then once they're playing 1 Sisu, you got to start playing 2 Sisus, and then we're just back where we started.
I thought there was only 1 damage on that. No, I was wrong.
I thought there's also only 1, but it's hard for us to see with the little baby dice.
Yeah.
Why don't they use the dice I use? They didn't order big dice on Amazon for streaming.
So he just has a second Pirate's Life also?
He's seen half his deck.
I think he got it back last turn and then played a shark.
I thought I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's something. Are we just dead? We're just dead, right? We go to 17. We go to 18, 19. If there's an action, we win. Do we not get there? That's upsetting. We don't just have the action? That's so sad. Okay, we have it.
Okay, so that's 19, 21.
Yeah, okay. All right.
21.
Yeah, like, am I missing things? All right, cool. That's okay.
Who knows?
Clearly,
you never know.
Something is off.
Yeah, you never know with the with the lore counter on the bottom. This
Like
is one person's whole job, right?
Not anymore.
Like, to us here at home, we just went to 21, so I am very confused.
I really like it being at 19. The person's like, well, close enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, clearly we just something is missed. That's all.
You literally never know what anyone's lore is when you're watching.
Well, I mean, my opponent's not going to gain 15 lore this turn, so
yeah, we've I mean, Chat and I have discovered there are different rules in Australia, so.
Yeah, you can wear.
ID.
You can wear whatever shirt you want. Yeah, they
can split.
They had people for 4 rounds doing it.
I don't. I'm a simple man. I just assume the rules are the same from one event to the other. Right?
Well, you would be wrong.
By simple, you mean like a simpleton. Because
you know what, the 2 commentators might be running the whole show. There was a 3rd commentator, if you guys remember.
I said he fumbled over his words because he had to read a teleprompter and look at the camera, and then they fired him. They fired him on the spot.
He was the guy that gave the buy in round 3.
Jesus.
All right, let's see.
But yeah, Din just showing the power of the half shark there with the cycle. So if you can keep playing a Pirate's Life, bringing it back with the half shark, and then playing it again,
really
you're just constantly setting your opponent back.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely similar to the guy who finished top seeding EU.
Or depending on how many times
I don't know how far off the list are, but that list also played Goofs. That list also played Manners.
Yeah, but no, I mean, no
such a scary deck to be playing that particular Ruby Sapphire. You let your opponent gain so much.
Maybe. I mean, we're also only on 4 popsicle, right?
In the game,
you have no other items. So like, I think that was also very similar. So yeah, I mean,
just to get Pirates on,
it just depends on whatever else he did to get there.
At that point, you kind of a Sour Relief, but
at the top deck of a few weeks ago, we've seen a deck that was very similar. Tommy was playing it. His friend, Carter.
I think
they were playing it, and it was very similar to this as well.
Max consistency.
I don't know if Amber Steel has won on camera, even in the mirror. Even in the mirror,
it did win in the mirror.
What? It wasn't a split.
Everything's draw you cards until you
get cards left. No, I don't think it was.
Like, it's been insane. If you're ever on Amber Steel, decline the feature match. You can't win.
Do you remember any other?
The Canadian National Broadcasting Company is considering not doing the Super Bowl.
Because this is one of the things with your traditional Ruby Sapphire. I think we kind of saw that in the previous game where we were seeing Steel Sapphire into Ruby Sapphire. The Ruby Sapphire player.
Hey, congrats to Fam. He got a world invite.
And these are not good cards.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Really one.
Did you not have one already?
No.
So I think
for him.
Other game not reported yet. Actually, that does not shock me at all.
Because it just gives you, it doesn't lock you into.
They're fighting over there.
They're fighting. They're fighting for the clock.
That actually does not shock me one bit.
Really, just like move your hand friend because the deck does not have a significant amount of cards that increase the amount of cards in your hand. So I think your arm is really the only card that will like net you cards.
Correct.
Like you have to make sure that your unequal is a little bit lower, so you don't have too many situations where you can't play cards. And I think that's it's really working out for him because literally all it does is just chain one card to the next card. If one card draws your card, the next card draws your card. And the next card lets you look at the top 5 for any card. All you're doing is just like getting one step closer to whatever you need. Eventually you're gonna get to whatever you need. And if you like literally every single turn when Maui like half shot challenge time, all you have to do is that just starts that loop again. So eventually you'll like cascade into like something that you're looking for.
Maui can fetch the visions, and you get to look at another 5 cards, and you can potentially find another visions, look at another 5. And we've just seen Din do that multiple times. Just
without Ursula, it's hard to play. Zeus takes up your whole turn.
It's a great deck, and he's an excellent pilot for it. And he's just got the confidence. I think it's just the confidence. That some of these other players haven't quite been there. Obviously, because he's a seasoned veteran of like the 1.5 years or 2 years that this game's been out.
Been playing it for a long time.
For sure. So he's able to like ride up to that line. But definitely very well done to Ben. You made top 4. And you did Australia proud. I assume you're Australian. I might be completely wrong, and I'm just like attributing him to us. But yeah. Definitely
I really like Pluto over Chinpo personally,
and
especially if you don't have a whole new world to sing.
It's gonna be a good
one.
Like
Pluto usually comes in a turn right before Maui.
The ground tempo deck is probably.
I really am a huge fan of Pluto.
So it'll be interesting to see. I haven't heard any results about what's going on the other table, but if we see Din's list into that Steel Sapphire, I think that would be
That'd be very
really
interesting.
interesting
Yeah, so
because those are two decks that are just completely
if they're playing
off
it.
meta compared to what we've been seeing throughout the day.
and maybe
Pluto
that might be
also
the lesson
doesn't
maybe. Maybe
usually
the lesson
ready
is,
though.
hey, if you've like
To be fair,
practiced into the meta so long, maybe you just play something like slightly off meta.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, no one knows how to play against it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That was literally it. Like we had some of Australia's best players like go against these players and just like don't know what to do.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're playing some off meta wacky stuff. And I think particularly on day one, like I think on day one when it's closed deck list, if you're just you see Tipo coming out, you see other stuff coming out, you think you know what you're going to come up against. And then it's like, oh, we've got 4 manas in the list. We got no Sisu. So you just might be playing around cards that don't exist in the deck. Meanwhile, the other threats that you didn't see coming, you haven't kept the answers for.
Yeah, so it's definitely a whole bunch of very interesting cards, and like that might actually be it. So maybe that might encourage Australians a little bit more to trust your gut a little bit and like try innovating a little bit.
Yep.
And it might turn out pretty all right, because I definitely think that Australia has spent most of its time catching up to the rest of the world. It has been looking at, hey, what the Americans are doing, what the Europeans are doing, how they've been developing their list. And
I think Chenpo is a lot better in like the
YouTube,
Mufasa style.
playing the strategies and playing them against each other, and we've been figuring out how to play as well as you guys play. But obviously, we're trying to catch up to where you were 2 months ago,
rather than trying to innovate and get one step ahead of the meta. Yeah,
obviously that's a good first step, but now that we're kind of getting towards there, we can now start focusing on, hey, how do we innovate?
Yeah,
how do we move forward? How do we, like, now that we got a little bit more confidence, like, hey, like it's possible to hang up there if we like really optimize some of the existing decks, and then now we've got a little bit more confidence. Hey, it is possible to innovate and adjust a little bit. And so I think even some of the recent lists over in NA and America, they've just like adjusted some lists with just like 4 of just like different cards. And yeah, it's
all right, Brad. Appreciate it.
Didn't America
Good talking to you.
They only recently started playing a lot more Lady Tremaines in say Ruby Amethyst, and that's been working out great for them, right? So yeah, I think like there's room for innovation. That's
my
really,
business
like,
partner James is
I think there's a few
like
cards
obsessed
that
with
we've
just
seen
in
this
time.
weekend that have real potential too.
Like,
and I think there's a few out there, probably some undiscovered.
he thinks
lists
it's
that,
just like
if people
one of the
tinker
most
around with
busted
at home,
things ever.
If you just got a feeling about a deck, it's like, hey, I really want to play, I don't know, Ruby Steel Pirates or something like that. Like, just pick something that you enjoy and then develop your list over time, test, find out what works, what doesn't, and then just try and push it forward. And eventually that's how you develop these decks. That's how you get one step ahead of the meta, is you come up with an idea that you like, and then you just keep pursuing it until you refine it, and then you get to something that's actually very competitive. So
yeah, definitely. And so it's been an amazing experience, and we've been very lucky to be here to watch all these games play out.
Yeah,
and so we've
absolutely.
Seen these games go from the start of the tournament all the way right through to the end. And now we are at the final step of our
final
journey.
2. This is going to be.
And I hear some clapping. I don't know if that's the other finals game, but so we are looking forward.
Still not
to
seeing results on the other table.
The final matchup is of our long weekend of play.
Geez, the level that these players have been able to sustain. They played 18 games yesterday. They would have played at least 10 or 12 games today. So
so like if they're still playing, Din's played 12 games today. Minimum.
And then
so
maintaining that level of play and concentration is just it's like
it's unbelievably difficult.
All right,
I'm
gonna be right back.
Really worth pushing him. Like, so obviously, there's some games where you're just breezing through. It's nice and easy. But you can see that last game, he was like he was peeling those cards and like really thinking like AOB, right? And like I think wasn't it his third turn where he was like sailed Azurite Sea, and he was just looking at what 2 cards am I going to double ink? Like that was one of those like really decisive
long
turns,
and hard.
right?
If you make a mistake on the inking there, you can really set yourself.
Like
backwards.
there's possibly a parallel universe where he inked a different set of 2 cards and things completely different, and he gets knocked down and we see Ben in the finals. Right? So obviously we're in this universe where he did win, but it's like the pressure of making those decisions really fatigues you out, man. Like, and the fact that he's still holding on is just like a testament to their endurance and their ability to play this game at such a significantly high level, and they just fluency at the tournament. So I think that they are doing very well, and I think the other top 4 game is probably done as well. But look,
okay,
okay,
still
apparently
going,
they're still
alright,
going as
so-
well. So looks like it's going to be holding on for quite a little while.
We're just hearing word. We're just getting some confirmation here to see whether the game's still going or not. There might be some news, but yeah,
sure.
While we're waiting, is there any decks or archetypes that you think have sort of potential that you've tinkered around with but haven't quite been refined yet, Jason?
So let's break down what some of these slightly roguier decks have sort of has kind of shown us, right? So I think it is what it has shown
So
us.
we
that
did
there's still
confirm.
potential
Oh,
to
I didn't want to
beat
do that. We're gonna add. We confirmed that Reclam did win, so we have a blue-red mirror in the finals. So Reclam and Fam, two non-Australians, right? Is Reclam Australian? Was that what Dick was saying? I don't think Reclam's Australian. I could be wrong though, but I don't think so. He played in multiple EU DLCs. That seems like a lot of
So
travel.
the finals of this tournament has no Australians?
Yeah, I think it's Germany versus something.
That's so funny, and it's so representative of the weekend.
Yeah, yeah. Reclam's French, right? So like, I think there was no way that it wasn't a guarantee that Australian would get there.
That's so funny, dude.
I mean, hey,
get good.
Not even that. Like, obviously, top 4 is still a gold Mickey and it's still a hell of an achievement. It does kind of suck that the weight of this tournament, in my opinion, money is great, but the weight of this tournament was getting to the finals. So
it's crazy that
shout out to Fam, in all honesty. Huge.
Oh, for sure. But you know what's kind of messed up is like they made this tournament to get to some people in Oceania.
I mean, that's their fault. Like, that's just the rules that are like they allowed to happen.
No, I'm not upset with
anyone.
Yeah. I'm just
ironically,
it's ironic, I guess.
We talked about this, David Nunez and I think on like a podcast like a little while ago, where we had figured out the average for players getting invites from their countries, and because of Worlds or because of Australia, it actually turned out that it was like in theory easier to get a Worlds invite from Australia than it was being a European, which is crazy because of 4 DLCs and things like that. But since it was a guaranteed 2 Worlds invites.
Yeah, it's not close.
It was literally better EV for the Australians to play in one tournament.
There's no way this is going to be a 2,000 person tournament.
Right.
I mean, at least to me, like I
think it was capped at 1,000, but
I'm just if that's true, that's crazy. Also, but I mean,
yeah,
this was. I think 500 is kind of close to what I would have. Maybe 700 would have probably been my real guess.
I mean, I think that it sold out instantly because there was a wait list at a time period.
Yeah, it sold out instantly, and then like a week later, it opened up.
But to me, the idea that it's more like the irony that the 2 people from Europe went over there and got their invites. They're like, you know what? Screw your law of averages. We're gonna take them.
I mean, it's kind of fucked up actually, if you think about it. If you're like an Australian or New Zealander,
yeah,
it's pretty fucked up. But that's life, Get good.
I mean, it's one of those where those are the rules, right? Like the rules weren't only Australians can win world invites,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where it sucks, but like, you know what? You guys should have flown to North America, which some of you did.
Yeah,
some of you did.
Yeah,
and you know what? That sucks if you didn't get it.
Yeah, and it is one of those, but I think that's, I don't know. Are you also in camp of belief that there's no way that only 28 people will be queued for Worlds?
Rocklam just won 2-0.
Yeah, we announced that already. You went away.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's on the screen, bro.
I cannot see the screen at all.
Okay.
I'm gonna be real.
Oh, you have it highlighted. That's why.
4 LCQs feels like a lot.
No, I don't think it's gonna be LCQs. I think they're just gonna randomly make 2 more DLCs with specific to Worlds invites, or they will do something that's like strictly
2
worse.
LCQs is reasonable.
I the only reason I don't, and listen, I'm not holding them to any of their words, but they did and have specifically defended the idea that there will not be an LCQ for Worlds.
Yeah, there should not be.
We could argue that DLC Australia was an LCQ for Worlds. However,
it was. That's fine. I mean, here's what you do. Here's what Magic would do, and this is what Flesh and Blood would do also. You hold a DLC,
Yeah, sure.
And the Worlds is Sunday of the DLC.
I mean, you don't have to do that. You could just.
I'm just saying, like that's what Magic does. They hold the events at the same. There's a GP on Friday, and then the Pro Tours on.
I just think it's so weird the way that they delivered all of it. It's so weird that it's like 28 players, and if we're at 32, I can just buy 32. In. I assume it has to be 32, but if it's not,
you know what?
It just feels weird.
Here's what it could be, and this is what Magic did for their professional league at one point. 28. Like there's 28 slots that are earned, and then there's 4 media slots. It's like professional poker player, professional Magic player, professional Pokemon player.
Man, I hope that does not happen.
I would get banned from the game if that happened.
I think that's like a little what's the word, like it's not like entitlement, but it's close to it. Like if the game needs to do something like that to grow, I if like think about it this way, right? Like if they convinced like I don't know who's like a really good like poker
Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, the poker player? No way.
Yes.
But yeah, assume they somehow.
Magnus Carlsen.
I was gonna say, what about Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, that's a better example. If Magnus Carlsen showed up for Worlds and just like instant auto queued, like it would be good for Lorcana, right?
I mean,
no,
it wouldn't be good for you, but it would be good for.
I don't care about me.
It would make everyone playing now look like a joke.
You are playing the Disney Lorcana TCG. I'm sorry,
I don't think I think that comment's not true either. I think in a very weird way it would break the integrity of the entire system. And this is coming from someone that thinks the system is absolute trash. But I think that it is the system. So the idea that you're just going to break it feels...
I don't know.
The idea that you had people fly across the world to play in this event to then hand out to other people, that is I
get where you're coming from.
You can't come back from those things.
But I bet they didn't even think this would happen because this entire time, every time they've done something like this, they've been like, we're going to have a 500-person tournament. And then 2,000 people tried to sign.
Right, but it didn't happen.
No, I'm saying this is the first deal.
Atlanta,
right? And then they did the X and Y and Z. They
sure. Listen, they made up Worlds invites. They didn't have to give the DLC winners invites.
No, yes. All I'm trying to say is this entire time, Ravensburger has had some expectation. That expectation gets blown out of proportion, like in some weird way.
Sure.
And then the fucking rules get thrown out the window, and when something else, the goddamn rules get thrown out the window.
Yeah, so much better.
Anyway, I think if you got like LSV to show up for Worlds, that'd be sick.
No, because if LSV shows up to Worlds and wins Worlds, no.
I don't know. That could have happened with Magic. I don't think it was like
right. But Magic, how long was Magic established into the point of doing this?
This is the first. So like what happened is like right before COVID, they started.
So we're talking in 2019.
Yeah, but this is
right. So this is 20 years into it.
Basically, they did a relaunch of competitive play,
right,
and called it like an esport.
Yeah, but it didn't matter because it was all monopoly money at that point. There was nothing to be lost or gained by any of it. Well, actually, take it back. There was only thing to be gained.
To be fair,
but I could still see it as backlash.
It did destroy it. The whole the thing they created, like the environment they created, did destroy competitive play for 5 years.
So it's a terrible.
It was awful.
Well, there were other problems, right?
Yeah.
They made it so basically there was no way to qualify. So like once you were in the league, basically once you were qualified for like the league, you had to qualify. It was like
I was about to do that.
Like football in Europe, you have to make it became like that where there were like leagues and you would have to earn your way into the Rising Star League, and then if you won that, you would get up into the top level league or some shit. I don't know exactly how it worked, but that's what killed it. Is people
extremely against it.
The thing that killed Magic competitive play was people lost the sense that they could accomplish something. You know what I mean? And the thing that if, for example, all 32 slots were handed out by Ravensburger, like on an individual basis based off of like who they like, that would like destroy the game forever, right?
Yeah.
I think 4 slots is like, all right, guys, like this is a business. That's how I would see it.
I invite them and put them on stream in some bullshit thing that doesn't matter.
Yeah, maybe.
You know?
Or maybe would you be cool if there was like an 8-person tournament, celebrity tournament, and it paid out 1 Worlds invite? Would you be cool with that? And it was ran on Friday, and they just paid everyone to show up.
But they still had to play for it.
Yeah,
I mean, I would feel better about that. I don't know that I would still be like happy about it.
I don't think that'll happen, but I'm just,
No.
I was just curious if that was.
I don't think it'll happen. I don't know. I think that a lot of the decisions that they have made has made it more awkward for them, period. Like, again, they didn't have to give 10 invites out to DLC winners.
No.
Like, they just didn't have to do that.
No, it was wild. They did.
So,
do
like,
that.
the fact that they did it after the fact is, like, very confusing, in all honesty.
You know what? Like, the 2-game format might make it so that they don't want or care about 32 players being there.
Well, that's all. I mean, don't get me wrong. I thought this about Nationals, and someone still didn't show up to Nationals. I can't fathom qualifying for Worlds and not showing up to it, but it certainly is possible.
33 slots for Worlds. 33rd gets a bye.
I mean, it's especially possible if they find out like 2 weeks beforehand when and where it is. And they live in, Australia.
Imagine
or...
like Ben gets qualified for Worlds and they like announce it 2 weeks beforehand and he can't get here.
I mean, they can't do that. It can't be that.
No, I agree. I mean, you can't call it Worlds and then give that short of a notice.
Yeah, no, it can't be that way. But I don't know. I just think that where we are now, where we're priced in, they really they handcuff themselves into very awkward positions.
Is this the one?
Sounds like a good Friday night.
I didn't like that my face was cut off.
That's fair. I don't know. It's very weird. I mean, you can say that we know it's a Disney World, but who knows?
I think that Worlds will happen after set 9.
Did you read this?
That's a goddamn lie. You know it.
Welcoming Mountain.
Oh, you haven't noticed that yet?
No. We've been in tiny boxes like for the last 2 hours, bro.
No, but when I did it, we were full screen.
Oh, okay. Got you.
It was a long time ago.
Oh my god, when is this match going to start? What are we even waiting on?
Well, they're saying 45 seconds, but chat can attest it usually goes 15 to 20 minutes past when it hits the 0 mark.
Rough.
Yeah, and every time it goes to a break, we lose like 25% viewership.
Here's the real talk. Now, obviously, the answer is we're just playing to be a DLC winner, but there's nothing more to really be gained other than that. Like,
you get like one of each enchanted. What are you talking about?
Awesome.
In a cool little binder.
Let's say you made like finals, like.
Well,
what do you do? Like when you're in that, like, you know me, right? I'd be like trying to do a prize split the minute I sat down.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Like,
you know what I would do? Honestly, concede so that I don't.
That's where I'm at.
So I don't mess up on camera and get disqualified.
But also, you just like get the fuck out of get the freak out of there, you know?
Right.
Like,
but you're also, just so we're clear, in all of these worlds, you guys would have conceded a Worlds invite.
No, in this one specifically.
Right. I understand that, but I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm saying
point, which is
if a player sat down in any of these DLCs and said, you know what, I don't need to play, I don't care about the enchantments, yada yada, I concede. Well, 8 months later, they would have found out that they conceded a Worlds invite. So,
are you talking about Jonathan Ball specifically?
Okay, I mean, for what's worth, he conceded in top 8. So
because he didn't think he was playing for anything
he's
else.
like, oh, I want a Mickey, I'm good, and you're like, well, you conceded a Worlds invite. I don't know. So yeah, I don't think
I didn't know about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that happened in Seattle.
That's
Ferranti was begging him to stay.
Yeah.
Is that his opponent or like a team member?
No, it's a team member.
Team.
Yeah. So yeah, like in theory, like no, at the time he did not know he was conceding the ability to win a Worlds invite. So not that I would ever concede in the position anyway, but
yeah, I mean, I could see myself in certain situations doing that, especially if I had a flight or something.
No, dude, you're winning a golden Mickey. Who cares about your flight? Like,
well, if I work or something.
Right. I got sick.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know, man. Like, I got sick.
What are you playing for?
you're playing to be a Disney Lorcana champion.
It doesn't mean anything to me.
I mean, I don't know.
It's so
I can tell
inconceivable,
you,
know, it's like,
as someone that has
never gotten that
as someone
close.
that has won a tournament, that has a trophy, that can say I won a trophy, it means something. 100%.
Trophy, it does.
It's a pretty cool trophy, right?
does
It's heavy
sell the-
too. I could kill you with that. I promise you, it's heavy
You
as
can go
hell.
with a lot of things, Dan. I believe in you. With the will, you got the power.
But like, as someone that has won a tournament and says I won this, there's nothing, you can't ever not take that away from me. You know?
I feel that way about like top 32 in Dallas. It's really
No,
cool.
I believe that the goal is always I want to make top cut. Whatever the top cut is, that's the goal.
Yeah, I mean,
And anything after that is like
it's gravy.
is gravy.
Yeah, like,
I agree.
Is the trophy
It does not.
It's not,
It does not.
That is a lie of a trophy. Transformers trophy? Sure.
Wow. Wow.
If it can't
no,
transform, how is
the
it a
giant-
Transformers trophy?
The giant Omega Supreme that's behind it does transform.
Okay.
I'm so much my friend be like, what is this? My friend who loves Transformers.
Yeah, honestly, the Omega Supreme is top 4 of that event, and the Jetfire is top 8 of that event, and that was my friend that was in top 8 that I eventually have it. So of the 8 Transformers giving away at the tournament, I have 2 of them, which is kind of cool. Or like memorial. No, it's a giant. Well, it's not even an Energon cube, but it's quote an Energon like thing.
Energon.
Yeah,
That's how they say it in the business.
yeah. But it's I think it's like a $1,600 trophy. Like whatever it's made of is ridiculous.
I prefer the Lorcana trophies straight from the dollar store.
Oh, someone already tagged me. I was excited to see it. Someone just sent me shady players being shady. I was excited to quietly watch it with Dan, but it's just the GOAT setting.
This countdown clock is a lie.
It's always a lie.
That moment is like pure gaslight gatekeep girl boss, you know? Like it really is like
He just
kind
said
of
like
amazing.
4 words in a row that all said the same thing.
I said gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
Yeah, that sounds
like he was trying to like.
It sounds like a Bloodhound
Hey,
Gang
Google it.
song.
It's a phrase.
No, but it sounds like a line of things you would say to someone if you wanted them to leave right now. You know, you're like, hey, koala bear for waffles. Like what?
Do you know Bloodhound Gang?
No.
I'm sure you do.
I'm sure I
they
do
sing-
also. I just wanted to say no.
They sing Bad Touch. They have a song that's just like that. Oh, Foxtrot Uniform Charlie Kilo.
What should I play tomorrow?
What do you want to play tomorrow? I was supposed to
play
build my deck tonight. I still haven't.
Blue Red, obviously. It's best deck.
Abby. Oh, they took a picture of top 2? Yeah.
We're waiting on this. Like, why wouldn't they just take the picture after the match?
Because someone might get angry. They were celebrating the world's invite, Abby's.
I'm shocked there's no one in chat saying they're waiting to announce everything after the finals. Like, there's always been at least a few people every day that's like, yeah, they're probably going to announce DLCs today.
Nope.
And welcome everyone. This is
Nope.
our finals for the Melbourne Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Nope.
It has been an excellent tournament. And after 6 rounds today so far and 9 rounds yesterday, it's been 15 rounds, and we have finally
watched
done
Severance
our
at all?
last 2.
I have not yet.
Unfortunately,
It's so
it is
good.
no
I've read
chance.
both of
They
those.
published a book.
I think everything on Apple is pretty good for what it's
It's
worth.
Yeah,
and,
you're-
you know, our
They
students have
published
put
a
up
book
such
written by a
excellent
character
fight
in the
right to
show.
end. Yep. So
Okay.
in the finals, we
And
have
it's
Tin
like
Fan, who is a
it references throughout the show. It's like a
I believe,
self-help
Hamburg, Germany.
philosophy book
And
written by like
Clement,
the
who
most,
is
like,
a
self-
player from
Mhm.
Paris,
and
France.
like
Yep.
just
and
the
he's,
worst kind of
representing
guy,
his
you know, like
so there's a
fart
number of
sniffing, and
Mm.
you know they have a dinner where there's no food because they're like, you know, we can't enjoy the
So we
dinner
have
with
a
food
battle
to
of
be eaten.
champions,
You know what I mean?
and
That's sort of
yeah,
like
we
guy.
have
and a battle of the Ruby Sapphire as well. So I think
Very
that's been one of the themes of the tournament. We've just seen this deck performing extremely consistently, and yeah, finals just goes to prove that this was really the deck to beat this tournament. And yeah, I think Clement has a quite traditional take on the deck, whereas Din
Yeah,
and
wouldn't it
Neil
be great
completely
if they
their deck
showed
today.
any of this stuff on camera?
Yeah, we'll see what Clement's got in
Graham
store,
knows
whether
what's
he's got a
up.
plan to deal with some of the different cards that Din's running compared to what he's probably been seeing in some of the other Ruby Sapphire lists.
Yes, I would imagine that these two gentlemen have probably interacted on some degree over in Europe.
I think
from,
Dan was at an
their tournament,
Airbnb
from
some miles
tournament
away.
plays and from all their involvement from the various competitions.
Yeah, we stayed at the Airbnb.
Yeah, they probably know
that
about
was,
each other.
we
and,
were in we stayed in Orange County.
Through the grapevine, Clement might have heard a little bit about
All
the
right,
spice
good
that Din was
got in the list,
working on. So maybe he's formulated a plan. Maybe he's having a chat with some of his international play teammates and trying to figure out from the stream and from the stream and from the VODs to see what is the strategy, what's the line of play. So that's one of the benefits of playing as a team. So yeah, not every team has to be a top level competitive team. So a team is really just a group of friends who want to associate themselves and maybe get some cool shirts made up. So obviously one of the benefits is that you can share.
I will say for some weird reason I'm a lot less tired tonight than I was last night.
The rest of you guys are chilling, watching.
Second door on the right.
Contribute and help them in between rounds.
This is a laundry room right here, and then there's a
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's probably a few key cards that Clement will be prioritizing. I think Vitalosphere.
I'm actually tired tonight.
Particularly
I slept all day.
in list with McDuck Manners, so
That's fair.
I think we'll see that one being highly valued. The other cards, there's probably some that are not so relevant. So
no set champs tomorrow, right?
Brawl is probably.
I have no idea if
value.
there are any.
The anti-aggro cards will just be going straight to.
If there are any at all, they're at least like
and
an hour and a half
Hiram
or
is
2
not
hours
such a
away, though.
card for Din's list.
James didn't tell you he was picking you up somewhere.
And only really having a very limited.
James is only allowed to go to a certain
not
number
a key
each
game plan. So
season, or his wife will divorce him.
Prioritize a lot of
Oh,
those
okay.
cards.
Doesn't have to prioritize any of the brawls at all.
Yeah, so I
He's
think
going to one next
in order
weekend.
to
Maybe two next
counter
weekend.
Din's list, I think Clement just needs to get off a good start. I think something like Tipo into Grand Martala and just get those.
Wait for you to
bodies
leave so
on
we can
board
take the
and
wins.
Quest for 1 or 2, or Quest for 1 and just get 2 of them on the board and just try and get.
Well, the
a
one
bit
made
of
the
momentum going into
video.
mid-game, and
That
then,
Gilded
hopefully
Dragon
sort of
giving out
establish
2
the late game
cases.
plan of something like Lucky Dime or those bigger threats.
This is a
Tamatora in the
brand
late
new
game
thing
and just try and
where
get
there's
those
prize
points.
support at.
So yeah,
Loris.
it's really going to be a challenge though. Din has.
Are we
Shout out.
talking about?
shown that
Are we
he's
talking about top deck?
mastery over this matchup.
We going to top deck?
Ruby Sapphire.
Unless there's another one in South Jersey.
Dozens of times with this deck, he would have play tested it a lot, judging by the results. So
I would imagine it's probably coming close to triple digits at this point, right?
Yeah. I mean, even this weekend,
From
probably
testing,
played.
practice,
See, Nirvana. That was the other one.
Format has been around for a couple.
See, there was
months
2
now.
of them. I heard correctly.
There's been plenty of opportunities and times to play the current format.
Yeah. Do you think
I don't
there's
know where
any
Nirvana
sort
is.
of
Do you know where
cards
Nirvana
that He'll
is?
be looking out for
Yeah,
in
it's probably
particular,
sure.
knowing that it's the mirror.
Nirvana was the other one.
And
I don't know
previously
where that
prioritizes getting the McDuck manners out on turn on that 4.
I used to know the owners when I had a store.
So I think Supergroove may be a card that sees less relevant play here. So
I would see them at the distributor conventions, stuff like that.
That will be coming in with 2 willpower that Supergroove can challenge. And so that's not necessary. Definitely, I think the Maori's Hero for Alls will be very relevant to be challenging some of those the
Hiram's.
small, there's the smaller cards such as Hiram's and such as Tars and
Funny.
so on. But I think that this
So
is
you're
really
just
going to
Tipo
be
just
like
sits
the
here
most
forever.
game. So both players
Probably
will
just
be
like
trying
don't
to,
play Tipo. You just one
ramp
sound
up as fast as
instead.
they can. They want to get to at least 5 lore as soon as possible. I
But I
think
don't know.
Din seems to feel
Because there's some uninkables in this matchup that aren't great either.
8 to 10-ish ink
Hard to
range.
say.
So that way he just has the flexibility to cast a whole bunch of
Is
actions.
Reclam the more traditional version?
6 free where you can
Like I have to think that
Half-Shark,
Fam is
play-
very favored,
play
right?
Valhalla or play, some
Like,
McDuck Manners.
with the burn and everything.
I
Like
think
I feel like
getting up
he's
to that
very
range
favored.
where you have a lot more flexibility to cycle through cards rather than
I'm impressed with this right now. That you're not.
to 6 to cycle through your cards and then not having the enough ink to play your big.
Oh, Nirvana's near Ocean City.
So
Okay.
yeah, inking up is going to be pretty relevant. So I think that getting up to that point is very good. You can just kind of ignore.
I'll be hanging out in Cherry Hill tomorrow.
You might even go like aggressively, triple sell to seize if you really.
I heard that Marcus won a set champ.
Yeah, I think another one of the unsung heroes this tournament has been how far I'll go.
During the
Every time
switches,
that
he
card's
won
come out, it draws you a
6 to
card,
1.
it puts a card in your inkwell, so you're
Oh,
essentially
the Vitalospheres and Maui's might
And,
be
yeah,
good
with
against
Din's list
Dimensions in a
being
way that
so
the other
lean
decks,
on the
like not having the
card draw, and
Vitalospheres
the
might
cards
actually come up.
Yeah.
net positive you
The
cards.
Maui's
so,
are
like, higher
probably
in the popsicles.
Maui
the other
Icebox actually
cards.
probably fine. Like
That. He's really been relying on the how far I'll go and
the-
getting that.
if you can get to
using
a
that
place
get
where
up
you,
to
like,
the 6, 7, 8
can,
ink range without having to ink cards in the hand.
CC their
And that
hollows
has allowed him to just
and start
keep things
questing.
like Brawl.
Yeah.
You can keep things like Super Groove, which
You really
maybe aren't
if
immediately
there are
used
plays at
now,
Icebox,
and
maybe
even
you can
Maui
get 3
can do it all
Icebox
as
and
well.
play and start
Like, you
like
don't have to play them right
doing
now.
weird
There's
shit
one
with the
that's very
Maui's
easy
in
to
combat
address,
where
but
like
Yeah.
rather have
We're definitely
that
on the
card
draw
in your
though.
hand
That's
than
for
in
sure.
Inkwell. So he's been very patient with that and just trying to ink up with the.
I'm sure
how
he's
far
gonna
I'll
give it
go,
out for free.
because that forces you to put one
Oh
of the
no,
two cards
Mark
into the
Lucas has
Inkwell.
the
So
list.
yeah, he's really.
Yeah, I'm saying. I'm
utilized
sure it's gonna go out for
the
free.
ability of that
Oh
card.
yeah, but I mean, I think he means right now.
Yeah, so
Like
I
he's
think
saying, well, how much money
at
should I
the
have
end of
offered
the end of the day, this
to give
game
out
is
the
really
deck
going to
list
be
early?
Oh,
down to
I don't
who
know.
can
For
keep
what?
their half sharks on the field for the longest, right?
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
saying
gonna
how
be a big
funny?
part of it.
I mean, like for what
If
though?
it sticks around,
Like
then
for to
you go
set
to
championships today? Like
Yeah.
like what am I gonna do? Pay $100 to win a $40 card, guys? I mean, come on.
Hey, wait, that's $100.
Quest characters, Maui will be able to take advantage of that by.
Were you surprised by how popular
focusing
Ember
on
still
them.
was?
So I think, yeah,
Not
it's going to
really.
be, that's
Okay.
where
Like
the
in general,
real
like
cost will
here?
be. So, yeah,
No, not
you
really.
can force the other
Do
player
you think it will
to
be in Miami?
have to engage
I
with
don't know.
some cards and some quests.
I have no idea.
Yeah, before the Maui comes down. I think Maui's
I
going to
don't
really slow
either.
things down.
So many people have
But,
asked for it. I'm sure Lucas.
If you have a half shark on the field, your
Yeah, I mean,
opponent
of course.
needs to be very careful of using the
But
Tala and using the Tipo.
I still don't understand why the
Um,
public doesn't have it anyway.
Questing is
Look how
is
happy
like
Clement
sing,
was. He
right?
was in
DM
such
will
a
be using
pissy mood
Gravitar.
earlier.
You
Now
want
he's
to
like,
use her to
okay,
sing
through the
how
roof.
far will I go? But if they
Look at
arrow
that.
around, you
Unmute
better be
and
very, very careful about
stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
So looks
All
like
right.
we have both our players
What?
setting up
Mute.
and
Oh,
shuffling in some
I'm
decks.
falling asleep, dude.
I hear you.
You can mute it, right?
I can't mute. This is his stream.
You can't click on that button. Mute it?
It says that it's muted. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, click on that. See what happens.
See?
Huh. Yeah, weird. Isn't that strange?
Yeah.
I'm in charge. As I've said, I'm the owner of the Forbidden Mountain.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, since he started the room. See, he started the room.
Oh.
My dad gave me a small loan of $1 million.
Yeah, I think that's the weird thing about.
Oh, the lights went out.
That was kind of weird. That's actually really weird. I think that I've said this before, even for the European ones, it actually blows my mind that it is not incredibly publicized of the decks that win these events or that top cut these events. Like the fact that it took over a week to figure out the top decks from EUCC blew my mind. I actually couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's like Ravensburger doesn't want to sell cards.
Right. Like
So if you came to this tournament, what deck would you have brought, knowing what we know now?
I would have played Baja Blast in this event. 100%.
Yeah, I bet that's a good Amber Steel matchup, except for like the Lawrences.
It's not like
really.
The songs version is fine. In my humble opinion, it would have been splits, like Split City. There wouldn't have been 2-0s in either direction. So like the only way you would have won your on the draw games if you were able to like confidently get a Tipo into Muse and your Tipo lives. And even in some cases you don't really want to play the Tipo, so you kind of just have to like play Muses and then hope they didn't have like the absolute nuts.
Yeah.
So your draw games are difficult, but your play games are very easy. So that's why I think you would have been in the position of splitting.
Isn't that pretty bad though? I guess not in this tournament. This tournament
it really wasn't that bad. But if like I'm okay taking my worst matchup being a split. If that makes sense.
If it's your worst matchup, I wouldn't bring the deck because it looks like Ember Steel's most popular deck in the room by like.
I mean, I wouldn't have like been 100% sure that that's true.
I'm saying knowing what we know now.
Yeah. But like you asked me what I would have brought. I would have brought that.
Sorry, I was trying to say, what would you have brought if knowing what you know now?
I probably would have brought Amethyst Steel mid range.
Steel.
I like the matchup a ton into the more aggro decks. And also what I know now, I would have loved my matchup into all the song player decks as well. Just because I got to watch
the Amber Steel song is a deck that is punished severely by a lack of understanding of what you need to do.
That's
each
exactly
turn.
why I would have liked my
Yeah.
matchups.
I probably would have too. I mean, yeah. Honestly, you should just bring Steel Song at a certain point.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're
that's-
better at
that's
Steel
always a
Song
debate.
than your opponent, you're like, I think you win a lot of games just by like keeping Pete in your hand. You know what I mean? And then just like playing aerial and then strengthening the thing, and then the game's over. But it's kind of interesting to think about.
I think they each know each other's cards pretty well, right? Maybe do we have to read?
Hey, they're playing for.
Did we have to read a super goof?
They're playing for a next year's Worlds invite that we'll find
I
out
mean,
about 6
you
months
never
from now.
know. Like, I guess that's totally a thing. Wouldn't it be funny if it was like, oh, the winner gets an invite? So doesn't the pass down happen?
Can you imagine if they both had invites already?
If they both had invites already, I don't think they'd be in this tournament.
Yeah, but
That's my humble
to
opinion.
be fair, if you knew what the state of the Australian player base was, it
maybe.
might be like a free 10K.
But like, you know,
he almost died, right? So
it's not like people with invites were getting excited about going to this tournament.
yeah. Although, like, I'm like a little surprised like Zan didn't make a thing out of it.
I mean,
he got married, right?
Yeah, he
Like,
also made a
little
thing about
honeymoon.
how he was kind of like he got married and then was very busy and then didn't really test and then probably is like, hey, I'm married now, so I can't just like
go
away every 3 weeks.
I was thinking like a honeymoon situation.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the situation, but I know if my husband just got married, I probably wouldn't want him away 2 out of 3 weeks or something like that.
When's the next CCS? Do we know about that?
Officially, no, we don't.
Interesting.
We don't.
CCS, there's one a month. It's
There's a 1K though. It's a 1K. That's the normal 1K. It's not their like 5 or 10K or whatever.
Yeah.
So no, we are unaware of the next CCS.
Yeah. I can't believe there was that 5K in Queens. I didn't even know about
I
it.
can't believe I didn't even know about it until today. So when you told me, this is
Full
this is what
ship
happened.
7.
He didn't have a turn 2 ink.
Yeah. I'm letting chat now. Full ship 7.
I wish I was good at Lorcana. I'd play blue red. Every time I play blue red in a DLC, I've like split every match. My Vegas record, if you don't count the concession I did to a local,
It's not a great hand.
2 wins. The rest were splits. Didn't lose a single match except for the one I conceded. And
yeah, it sounds awful.
Yeah, it was debilitating in terms of like my emotional state at the end. I was like so upset because you don't feel like you won anything and you don't even get to drop for so long.
I finished 90 something in that event. It felt like I didn't win anything. Trust me, it's awful.
So I was fighting for that Rapunzel. Let me tell you, fighting for it.
Such a flex move on turn 1. Ink my DLC. Let it go. You're just telling your opponent like, yeah, I got it, bro.
I'm a big fan.
Oh, I love it. Don't get me wrong.
I think this event really solidified Pham as like one of my favorite players in the game. It's been really fun to watch him, and he plays really clean.
It's a
which I
shame
really
that
appreciate.
it took like 7 rounds to get him on camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was at the top tables for several rounds. Man, he's just like, hey, my inkwell's enchanted. What's up?
He looks bored.
Neither player had ramp on 2.
Yeah, that's weird. Oh, you're like way
Oh,
ahead.
no. He had a Tipo hiding in there.
I'm like, how do you know that? You're so far ahead somehow. I'm looking at the same screen as you.
No. I saw his hand earlier, and it looked like he had nothing.
What are we doing? Oh, set base. We drew the sale a turn late.
Why can't my blue red opponents have that happen?
You know. I trust me, I wish for the same thing.
Top 32, Ursula Sailor, pass turn, 1 jump ahead. Top 32. Why can't that happen to me? You know?
Yeah, man. Boom. Whoa.
Was that the?
I don't know what that was, but it was a beeping sound, Dick.
Yeah, I heard a beep.
Is it your chair? Does your chair squeak?
I didn't move.
We heard it.
Yeah, I also heard something.
Oh, good God.
He was right all along.
The way we looked at each other when we heard the noise.
Yeah.
It was
It's
like
your
there was
house.
a spirit in the room.
There was no ghost.
Your neighbor left food on the stove again.
We are up a lot of cards.
Yeah, this is a brutal start. If you're fam staring this stuff down.
Oh no. He might not get another set of enchantments. It's a shame.
I'll be honest, I don't even like the Azurite Sea enchantments.
I love them.
I like them as well.
You guys are Magic players. Oh, they're so ugly.
I think they're beautiful.
I like variety.
They're not.
Yeah, I like how they're different.
That's what I don't like about them. I don't like that they're so very different than the norm.
My favorite ones they ever did were the, I think it was the location set. Which one was that?
Expeditions.
No, in Lorcana.
Oh, Inklands. Sorry,
Inklands.
It looked like old art, like it was like classical art. And like there's the Scrooge McDuck that looks like a famous painting. I can't.
Yeah. No, I like half the Inklands ones. I don't like the dark ones. Like I don't like what Sisu looks like. I don't really like what Robin looks like.
Can you imagine if Clement wins and all of the hype about the red blue list that's super spicy just dies immediately? It's like can't even beat the mirror. You know what I mean? Even though he just like crushed the Swiss in like an unprecedented way. It's like didn't matter. People in Australia are bad. We're not going to learn any lessons.
He picked up his sail to put it in discard, left it back in play. Fam was like, "I got you." Put it in discard, and Clement's like, "No, I'm using it to reference. I have 2 inks." It's like, well, guess what? It's not in the rules. Call a judge, fam.
Yeah, we know. Don't worry.
I remember when they printed Develop Your Brain in set 1, and I remember thinking, like, how the hell is this okay? And then people were like, oh, it's fine. And I was like, I guess I must just not fundamentally understand this game. And now we've come back around to the card being broken.
No.
I don't know that the card's broken, but
I mean, very good.
Yeah, like sure, it's playable.
To me, it's just
playable.
To me, it's just like the card selection. The fact it's inkable and you get that cheap of card selection is just kind of crazy.
I think it's more or less that there's like 4 cards in your deck that all do the same thing, and once you start figuring out what the cost of that is, you're like, oh, like Grandma Tala is actually just a 3 cost that has Develop Your Brain.
Staple to it, yeah. I mean, that card's already crazy. I mean, that may be the card I would hit if I was to hit.
How are we back to this conversation?
Yeah.
I think I'd hit that just because I don't think it would change that much, but it would make like a lot of the fair matchups like slightly.
The only time I would ever consider hitting those cards is if like average game time is actually up, because I believe that those are the things that trickle down to why games take so long. If every card in my deck reads I draw a selective card,
which is
it adds time,
is how the deck works.
Yeah.
Like one of the main card advantage engines is Matt at this point, now that they've cut Tamatoa, because it looks like Tam doesn't have Tamatoa or Sisu.
Yeah, Tamatoa is terrible. It's fine.
His main card advantage engine is Vision and
I say Tamatoa is terrible. He's gonna win this game. Watch. Well, this is the thing.
Man, that card is messed up.
Are we doing it? Oh my god! Well, guys, that's a clippable moment.
Holy shit!
So we're at 11, right?
I love that the Tamatoa is going to have to crack in. It's going to have to attack, right?
Oh my!
Attack what?
Goodness!
These little kids.
Oh, the manners. 11 to -1.
Now he's in play. You got to get. I mean, maybe you just board wipe here. That might also just be the answer. But like, you can't let 2 Mauis and 2.
He can't even currently remove 1 mana. Think about that for a second.
He plays a 5-cost Maui.
Right, but I'm saying, like, no. Oh, yeah. So, like, if our turn is pay 5 for Maui, run 4 guys into a mana, and then sing B prep, that's my turn?
No, you probably...
we probably lose.
you probably send the Maui and the Tamatoa into one of the locations, and then you use the Hirams to start churning through the rest of your deck. Right? Like you certainly have an item in your hand, right? I don't know.
He went through 2 of them.
You know what's really interesting here is I think a person who's way
there was an item on off screen.
Yeah.
I think a player worse than Fam would not have really gotten to this point. Like one of those
oh yeah.
One of those Pirates Lives would have gotten inked. One of them
Yeah.
Like there would have been along the way, there are just so many choices, you know? And like
so just go to 15.
No, Scar is gonna come down and take out the one.
Nothing. He's a 7/5.
He only has 2 damage. It's a 6/5.
Oh, Scar's only a 6/5?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I said 7/5. I'm just a moron. Ignore me.
Get good, guys. Learn your cards.
Learn
your chapter 2 unplayable legendaries. All right, come on.
I had to Google Shark earlier.
I cannot tell you how many Hercules have been scarred in my time. Let me tell you. You think the Tala trades with the Hercules, then they play the Scar, and it's game over. Jeez.
I'm thinking about it though. Does he have? Oh, he does have the Scar.
What do you think of playing Alice, and then after you play Alice, you play Tiana. Then you give your Tiana Hex. You give your Tiana Ward.
I mean, it still has to be exerted.
Yeah, then you just quest the Alice again. They don't kill the Alice for some
I mean,
reason.
that's what I'm saying, you're just asking for lots of stuff.
It'll never.
Can I popsicle my?
Sorry,
my
you
location?
can't ink until your turn. Very funny. Very funny. I really respect someone who plays so fast that it causes problems.
Yeah, I'm with it.
I've like really developed into a fan fan by the end of this.
Fan? You're fan?
I'm not trying. What are we doing here, guys?
You were supposed to go to bed like a half hour ago.
I am a child. I need someone to tell me to go to bed.
Someone said when they played in NACC, they got yelled at got reprimanded for readying their ink at the end of their turn.
Good. If your Mufasa flips over a go-go, we need to know whether or not you can pay for that shit. It is very important.
Whoa, potty mouth.
Wow. That's actually like the one interaction I have to worry about.
I can tell you that conversation came up today in my Discord. That's why I was ready.
That interaction ever happens, I'm winning that match anyway because they're playing Mufasa.
You're actually losing it because they just
I don't know, man.
They just go for 5 off the top.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't even exert my ink, so whatever. I can't ready what I don't exert.
Go game 3.
That'd be amazing.
Wow, this is like one of the most impressive games of Lorcana I've ever watched.
At Set Champs, I had go ahead.
I would like to just watch this. I wish I had a hand cam and I could just watch the whole game. I'll probably watch this game again because this is. Did you really like? Did either of us really think he was going to win this game?
I mean, I didn't think he was out.
I thought he was.
I don't know. His deck is, in my opinion, 100% designed for the mirror, and I'm 100% certain he knows how to play the mirror.
I thought Fam was screwed earlier.
What?
I thought Fam was screwed earlier when there was like 2 high rooms.
I mean,
yeah.
GG's.
He like cringed at his own victory.
Yeah, I mean, what you gonna do? Oh, I guess we have our own Pirate's Life, right?
No Vital Spear is like super brutal here, right?
I just doesn't have it.
That's so rough.
I mean, the Pirate's Life's not even good enough, right? Like, he still just dies.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, that turn where he went double Pirate's Life is crazy. And also, like, think about what you had to do in terms of your ink decisions along the way to get to that position. It's just crazy.
It's
not luck.
No.
No,
he clearly knew what cards are important in this matchup.
Dude, you can look at him. The guy on the left, I forget his name. You can see everything going through his head right now. That's crazy.
I don't know. Again, to me, this is like this is probably infinitely time easier matchup than my top 4 match. Like we're playing for the Book of Enchanteds.
No, I understand that, but you can. He's wearing it on his face.
Sure.
What happened in that game?
Right.
Like they may not be playing for anything, but also these are sickos.
Yeah.
To even get to this point, you have to be someone who just loves to win.
Oh yeah. Listen, I think, but like for me, it's like the goal for this particular event, if you flew here, was to get your worlds invite.
Yeah, they're both on top of the world.
So like everything after that is like beyond whatever.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
But also, if we go back and watch that clip after that match of him looking at Fam, you can tell he's upset.
Oh yeah,
really upset. And like I think that's so.
I mean, but fun. I don't know. It's interesting because like we really look at the lore totals. He was never. Like, it might have looked like he was ahead.
He seemed, if you look,
but like he really wasn't.
He had. Fam had 2 cards to his like 11.
Sure.
He had 2 Hirams, a Tamatoa, and a Tipo in play to his 2 Mauis that were both exerted.
Right.
He
had to be prepared.
Yeah.
Like he had to play. He played into a board that had to play be prepared.
Yeah.
So like that, we can make the real conversation of why did I play a Tamatoa?
He's at a certain point you might have to just start closing out the game. He had another one. So I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not a good red blue player.
Well, I think the answer is that he just didn't have it. He didn't have an answer to the sharks.
Yeah. But the
and
deck doesn't really have a lot of great answers to the sharks.
But I think that's kind of part of the conversation is that if my opponent has 2 sharks in play, why would I play a win condition knowing that I'm probably going to have to be prepared this board?
Yeah, that's fair.
Like he literally played Tamatoa, and the next turn he sung "Be Prepared" with it.
Yeah. But also, to be fair to him, his opponent had 4 cards in hand, drew, went up to 5, and it was like Pirate's Life Mansion. I mean, that's also crazy.
I mean, he just don't get me wrong. He obviously high rolled on that given turn, but he also, he set up for the whole game for that.
Yeah,
like he played 6-7 turns to that moment.
Much better hand this time.
I think it's funny how he's like trying to figure out what the hand cam is. Or was there just glare on his cards? Man, we have
I've been fanning to the camera every time he's
comment.
Right, yeah.
Wow.
Can't wait to point out to Gerald that there's no thievery in this deck.
Oh, that's crazy. I thought he only played that Ruby Amethyst.
Gerald just thinks thievery is a good card, and he didn't realize that like you were also making fun of him.
Oh, he didn't?
No, he was like, yo, man, even your boy Dan said you're stupid, and I'm right. And then everyone in the store laughed.
You're my boy, Blue. Inking Shark. Inking Sail.
Wow. Don't even need it.
I mean, it probably just has a Tipo, right?
Hands too good.
Inking Quill. Tipo. Lucky Dime? How many dimes do we think we have? Is it loud?
There's 2 in the hand. I mean, 2 in the deck.
What do you look showing?
Yeah, now he just needs to find how far I'll go. And again, he has like one of the best starts you could have. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Is this the Nigel? I think it's Nigel, or is it some other Nigel?
I don't think it's my Nigel.
Okay.
Yeah, like I would have never guessed this is good. But I guess it forces your opponent to like commit to the board in a way that like is horrible in the mirror. Like if your opponent's playing their turn 4 to play a Maui after playing a Tala, like, and they don't have like 2 how far it goes.
Again,
it's miserable.
This is no different, in my opinion. This play right here is no different than questing with a Lilo last round. If we just play a adorable game here, and all of a sudden our opponent gets to sing how far I'll go in these moments, we're just like letting our opponent do whatever the hell they want. I love the idea that he just had to take off, gain 0 lore, and
He still gets 2 lore, like Fam does.
right. Fam still gets to. I'm saying yeah, but we took
Yeah.
away 2 lore from our opponent.
I'm just pointing out. It's
Yeah,
like Pirate's
yeah.
Life. It's like
Yeah.
basically Pirate's Life.
Yeah.
Also, he didn't get to sing.
And we get Goof here. Let's go.
Yeah.
Love it.
Wow, the interaction between Goof and the location, I hadn't really thought about that,
Yeah.
but it is so.
Like I just gained 4 lore
Yeah.
and took a dude off, and I moved. We moved to Manor. Goof's in the Manor.
The way he does that is.
And by the way, like this play still doesn't get rid of Manor. He still has to have another card. It's crazy.
He's gonna scar.
On turn this turn, does he have it? That's pretty good if he already has it.
Oh my god, he's inking a Maui too. Like think about that. Like
He's inked 2 Maui sharks. Oof, ouch. So that was nice. So at least he was able. Like he had the scar there, which was phenomenal. But now he's empty. He has 1 card.
Just loses to
He has a Grandma Tala, right?
best card in the game.
Confirmed. Confirmed. Da-da-da. Do he not ink that turn?
No.
We're already on 6. Okay. Feels bad.
I mean, he's just like playing into this board wipe, right? Like
I mean, 100%, yeah. Do we take sale? Do we ever just ink?
I hate this, by the way. This is awful.
What do we
The 3 instead of 2.
It's funny. Dick was complaining about that too. It doesn't bother me that much.
What?
It doesn't
The diamonds,
the lore symbols. It doesn't bother me.
Well, now they're finally using them.
Oh, did they do it right?
So if Clement was this game, will he have an empty, then a solid, then an empty?
Right. That's what
No,
I.
but I thought the commentator said they were doing best of 5 for finals.
Does it? Oh man.
Oh my god.
So like they've just had the best of 5 set up the entire time.
No, see, I think that the setup is fine. What Braden just said is I would like it to identify the game that they had won.
Yes, and then like put an X over
Like-
the other or a different color,
Whatever.
like a
yeah.
black.
Sure. That's all I would like. I would like for them to identify it. That's really it.
There's a decent number of commenters today asking if it was best of 5 when they saw them.
It's shocking to me that it's not on screen. Like, I feel like that's something that should be on the right of the Lorcana challenge symbol. Like, this is best of 5.
This time they also didn't have the seating on screen.
I know. I saw that too. I noticed that earlier.
He had the beeper up in his starting hand. I'm kind of curious why he didn't pop it off last turn.
I just didn't feel threatened.
Did he not have enough ink? Maybe that's what it was.
He had if he only if he drew that many uninkables, because he didn't ink on turn 6. It's possible that he also didn't ink on turn 7, or his turns 5 and 6. Because he remember
Is he
he
playing 4 Pirates Life?
probably.
That's crazy, right? I don't think it's bad. It's just crazy. Oh my god. Did he have the ink for that? Okay, yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
it is exactly it.
Yeah. He just put another grandma to the bottom. That's the best card in the game. Also, we forgot to mention it. Fam had 2 sharks in play. Full shark assembled. That's why he won.
I don't think
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
true.
think I'd have the confidence to just like do nothing. So like these I don't think I appreciate how good Mansion is. I think I'd fuck up playing Mansion.
Jesus.
I shouldn't be allowed on this stream. Like it's just
Never
like,
ends.
my ADHD medication wore off. That's gonna be what I blame. Even though I just
Like,
started.
he calls me bad for the brand, and he's just
Not part of
destroying.
the brand. Oh wow, he says it's 4. It is 4.
Or what?
I think 4. What is APL? That might be the German for it. I'm not sure. Pirates Life. Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
4 Pirates. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
So he's
Sorry.
playing 4.
APL.
Which is
okay.
fascinating.
Yeah. I was like, what are we talking about? But now I understand. I appreciate the just questing with the crab there.
Oh, I mean, it's the only option, really, right? You just got to race. And just hope he doesn't hit B prep over and over again.
Yeah.
The one he doesn't. I feel like this deck still needs a Vital Sphere, right? Just so you can like convert your Maui into a regrowth sometimes.
Sure.
I don't know what I'm talking about, so
Probably not. I like Poison Apple.
I like Vitalister. I like Surprise Mauis.
You know what? When you go on this 4-mansion plan, the 4 Pirates Lives also get better.
Sure.
Because you stop them from being able to outclock you by just like slowing them down, like back to back to back. So maybe that's part of it too.
So that is
I can see
miserable vision for him.
Yeah.
I also learned earlier that Vitalister plus Maui Shark takes out a Manor.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I thought Maui Shark was 6'5".
Nah, he's huge.
He's big boy.
He kills castles in one hit. That's the big.
He's big boy.
That's why that card's so much worse now, I think.
Someone asked how much I playtest earlier. I have never played a game with or against Maui Shark.
That's not good.
Ever. I don't own any.
No, I know that.
And no one changes their decks here.
Oh. You didn't play against any TCS? I played against several at CCS.
Did he B prep again?
I don't know if I played any against any at CCS.
He let it go.
Logan might have had him.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So is the deck just like 4 let it goes? 4?
Is it also 4 let it goes? That'd be interesting.
I bet it is. Maybe 3?
Definitely more than 1. We know there's at least 2.
They get better. The more the plan becomes, just put a mansion into play. Hope your opponent doesn't realize that's the actual game plan instead of everything else. Wow, this deck's really cool. Yeah, I knew he was on 3 Hiram. I think Louis mentioned that already. Okay, so Lucas, why did they not land on Vitalisphere? Like, what was the reasoning? But I guess it's the 3 Hiram. That's what it was. That's interesting.
It's just gonna matter his way to a win here, guys.
I mean, it's incredibly impressive, right?
It's just doing Ducks Manor.
It's only a matter of time.
Ain't no party like a Manor party.
I guess you should load up on Manors, or what's the Hideaway? Yeah, Hideaway is the name of the card.
Hideaway.
Yeah, you just gotta play your Hideaways.
Play Cusco.
Kuski.
You know what? I was thinking about playing Cusco.
I thought about putting Cusco in Baja.
Yeah.
Everybody run to TCG Player right now. Buy out Cuscos. They can go from a quarter to 50 cents.
God, it's so cool when you see a deck for the first time and you're like really getting the reps watching it, and you realize it's like unbelievably difficult, and you're like, wow, how do I even get there? You know what I mean?
I mean, success leaves clues. Honestly, like the guy in EUCC had a deck that was similar enough that if people wanted to put effort into it, they could find a way to make it better.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that it. Like,
I sleeved it up.
Yeah.
And I brought it to locals, and I had fun playing it, but I'm just not a blue-red guy, so I didn't do it. But
so what do we do?
Is that Pirate's Life?
I think it's Pirate's Life. Just go to 18, drop to 10. Yeah. And could just can this just be a 3rd Manor? Or that would be great, right? So we also know
I appreciate him touching his opponent's ink without asking.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to be clear. I think that's really cool. I hate when people get upset about that stuff. I pick up my opponent's discard without asking all the time, and they get offended. And I'm like, I wouldn't ask to pick up your Monopoly money. It's a board game we're playing here. These are the pieces.
You've got problems.
How did he get rid of the? Oh, yeah. I mean,
That's really funny.
we're
Yeah,
on 100%.
and he brawled the harm.
Okay, we're 100% on 18 though.
Yeah. I mean, I was just assuming from the ink that he exerted. Whoever's keeping track of lore knows nothing that's happening in the games. So
yeah, I don't know.
It's so crazy how unprepared the other deck is for this matchup.
It's
been a complete failure. Like it is totally like you cannot bring this version of blue red to your tournaments this weekend. It's just not an option. You will play someone who's going to horribly play this deck
and still beat you.
If they just play the mansions out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even close, really. Like, right? Like,
no, it has not. Like it's looked closer than it actually has been, which is
yeah.
I think the lesson learned in game one that you guys were like, I didn't think he could win. I'm like,
no, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
That's why I brought it up, right? It looked like it was over, and then it wasn't. It wasn't even close by the end of it, really.
And we're just watching this second game, and
it looks kind of closely. It's like,
all right, our own Pirates Life puts him to 16, but that, like, I still think we're still dead.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, now I'd be scared. Awesome, by the way.
So now he just can't have another Pirate's Life?
Look at him looking at his hand like that. That's so classy. See the way he did it?
Yeah.
Wish I picked up cards like that.
Like, he can't just show his opponent, that's why. But, if we get to untap, we can just flip over our...
Logan, I think the most important thing is I don't think there's any Medusas. Wow, he had that too. That's crazy, actually. Does the opponent just like drop 6 items and win here? I mean, not 6, but like.
I mean, it seems.
I thought the Tamatoa was not played last turn. He couldn't do anything with it, or did he sing Pirate's Life?
No, he quested it. He gained a lore.
Oh.
Oh no, he couldn't because it's super goof.
That's fine.
He actually couldn't quest with it because
that's actually like unbelievably based, honestly. that's so based.
He straight up would have lost. He T-po'd his dime on turn 2. That is a fact. So he might not have a second dime. But he 100% did T-po it earlier.
Anyway, looks like no Sisus, no Medusas.
No ladies.
A whole bunch of items are missing.
It's just popsicles,
yes,
I think.
I'm just trying to say, like, anything you'd expect that's an item, not popsicle, it's out of there. 1 Hiram is gone.
Sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's like 3 T-pos. That wouldn't blow my mind.
No, I still think there's still 4-4. Like, you still need ramp.
I feel like we haven't seen. We'll see. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, he's on 4 develop, and the ice bot he's on 3 Hiram, so he can develop for the ramp.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Way more often. So I'd be curious to see if that's how it ends up being.
I think the way he mulligans, it still makes me feel like he's on 8. Like, I've seen him mulligan 7 a bunch of times.
Oh wow!
There was the dime.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
So he has to.
Still had all these.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Lucas.
Yeah. So it is definitely best of 5.
He yucked him up. That's really good, Chase. I know you've said that a million times, but it's always good.
Is it 4? Is it also 4 super goofs?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Because he inked one early. It's at least 3. He inked one early in that game and had 2 more. But yeah, it's crazy the idea that he could not quest the turn before because it just loses the super goof.
What's crazy is that he didn't.
Yeah.
And he would have lost if he did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's like, oh wow, I can see why he did that. And then there's also just like looking at the hand, and it is 2 super goofs.
Yeah.
Like, best of 5 is so lame. Let the variants win sometimes. Let people get lucky. Why make the matchup matter even more? You know?
Well, what's weird to me is that this is even a best of 5.
Sorry, I don't know what I said. I meant best of 5. I was trying to say, like, let someone win 2 in a row or 2 out of 3, luckily, you know?
Oh, sure. I'm saying I think it's weird because Toronto wasn't.
Yeah, weird.
Toronto wasn't best of 5. Like,
It's a new year. There's new rules. They
yeah.
haven't been released yet, but
Yeah.
they exist somewhere.
Every country has different rules.
Ugh.
Every country has different rules.
It's like checkers.
Checker.
All right, do you think Clement will win this game?
It hasn't looked good.
What do you, dude? He ate 2
He
mouths.
could have won the last one, technically. He just needed another item.
Yeah, he needed he had to find the second dime.
I mean, or he had that pirate's life. He would have had to been able to play.
Did both players full ship 7?
Pirates would have got the 18, would have got the 20. Yeah, that's true. I guess he had outs for sure.
But like,
we are still live. This is earlier, like a full hour and a half earlier than yesterday. This is great.
No, we never turned it off from yesterday. I've been here the whole time.
No, that's
I fell asleep.
you just
listening to
start.
guys last
You
night.
started earlier.
This is my 3rd diaper I'm on.
I think it was the koala hat that got the win, guys. Judy Pop. I'm beginning to think that it's certainly possible that there are 4 Let It Goes in this deck.
If you think about
No
it,
2 play? No play on 2 at all.
Ouch. Well, he did full ship 7.
Yep.
Like if you didn't have it, you didn't have it. We do not know the deck list yet.
why
And
do
we
you
had
think
options over here.
why do you think the Tipo is good there?
Just because he wants to play a manner, I don't know. Like with his opponent.
He inked a sail.
Sure. Oh,
So
I
it's
think
like,
it's just to put a guy in play.
You think so?
Like just gain lore, right?
A quest for 1. I mean,
It also
it's
later
also
on.
a card, right? Like,
Yeah, it's fine.
okay.
Look, see, and there we go.
All right.
Now
I
we're
don't know what I'm talking
now
about.
we're gaining lore, man.
Game's over.
We're gaining lore.
Tipo does get on base. Okay, Chase, you're speaking to me on a deep
Tipo
level.
gets on base. That is actually fire, man. This is just.
Can you take a screenshot of that? For
This
me?
is just like
Can you just send that to me?
this quest.
That's gonna be my.
This right here is A+ content.
That should be my Twitter background.
100%. Like, man, that was so good.
Yeah, well,
We're posting it in general chat. Everyone's gonna see this.
you know what gets on base? McDuck Manor. That card does get on base. Can you imagine you tried to tag me and I just wasn't in the Discord?
I know you're in the
How
Discord.
embarrassing would that be? Who would it be embarrassing for? Me. But I saw this great like viral tweet today, and it was like, "Have you seen any of the Sonic movies?"
Yeah,
I haven't seen any of them.
I
but
saw. I only saw the first
It
one.
was like a running gag from the Sonic movies of like Sonic doing like a kid's like '90s joke, being like, "There's no way you have this," and then the guy pulls out the thing. He goes, "Oh, you have this," and it was just like every gag that was like that, and it was just very funny to me that was like
yes,
how they made that character.
Fam is certainly playing Super Goof.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how Super Goof just pins Tipo.
He
Like,
is
literally,
also
like you cannot quest ever.
he's also playing super good, to be
Man.
fair. So.
Oh yeah, we are Diglett digging, guys, and we are not finding answers.
So much ink. on
Yeah,
Clement's
it's so
side.
much ink, but the
Because
issue
that
is
doesn't matter.
it doesn't
Is
have a
that-
character that can remove manner.
Oh yeah, I think nobody here, I think, could really argue that Fam hasn't earned.
Oh hell yeah!
I mean, he's playing an unbelievably sick deck.
He played in 8 DLCs, 2 European and national championships. My man has definitely grinded it out for sure. You can play AS still. You just got to play Billy Bones in your deck.
Yeah, I wonder.
Oh my god, no.
Does he play Maui? Yeah, he does. He plays Enchanted Mauis.
Yeah.
They're just useless in this matchup.
Yeah. Man.
He has a hideaway.
All right, he found it. This Tipo has gained how much lore? 4? 3?
I think it's 3.
3 lore? It's gonna be 4.
The real problem is the super goofs, right? Like you can't even just like put a Tala out and deal with it because then the goof eats it and just sticks around. It's crazy.
I mean, even next turn, like, what's going to happen if we just have a super goof? We can just gain 2 lore and you still just have it in play. They can't answer it. Like, it's insane. There we are. Go find a manor, right? Like, just give me a manor and we'll be happy. I think the hand cam guy's asleep.
I'm about to be asleep.
We're all about to be asleep. But shout out to everyone that hung out tonight. Before this game ends, in very fast fashion. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out tonight. I'm sure Dick has enjoyed all of your commentaries and funness.
Hey, what's up, Steven? Yeah, dude, shout out to chat for actually talking to me all day while I was sitting here by myself.
Yeah.
I thought someone else from the team would jump in.
I can't believe no one else did. It's actually mind-blowing to me. What nerds.
There were set champs today.
Losers.
I just want to acknowledge some stuff Lucas is talking about because Lucas is like one of the few people on earth who has played this deck list.
Sure.
He's talking about how it's not an easy deck and he misplay against mines. I feel like if you watch him's plays, they're not like intuitive, at least to me.
No.
Like the turns he takes off are not turns that I would instinctively want to take off, right?
Oh, so good.
But it's
when the super goof sings, bro. It sings how far I go.
And he just found
I said how there's a long list of cards in this deck that
saying.
they're all like way too good, I think.
It sings how far I go.
How
man.
far I go might be one of them. I mean, that card is crazy and it gets you to 7.
Guys,
like,
I don't like Ruby Sapphire. This deck really does look fun.
I think it's way too hard. I
Maybe it
couldn't
is,
imagine
but maybe I can challenge accept it. All right. How does that make you feel?
You know what's funny? What if the game just keeps getting harder?
I hope it does.
I hope it doesn't. I think it's.
I hope
plenty
it gets
hard.
much harder.
Oh yeah.
I
Then
like hope.
then
I
I-
actually genuinely hope it doesn't.
Then I can make fun of Braden more.
I think if the average deck is as hard as Green Steel is right now, the game is like not fun to play anymore.
I mean, the problem is that I think it's a good thing for a deck like that to be hard to play.
Sure, I'm saying if every deck is like that.
I also
If
think
your aggro decks are as hard to play as Green Steel,
the debate would be the aggregate. The debate is not that it's hard, more that it's too easy to mess up.
yeah,
Right? So like if the easy decks are too easy to fail, then that would be
if
a
the
problem.
easiest deck in the game is Amber Steel Mines, like that's like a fundamental problem for like getting new people into competitive play, in my opinion.
Sure.
Like that deck is not hard, but it is like every turn is an opportunity to throw
Mhm.
for like 5 to 7 turns,
Mhm.
and then it's like small errors are pretty likely, but not easy to make.
Mm.
It would be bad for like even just like getting people to go to set champs and taking it seriously if that's like the easiest the game
This
is.
game is just over. Like
Yeah, I mean it's
like
not even
even this,
close.
right? Like exert to get rid of my 7 cost item. I mean, all right, cool. We found a scar at least. Can we not even play it? I guess we couldn't even play it. Wow, that's rough.
He's gonna be prep.
Oh, I didn't see. Okay, I didn't realize that he was going to end up doing that. But I mean, I guess that's pretty good. That's a good way to turn the game around, depending on whatever happens here.
He's got
Like,
a
if we-
manner.
Yeah, at least one. I knew that for sure. Just a matter of whatever else is coming now.
The problem is like there's a good purple yellow deck that exists right now, and it's also one of the hardest decks to play in the game, and no one plays it. So like,
well, no. That the issue is that even if Amethyst Amber is a good aggro deck, it's also very incorrect on average. Most times people quest and then they get 2-for-1s or 3-for-1s, and then they get punished. And they don't understand why they're losing the game because like 1-1s aren't good anymore.
Yeah,
you know?
like when Chris plays the Amber Amethyst deck, he will play Daisy on 1 and will probably not quest it until like turn 6. And like that's just how the deck works, right?
Yeah.
But that's like not intuitive whatsoever, right? Like Daisy in that deck is a 1-mana 1/4. And then in the late game it suddenly just goes boom.
Yeah.
Like we look at it.
All right, so he's got 2 Pirate's Life in his hand. He can claw back.
Yeah, Fam also has at least 2 pirates, I think. So like this next turn can just be go to 14 Pirate's Life.
Do you try to wait till he draw Maui to play his Pirate's Lives? At least the first one.
He just inked a Maui.
He just got rid of a Maui.
Interesting.
He inked one and he lost one to the B prep, right?
Yes. I would never have inked that Maui. I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
I mean, like in this position,
sure
it's
I'm
really
wrong.
wow. Oh man, what a good find!
Wow.
Listen, sometimes when you have it, you have it.
Do you just play the Pirate's Life here?
You can't. Well, I wouldn't ink a Super Goof.
No, I wouldn't either.
It's just 4 lore that can't be avoided.
How the? Yeah, the Samatoa can't even turn sideways. Literally cannot even turn sideways.
Not really. Not without just
throwing the game.
Dying. I mean,
if he sinks Pirate's Life, it just gains 2 more because then the Goofy throws itself into the Tamatoa and.
All right, so Pirate's Life is 2 to 5. Dime. He has a lot of ink. I think he can gain a fair amount of lore this turn. It's just a matter of can he die? Like the only thing he dies to would be double Super Goof, right?
He can't play. He can't play Dime and activate it and.
Are we sure? He has a lot of ink. Like there's a lot of ink.
He would need to ink to get to 13. He's at 12.
Okay. So Dime is so he can't play Pirate's Life also. Wow.
He could play Dime, play Pirate's Life, not activate Dime.
And not quest.
Yeah.
And then like his opponent just goes to
18.
Or,
Also,
no.
think about how.
All right, sorry. 16.
Goes to 16. Wow.
Think about how both of these players are like playing in completely different time zones.
Yeah.
Like, they've all had to deal with jet lag, and they're still just, you know.
What happened there? Oh, we actually killed it.
And that's the game, right? Goes down to 12, up to 14.
No, he lost.
No, it's not. Okay.
Just start throwing bozos in.
$14 goes to 18 and just passes. And then says, you have to have another Pirate's Life or I win.
Yeah, I feel like that's what he should be doing.
I think no matter what our turn is,
he's not doing that.
I feel like no matter what our turn here, it was gambling, but I
Yeah.
think that was the best gamble to win the game this turn. But I guess like if you look at it this way, he's gonna have to turn a character sideways again, right?
Both of them. He has to kill the thing.
Right.
So
I guess double Super Goof is still winning, and it's still. Oh, he has another Pirate's Life though. That's where the play is gonna get a little ruffled here. So yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting. Like there's so many cards that Fam can just draw off the top. that wins the game at that point. But it's going to be a pretty small window of a clock.
There might be like one turn here where.
Because the other problem with the Super Goose is that they're not actually going to take anything out. Like they're both going to run in and die. No, he has 5 willpower.
You send the top.
If you're gonna, we're gonna run everything into it. I guess so.
You only
one tala.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, no, but you're still gonna lose both of them.
Sure. Okay.
No matter what, like we can take the Scar out if we want. We also can just go to 19, and then hopefully we can draw Maui into an action. But this is also in a world where our opponent plays Pirate's Life this turn. I can't fathom he won't. But if he doesn't, then the game is effectively over.
So he's getting like dime plus Pirate's Life?
7. Can he dime plus Pirate's Life?
He can't activate.
Right. So now he just plays Pirate's Life, right?
Yeah.
Like if he doesn't play Pirate's Life, the game is actually over. I don't know if he can say that, if he can tell for sure, but I would feel that way.
All right. He got there.
Going to be really close, right?
Really dependent? I don't know. Hard to say.
You could draw like a Maui and then play Maui, sing.
He did draw a Maui. Okay, so he took out that. He gained 2, goes to 16, gains 1, goes to 17.
Huge.
The Maui was actually a really great draw.
Yeah, he bought himself so many turns.
Yeah, it was very, very large.
If only he had Thievery.
So he gains 4, goes to 9.
This is getting close.
I think he drew a Maui. Oh, he messed up. Oh no, he didn't. I guess he just said screw it and took it.
Yeah.
So it's like Super Goo for Pirate's Life, right?
I really like what he's doing here. He's folding his discard, looking through it. I have a ton of respect for that.
He's just playing to the outs. This is 13.
He has the Pirate's Life, right? I mean, he knows he has it.
How far I'll go?
You have no cards in it? I thought he had a Pirate's Life.
No, he didn't.
No.
Have it.
He has no cards in it.
I mean, that still represents a lure to win the game. And he drew 2 cards. And his opponent might not be able to win, but maybe he does. Looks like he's going to pull it out with how quickly he's playing.
He just needs 2 actions, right?
He's a brawl. I can't see his other action because I think he's just doing all the math. Oh, it's another Maui shot.
Yeah. Yeah, he wins.
6, 14, 15, 18. Oh.
He drew. Oh.
Wow.
That was a great game.
Yeah.
The more games of this, the worse it is for me. Because it means people get to actually see how the deck's played properly.
Well, the good news is that it's 2:30 in the morning,
I
so
was watching it. That's probably true. Except for the 200 people watching this and the 1,000 people watching it.
We've consistently been a higher viewership than the French team.
yeah. Again, thanks for everyone hanging out tonight. Thank you. It's been fun.
Someone in our Discord called that guy a rat, and someone's like, I didn't know Brian was playing in Australia. Isn't that funny? It's a funny bit.
I was rooting for the 3-0 just to go to sleep earlier.
Oh yeah, me
There
too.
it That's so funny.
Wow.
You could almost make it out.
Welcome back, James. Thought you were sleeping.
Nice. Spy Kids.
Good. Spy Kids.
I love Spy Kids.
Someone said, "Can you read that?" And he said, "You can't simply enhance." I mean, I think it actually is like.
You could see if you if Siri, well, maybe I don't know if you have it.
So
Siri sometimes will be able to copy and paste the thing. I don't know if Google has the same like text thing. Wait, why is James awake at 2:30 in the morning?
I know. I just said I thought you were sleeping.
What's he doing?
He also wakes up at like 6 a.m.
what time is the event tomorrow?
11.
What are we doing here, guys? What the fuck is this all about?
Jesus, the language.
It's late. I can't control myself. I'm tired. I don't even know I'm doing it.
All right, this is a hand. This is a great hand.
Wow, he's on the play finally.
He was on the play game one.
He'd love a grandma Tala.
Or a manor.
Also, getting info on
Well,
this.
to sing the how far I'll go.
Wow, look at these guys shuffling their opponent's decks. What tryhards. It's a little joke for me and the boys. I had someone the other day go, "Are you allowed to do that?" Have you ever been? Do you shuffle your opponent's deck?
No.
You don't?
No.
Yeah, I had someone hit me with the, "Are you allowed to do that?"
Yeah,
I was like, I think you're supposed to do that.
Yeah. Oh, we inked Pirate's Life there.
Who?
DKP. Yeah.
Oh, wow. The German locals must be insane because like you've got Artifacts, King Louis, DKP, Lucas, like they just show up for a store champs and like the fifth best player is like a guy who could win DLC. Like. All right, he better win this one. I need to go to bed.
Me too.
We're inking all of our win conditions.
Yeah, it's a bit scary.
It's crazy how hard a time this deck has with like these things eating each other, you know?
Is that my set jams had 4 Continental qualifier players at it?
That's funny.
4 is a lot out of like 20 people.
He lives in Seattle. So
he has 3 hours more sleep than we do.
Yeah. Those are the numbers you're currently calculating. It's not like how much ink he has, but how many hours of sleep.
Like, oh, he gets 3 more hours than I do. Damn it.
That's how it is. Hell yeah, Chase.
What are we looking for here? We're definitely looking for a let it go, right?
I mean, we also agree like Vision of the Future also not okay. Like that card is not. That card should be 4. There's just the thing about me is there's just so many cards where you should like it should have been trimmed. You know what I mean? Like how far I'll go, make it a 5 cost. You know, the card's totally reasonable with that.
Yeah, Maui sings it anyway. But seriously, it's like develop your brain, 1 ink, look at the top 2. All right, let's double it.
Fine. I think
just
that card
kidding.
Really
2.5.
Maybe it isn't fine, honestly, but I think it's fine.
No, I'm saying like, how did you
for 1 more ink? You get to see a whole extra card.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Well,
it's 3.
The extra.
No, but I'm saying like if we double it, if we play 2,
Oh, yeah.
you know, like if we play 2 developer
Usually,
brains,
things like that scale like this.
yeah.
But So it's like not exactly. You gotta let it go, right? That's why you play so many let it goes.
It's exactly what he wanted and needed. Did he gain 1 lore from playing a Let It Go?
You know what's funny? Is I think he's probably missed 20 more.
Was it really been that many?
It seems like a lot, especially because like sometimes they don't have it on the screen.
Yeah.
And we can't see their notepads.
Yeah, we can't really know for sure.
I have a hard time believing that he's missed that much.
I do too, but
well, the thing just jumped up by 3.
Yeah,
on his opponent's turn.
7 now.
Lucas, what are you playing set champs?
Oh man, I can't wait to move both the guys to the manor. He didn't do it.
Yeah, he's being serious now. He's not happy that he dropped the game. The jovialness is over.
No, maybe he said it. All right, he did say it. There it is. They're in the manor.
Instant speed move.
Oh, you're judging? Oh, wow. I guess that's one problem with having Let It Go be your Maui answer.
Is that you accelerate, but whatever.
They get to play the Maleficent Dragon earlier. I bet he's not playing any of those either.
No, he's not. 100%. No. Well,
these mansions are nuts.
Hey man, 9 willpower is good.
The 3 on it means it just goes this turn. It's just gone.
Maybe Blue still should play the 5-cost one. Just like play like 6 copies of Mansion.
Oh no. We Maui nothing? That's not good.
Oh, yeah, also this I mean there are so many cards in this deck that are so good. I mean like Diablo's crazy, don't get me wrong. So Sunchill. You ever thought about Sunchill?
Yeah.
The card's great.
That's fine.
Any song that costs 2 is just kind of crazy.
Yeah, like the one that gives a character -2 attack.
Is that a song?
Ever After or whatever. Ever As Before.
RLS Legacy. Is it RSL? I thought it was RLS.
RLS.
Okay.
ASL?
Yeah. Oh man, the second Maui died too. And we inked one? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Running out of win conditions.
Shout out to Clement for seemingly getting better at playing the match out over the course of 3 games.
Heffalumps and Woozles is the best.
Yeah, Heffalumps is great.
Crazy.
Love that card.
Like, can we agree? Like,
love that card.
The 2-cost songs that are playable are like,
yeah, man.
Once you cross over the line, it's like really hard to make a 2-cost song that is not like just so absurd.
I mean, it's really hard to make a 3-cost song that's not so absurd because they're all stupid good.
I agree.
They're also stupid good.
They just can't deal damage.
Yeah,
you know,
but we have 2 of them that
like,
do.
I guess like, here's the thing, right? The 2-cost ones they can't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, they can't impact the board. They can't impact the hand, or they're like nuts.
Yeah.
The 3-cost ones, like what's the one that's like target character can't challenge next turn?
Yeah.
Like that card's fine. Like
sure,
it's okay. It's almost playable just on the fact it says draw a card on it.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what I mean? And so like
same thing with resist. Like I'm still here.
Yeah, exactly. And so like the fact that they make ones that impact the board at 3 is just crazy.
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
They would never do it now. Like the fact there aren't more of them indicates to me they're happy with where they're at, or they're not happy that they did them in the first place. And I would lean towards it's probably too good.
What's interesting to me here is I don't know that it literally matters at all. But wouldn't we just want to protect the dragon?
No, it's the same difference.
No, there's more strength on the dragon.
Yeah, but we quest for 2 immediately.
He's at 13, right? You gotta close out the game.
Did he just quest and stew and Pirate's Life? Okay.
This is looking good.
Plays
Looks
around
like we're going to a game 5.
It's very possible that that's true.
Maybe Fam wanted to play 4 Hiram with all these pops.
How many Mauis do you think Clement's playing? 3? It feels like 3 or 2.
I mean, he also has the scars. He has at least 2 of them, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, we were just Pirates.
No big follow up though.
Yeah, is he just passing now?
Yeah, I mean, if he just doesn't draw a character for a couple turns,
goes to 13.
Wow, it just shows the power of the mansion and development, right?
Not if he's not getting things he wants either.
He's gonna look at 4 cards.
yeah, but at least he has inevitability in play already.
Nothing, and no ink.
Oof.
Wow, man, talk about turning it around. He just ran out of steam. Crazy.
The deck just doesn't have that many win conditions is the problem. Like as soon as he inked that half shark, we said, well, there's
So he inked a Pirate's Life and a shark, like turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, and that was like 15% of the win conditions.
Yeah, interesting. I came in being like, wow, it'll be embarrassing if standard red blue beats it. And then I was super hot after the 2-0, and now I'm thinking, oh, maybe I came in too hot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like there's clearly Maui's, there's also scars, there's a hideaway, so I wouldn't call this like super standard, you know.
I mean, there's also a reason he made it here, right?
Right. So like, I still think that you're gonna have to tell people they have to play these cards. I don't think like if he doesn't have hideaway, he would have lost one of these last 2 games.
Yes, I totally agree.
So like just knowing
I don't leave the house without hideaway. Let me tell you, that's just not something to do. I don't play red blue often, but when I do,
I hide away in the corner in the 007 bracket.
I played 2 hideaways and a Cusco in Vegas, I'm pretty sure.
2 hideaways and a Cusco.
I had multiple.
Now we know why you lost.
I had multiple mirrors where that was not enough. It was crazy. I had a mirror where both of our dimes were gone, and we both hit a location.
Wild.
Yeah, she won. Great games though. I think that was a split situation, but I think she won that game. That was the one you were next to me for. Remember, it was that girl. She played really fast. She was great.
We see hands instead of this.
Like, no, we gotta watch DKP spit in a napkin.
I know, that's so horrible. That's on camera.
Oh god.
I was just thinking that, like, man, that was really rough to leave on camera.
Copyright Disney Lorcana.
King Louie says this deck is really fun to play. I believe him.
I believe him too.
It's kind of a shame Pixborn tournaments don't exist anymore. Obviously, they were super problematic just for existing in the first place. But I miss seeing King Louie just crushing people. Is this for the marbles?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, this is for.
You see all the stars are lit up, bro.
My eyes are blurry. My vision's faint.
Did Clement figure out how to rattle off 3 in a row?
It almost feels like whichever player turn 1 inks Pirate's Life loses the match. You know what I mean?
Chico gets on base, guys.
Yep.
We need a Chico game.
We just need a manner.
Yeah, I mean, it would be great TV if Clement takes it. I mean, there is all the shit that happened in that other round that probably makes it a little sour, but
I can't type right now. I spelled that right. I don't even care. There we go. You guys can take the vote. We started the poll for it on YouTube.
I think Pam's got it. But who knows? I hope he has it. Which one do you think is weaker to aggro? It's probably Fam.
I mean, we got super goops.
Yeah, that's true. The Scar, I mean, it's the Scar versus Super Goop, which is better. It's probably Super Goop, honestly.
It answers the board earlier.
Yeah.
I do agree.
That
it's
is
weird.
That is a very good point.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, actually.
Yeah.
I thought that in round 3 yesterday. Like, wow, why can't I see like everything?
How many unequals do you think he's playing?
I feel like it's low, right?
It might be 9.
So it's how far I'll go. What else is it? Beaver Bears? Probably is it? It's probably 4 Beaver Bears.
Yeah, 4 be prepared. It has to be because you're playing Mansion play.
Yeah.
So 4 be prepared. What was the other one? How far I'll go? That's 8.
Yeah.
What do you think the ninth card is?
I'm trying to think.
I'm just guessing 9 is it.
Like, what else have we seen? We've seen a lot of Inkables.
Yeah, I can't think of any more.
Yeah, is that it? Like, are we only on 8?
I mean, that would be crazy,
That's
right?
hot. Like,
That
that's
would-
actually
That would be like game breaking.
that's like drop dead gorgeous.
That also makes the deck so much harder to play.
There is no dime.
He doesn't play dime.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty confident there's no dimes in DKP's list.
No.
8 Uninks, 3 Ceases. 3 Hiram. So we named them. We got them from all.
How many characters are even in the deck?
Tipo, Hiram, Tala, Maui, Goof, Maui.
Other Maui. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure I could just build a
It's
deck
probably 20.
from memory.
It's probably 20.
I probably build a deck from memory at this point.
This feels like a Magic deck back in the day.
Oh yeah, just control the castle. But in this case, it's a McDuck mansion.
I mean, it's crazy when you just like let it go the Scar, right? Like it is crazy. You just get to do that.
Bye.
I do think it's interesting he like thought about it, and I get why. But
yeah, I mean,
we're
like,
going into Tamatoa.
It's like I'm just saying, like you think why, but it's like, well, his opponent's on 9 ink already.
Yeah, I get why. That's the problem of it. That's why you'd rather have Maui there and then let it go this one.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I mean, you'd certainly live with that. Well, okay. Beaver Bears are good too.
Did someone, Lucas, is the joke that Manor's an uninkable? Because that's hysterical. Because you're right.
I think it's because we keep saying mansion.
Yeah, we're saying mansion. Yeah.
Oh, it's the McMansion. That's
Yeah.
why you call it that. It's a
Yeah,
McMansion.
we're just having fun.
I've never
McMansion is
trolled.
the nickname of that card, like Zeus Bolt. Like if I say Zeus Bolt, you know what I mean. The name of the card is not Zeus Bolt.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I've never trolled anyone a day in my life.
All right. Votes are in. I don't know how long I left it up there, but it felt a while. Where'd it go? I'm confused.
It was like 50 seconds. All right, we got another.
73% have Fam winning. Is that another Beaver Bear?
Yep.
Those brawls just
Eating.
waiting. Yeah, like think about every time he looks at the top 2 cards of Tala and he sees like a Let It Go and a Visions. Like, what do you do? Like, what do you take? You know what I mean? Like, if your plan is like next 10, like I just don't even know.
It's nice to like get the dime out there and not have to worry about, like, a lot of people don't want to play a dime until they have the 9 ink ready.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
the real estate is not a great game plan.
We're about to pass go, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, maybe he's just thinking like.
I mean, he's got to gain lore, right? Like he has to answer the manor lore as well. So that's why I think taking the turn off makes sense.
Can we get another B prep?
Visions to get pirate slaves. So you just pirate slave every turn for us again?
Probably. I mean, yeah.
Or let it go.
Or just a third manor. That's also.
Or just invest in even more real estate. Real estate market is high today.
Yeah.
I had to buy a third copy of Manor. I'm gonna have to buy a fourth.
I think like a non-foil one?
No, I literally could not find copies of that card in my collection. I don't know where they went.
I got you, Boo.
You're
in the right house.
Thank you.
You're in the right house.
Thank you, King. Yeah, to the
oh, sweet. We have a hand cam when it's not his turn.
Yeah.
It's finally working.
I mean, man, this is
awesome.
This is oof.
Awesome is the word you're looking
for. Awesome is a word that I could use.
I'm happy.
Oh, I'm very happy in a way. There are things that I think could raise alarms about this type of winning, though.
Yeah, but we actually know fam, so it's awesome.
Yeah. No, I love it.
To see him.
I love the concept of fam winning. Don't get me wrong. So it goes 11, goes to 15. We have super goofs. Oh, that's not super goof. Oof. 17. Lots of threats. Man, think about
the fact
Dragon.
He lost 2 war there is crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. The fact that Dragon plus Hiram cannot remove a manor, like that is 13 resources worth of character in play.
Not good enough.
Not good enough.
And now he has to remove both manors or
right.
manor and Tala.
Like no hideaway to be found.
This deck really does do the who's the beatdown thing in a really interesting way, right?
You mean who's the quester?
Yeah, well, fam doesn't have to quest. Actually, exclusively gains all of his lore without questing. Oh man, we're just conceding, right? We're just playing our cards out. There it is. Wow! Shout out to DKP.
Yeah, congrats.
That's awesome.
That's a great finish. Fun to watch. Great play. Defeated someone who might be a villain. Honestly,
yeah.
Depends on how we feel about that one match.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that was
pretty
fun.
good. Huge shout out though. And we got 5 games. You know,
that was really fun. I mean, both players were.
Really that's the real truth, guys. As right, see Peter Pan's baby.
Yeah,
as right, see Peter Pan's.
It's true.
Love it.
Is that the one that's like a 4/6 of the evasive?
Yeah, he doesn't have evasive, but he
it's not evasive.
He turns lore off.
Oh, that Peter Pan. I thought you meant the red one that has evasive. I was like, does that have some location ability?
No. The green one turns off lore.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
You know what?
Sweet.
If green blue has a good red purple matchup, it just got a better red purple matchup. Can you imagine playing that card against them?
All right. As much as I would like to sit around for another half hour and watch the ceremony, I'm not going to. So
I would not love to do that. So.
Yeah. He's in Baja, I wouldn't know. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on. Anyhow, I am prepared to go to bed, but thank everyone seriously for watching tonight and hanging out with us. It has been fun. Huge shout out to DKP. Really, really happy for him. Are you good there, Dick Burns? You have all the control, actually. I
am so tired. I appreciate everyone so much. This is my whole day.
Yeah.
I am very thankful for everyone that stuck it out with us.
All right. I'm out. Dick has all the power, and yeah. we'll see you guys Thursday.
Yep. See you.